Chapter 529. Yang Yao's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly smiled and said, Vice Hall Master Su, please listen to my explanation. Explanation? You failed to live up to Hall Master's expectations of you. You even cheated for personal gain. What kind of medicine boy did you choose? You still dare to defend yourself? How could I have the courage to cheat for personal gain? However, there are indeed some hidden reasons. You will understand my difficulties after listening to me. Was that so? Vice Hall Master Su glanced at Yang Yao from the corner of his eyes. He turned around and walked into the 100-herb hall. He sat down firmly on a chair and picked up a teacup. After taking a sip of tea, he said, Now tell me the details. Yang Yao wiped the sweat off his face and went forward to explain the reason in detail. However, he was a little cautious and didn't say that he was overbearing. In the end, he didn't forget to add, Let's not talk about the friendship between Rejuvenation Valley and our fragrant cult. Even Commander Nye has been in contact with our Pill Tower Hall for several decades. He's quite reliable in his work and gives us a lot of filial piety every year. This little one has seen for many years that he's worried sick about his youngest daughter. This son-in-law's future is more important than anything else. Can't we help if we can? Anyway, the future is Ren Xiaoyao's business. Wherever he goes, it is his own effort. Moreover, he has some martial arts. Our Pill Tower Hall has always been bullied by other halls. Isn't it because our disciples' martial arts are not good enough? If this boy has any future, won't it be the glory of our Pill Tower Hall? So you are thinking for our Pill Tower Hall? Vice Hall Master Su sneered. I don't dare. Hall Master Su is wise. I also have some selfish motives. Commander Nye gives me a lot of 100-flower wine every time. I can't always drink it for free. Moreover, I won't be able to see him in the future. I always feel that I owe him if I don't do this. Humph, you are a good schemer. Vice Hall Master Su put down the teacup and said, You helped Commander Nye fulfill his wish, and you think that 100 flowers wine is enough to send you away? Yang Yao chuckled, gritted his teeth and took out the short sword from his bosom. He presented it with both hands and said, I won't hide it from you, Hall Master. This is a treasured sword that Commander Nye found in Jianghu. Can cut through iron like mud. I was just about to take it out, but you were in a hurry and went out to check on the medicine boy. That's why I didn't have the chance to tell you. Vice Hall Master Su took the short sword and pulled it out of the scabbard. A cold light flashed from the short sword. Vice Hall Master Su narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully. He then threw the short sword on the table and said with a smile, Although I didn't know that you, Manager Yang Yao, like treasured swords and sharp weapons, how could you give this short sword to me? Don't deceive me. Yang Yao hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, What do you mean by manage? It's just the Hall Master giving me face. How could I dare to take it seriously? This short sword is indeed a gift from Commander Nye to you. I was just admiring it. Seeing that Yang Yao didn't admit it, Vice Hall Master Su rolled his eyes and said, Then what about Commander Nye's gift for Hall Master? This. Yang Yao hesitated. What? Vice Hall Master Su was unhappy. Could it be that he only prepared a gift for me, the Vice Hall Master, and didn't prepare a gift for our Hall Master? Yang Yao was really complaining in his heart this time. After thinking for a moment, he gritted his teeth and took out the jade box from his bosom. He said, This is something that Hall Master has been thinking about. Vice Hall Master Su became interested and said, It can't be that 300-year-old daylily, right? Yang Yao smiled bitterly and said, Hall Master Su is wise. It is indeed the daylily. Then he handed over the jade box with both hands. Yang Yao looked at the jade box and didn't take it. He sneered and said, This is Commander Nye's favorite. Even Hall Master Su hinted to him before, but he didn't give it to him. Now he took it out. You should keep it. It's not for me, so why should I look at it? Seeing this, Yang Yao could only take it. He didn't know whether to accept it or not. He said in a low voice, Commander Nye also knows that Hall Master Su is a person who loves grass. But how can Rejuvenation Valley compare to our Pill Repository Hall? That's why Commander Nye asked me to tell Hall Master Su that it would be disrespectful to Hall Master Su if he took the herb to deceive Hall Master Su. It would be better to find another way. Although Hall Master Su doesn't like divine weapons, this is after all a powerful weapon in Jianghu. Moreover, it's not famous. It's said that it's a legacy of several generations in the weapon refining sect. Hall Master Su will have some face if he keeps it in his bag. Hearing this, Vice Hall Master Su's face relaxed a little. However, he was still cold. Your words are better than singing. It's as if Commander Nye really said that. Yang Yao smiled bitterly. Hall Master Su, please don't blame me. Commander Nye really said that. I'm just passing it on. Vice Hall Master Su looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing outside the hall, and then at the short sword on the table. He reached out and picked it up, taking a closer look at it. Yang Yao carefully accompanied him, occasionally peeking at Vice Hall Master Su's expression. After a while, Vice Hall Master Su slowly said, since Commander Nye is so fond of his son-in-law, we can't let him down. This old man will accept his gift of filial piety, but only this time. Oh, I forgot, there won't be a next time. By the way, I think Qin Qianshui is a good person. He's very loyal and capable. He's a good seedling worth nurturing. You should pay more attention in the future. You should pay more attention to him. Hearing this, Yang Yao finally felt relieved. He immediately nodded and said, I understand. If he goes to Rejuvenation Valley to do things, he will definitely be impartial. Unlike me, who always has a little selfish motives. Vice Hall Master Su nodded and waved his hand. That's all for the medicine boys. Quickly arrange for them to leave. They can be considered as some fresh blood in our pill expanding hall. Training them can also alleviate the shortage of manpower in our pill expanding hall. Yang Yao bowed and said, I'll go arrange it now. It can also be considered as putting an end to my errand. Then he put the jade box into his arms and turned to leave. At this moment, Vice Hall Master Su's gaze swept over the jade box. His eyes were still unwilling. He rolled his eyes and said loudly, Yang Yao, wait. Yang Yao's heart thumped. He immediately turned around and said, Is there anything else, Hall Master Su? Vice Hall Master Su said with a smile, You just said that this Ren Xiaoyao knows martial arts and is much stronger than ordinary Jianghu disciples? A bad premonition arose in Yang Yao's heart. He said, Yes, Hall Master Su. This Ren Xiaoyao has defeated many people in the Rejuvenation Valley's martial arts competition. Vice Hall Master Su laughed. He is indeed a good talent. Our pill expanding hall is lacking such a young talent. He knows how to plant herbs and also knows martial arts. He is really a rare talent. If we don't put him in an important position, we will be letting down Commander Nye's good intentions. Yang Yao frowned and said, Then Hall Master Su means. Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand and said, Let him go to Tianmu Peak. The pill division's Wu Zhouxiu and your grass division's Qin Fengshao are fighting in full swing. Letting Ren Xiaoyao go will also boost your grass division's morale. Yang Yao's expression changed greatly. He said, Hall Master Su, this is not appropriate. What? Vice Hall Master Su frowned and said, You don't agree with my arrangement? Even if the Hall Master is here, he won't question me, right? I'm giving him a way out in order to sharpen Ren Xiaoyao. If you think it is inappropriate, why don't you arrange it? Yang Yao was shocked and hurriedly shook his head. He said, I don't dare. Hall Master Su is thinking for Ren Xiaoyao and his future. However, I feel that this Ren Xiaoyao is still young. How can he be a match for those fierce men? It is better to let him get used to other places and wait a few years before entrusting him with important tasks. Hearing you say this, it seems that you still don't trust my arrangement. When Yang Yao heard this, he knew that Vice Hall Master Su was deliberately making things difficult for him. He could only nod and say, I indeed don't dare, but I will listen to Hall Master's instructions. However, that Qin Fengshao is also from Rejuvenation Valley, but... Vice Hall Master Su waved his hand and said, What Rejuvenation Valley? As long as he comes to our pill sprouting hall, he is a disciple of our pill sprouting hall. Qin Fengshao absolutely won't treat Ren Xiaoyao favorably just because he is from Rejuvenation Valley. Don't worry. Yang Yao had a helpless expression on his face. He said, I know. Right, it's good that you know. Vice Hall Master Su said with a fake smile, There is a severe shortage of people over there. Send someone to send Ren Xiaoyao over right now. What? You're sending him over right now? Yang Yao was shocked and begged, Let Ren Xiaoyao rest for the night and go over first thing tomorrow morning. Are you the Hall Master or am I? Vice Hall Master Su was extremely displeased. Yang Yao sighed inwardly. He bowed and said, I don't dare offend Hall Master Su. I will go and give the orders right now. However, how do you think we should distribute the other alchemy apprentices? Vice Hall Master Su's face was filled with displeasure again. Yang Yao, this isn't your first day doing this. Why do you only let me say one sentence after another? It's not like you've only done alchemy apprentices for a day or two. Isn't it the Hall Master who assigns them to you every time? Why are you asking me when the Hall Master isn't here? Seeing that Vice Hall Master Su was blaming him again, Yang Yao could only be a yes man and say, "All right, Hall Master Su. I understand. I will take care of it right away." After speaking, he bowed and left 100 Herb Hall. Vice Hall Master Su, who was behind him, coldly looked at his back. He picked up the short sword from the table and casually played with it. He snorted coldly. Yang Yao left 100 Herb Hall and called for a few disciples to lead Chong Chong and the others away. He personally led Zhang Xiaohua to a courtyard and said apologetically, "Ren Xiaoyao, I've already done my best to keep you here. However, I've assigned you to Tianmu Peak. A subordinate named Qin Fengxiao will be going there today. This person is an alchemy apprentice that Rejuvenation Valley selected a long time ago. However, you must be careful when you go there." Zhang Xiaohua was startled and said, "Since he's an old member of Rejuvenation Valley, why should I be careful? Please vote monthly and recommend. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading." Chapter 530. Yang Yao sighed, "Time is of the essence. Vice Hall Master Su begs you to set off immediately, so I can't go into details. Let me tell you something briefly. Although Qin Fengxiao is a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley, and although he is intelligent, diligent and superior in the cultivation of herbs, he was still young when he came to preach the incense cult. He was always envied and bullied by others. Valley Master Nya only imparted knowledge of herbs to them, so how could he care so much? Therefore, when he resented the other medicine boys from Rejuvenation Valley, he also resented Rejuvenation Valley. After he came to preach the incense cult, he was given the opportunity to practice martial arts, so he practiced hard. Perhaps he really is a piece of good material which allowed him to practice extraordinary martial arts and almost helped him to become an outer disciple. Of course, if not for his impatience, he might have become an outer disciple in a few years. However, there is only one chance to be promoted to an outer disciple. Although his martial arts are said to be better than the average outer disciple, he can only stay in the Pill Expanding Hall. It's also because of his success in martial arts that he became a little restless in the Pill Expanding Hall, especially when he often bullied the medicine boys of Rejuvenation Valley. The Hall Master wanted to punish him, but he was very diligent. It was just that he had a rough childhood and there were very few people with outstanding martial arts in the Pill Expanding Hall. He was a very good seedling, so he threw him on Tianmu Peak and let him develop freely. Heaven's Eye Peak belongs to our Pill Expanding Hall. It is different from the other peaks such as Third Reed's Peak, which is purely under the jurisdiction of our Grass Department. Oh, speaking of the Grass Department, I have to tell you that our Pill Expanding Hall has two departments. One is the Pill Department, which is in charge of refining elixirs, and the other is the Grass Department, which is responsible for the management of herbs. We are considered the Grass Department. You will know this basic knowledge in the future, so I won't say much. This Tianmu Peak can draw out earth fire from the ground, so most of it is used by the Pill Department. However, the soil there is good and there are many high-quality herbs growing there. It would be a waste to just use it for alchemy, so there are many medicinal fields. These medicinal fields are under Qin Fengxiao's management. Since the two divisions are used together, it is inevitable that there will be some conflicts. Wu Zhouxiu of the Pill Division and this Qin Fengxiao are both competitive people, so there will always be friction between the two divisions. Fortunately, they are all from the Pill Expanding Hall, so there is no danger to their lives. However, it is common for them to be injured. They can be considered the most restless among our Pill Expanding Hall's peaks. However, the Hall Master considered that the Pill Sprouting Hall was lacking in martial arts, and Tianmu Peak had set a good example. Perhaps there would be one or two capable figures in the future. What's more, the Pill Sprouting Hall had plenty of medicines and we were least afraid of injuries. Therefore he turned a blind eye and let them do whatever they wanted. Usually, very few disciples are willing to be stationed at Tianmu Peak, so there is always a shortage of manpower. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua came to a realization. Where there are people, there will be Jianghu. Where there are Jianghu, there will be fighting. As expected, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It seems that Deputy Hall Master Su also needs to sharpen me." Yang Yao said embarrassedly, "It was also a moment of carelessness that I forgot about Deputy Hall Master Su." I thought that I only needed to see the Hall Master when I returned, which made him unhappy. It's alright, nephew, go ahead. When the Hall Master returns, I will immediately ask him to transfer you to another place. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands. Many thanks for Steward Yang's care. Yang Yao waved his hand and said, when you return to the incense cult, don't mention this steward anymore. If you're close, call me uncle. If you don't want to, just call me by my name. My name is Yao. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, how can that be? I'll just call you Uncle Yang. Yang Yao said happily, that's easy. Nephew Ren, go ahead for the time being. I will help you with everything. You have to be worthy of Brother Nia. Zhang Xiaohua felt grateful in her heart. Being related and not being related were two different worlds. She didn't necessarily say this to the other alchemists. She quickly bowed and thanked him again. At this time, a young disciple came over with a horse and handed a waste token to Yang Yao. Yang Yao took it and looked at it carefully. He then handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Ren Xiaoyao, this is the waste token of our pill repository hall. It proves your identity. Although there are no outsiders in the incense cult, there are still some. If the patrolling disciples see you, they will have to present the waste token to verify your identity. If you lose it, it will be very troublesome. You will need to apply for it from the Hall Master. You must keep it properly. Zhang Xiaohua took it and didn't look at it carefully. She put it in her pocket and said, please Uncle Yang, you can rest assured that this little one will be careful. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua knew how to address others, Yang Yao knew when to advance and when to retreat. He didn't say anything else and said to the disciple, take this Ren Xiaoyao to Tianmu Peak. You must tell Chen Fengxiao not to go too far. The Hall Master will transfer Ren Xiaoyao to another place. The disciple was a little embarrassed and said, I will definitely pass on your words. You also know that Chen Fengxiao has always been disrespectful to our Hall Master. Even Vice Hall Master Su is not very respectful. Your words may not be effective, may even have some negative effects. Yang Yao thought for a moment and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He nodded to the disciple and said, you are right. It's better not to say anything. Right, you can go now. Come back quickly. Then without looking at Zhang Xiaohua, he turned and left the small courtyard. Seeing Yang Yao leave, the disciple turned his head and asked curiously, little brother, what kind of relative are you to senior brother Yang? Why does senior brother treat you like this? Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, it's nothing. I just have some friendship with the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley. So that's how it is. The disciple smiled and said, if that's the case, then you are unlucky. Senior brother Yang has some face in front of the Hall Master, but Vice Hall Master Su doesn't like it. Since the Hall Master isn't here today, you are the fish in the moat that has been implicated. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. No wonder Yang Yao's expression was so ugly. The disciple smiled and said, how are you going to get there? Why didn't senior brother Yang even give you a horse? Did he ask you to use your qinggong to get there? From his tone, he didn't believe that Zhang Xiaohua knew qinggong. Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, I have my own steed, so Yang. Senior brother Yang probably didn't prepare anything. The disciple didn't care about how Zhang Xiaohua addressed him. He slapped his forehead and said, it seems that your relationship with Valley Master Nia is not ordinary. Senior brother Yang actually let you bring your steed into the valley. When he led Zhang Xiaohua out of the courtyard and saw the odd beasts in front of the door, his gaze towards Zhang Xiaohua was even more different. Fortunately, this disciple wasn't an easy person to ask, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't have to make up a story. The disciple mounted his horse and led Zhang Xiaohua's odd beasts down White Mountain Peak. Heaven Eye Peak was very far from White Mountain Peak. The two only arrived when the sky was almost dark. When they reached the top of the mountain, it was already time to light the lanterns. At the same time, halfway up the mountain in an open space, countless lights were scattered across the night sky like brilliant stars. The disciple was also familiar with this place and quickly led Zhang Xiaohua to a gatehouse. The gatehouse was empty and there was no one on duty. There was only a jade-like object hanging in the corner. The disciple walked forward, picked up a stone stick from the ground and lightly tapped the jade board. A crisp, dang sound spread far and wide in the silent night sky. Not long after, two figures came in one after another. The first was a tall and thin disciple. He glanced at them and sneered, another newcomer to the grass division. Congratulations. He didn't say anything and turned around to leave. Zhang Xiaohua understood that this person was the Pill Division's disciple on duty. Sure enough, the somewhat fat and honest disciple came forward and saluted. "Senior brother, what brings you here?" The disciple didn't hold back and said, "Bai Huan, I haven't seen you for a few months. How come you've gained so much weight?" Bai Huan chuckled and didn't explain. The disciple who sent Zhang Xiaohua here explained the matter and said, "I'll leave this Ren Xiaoyao to you. I won't go in. Just tell Manager Chen." After saying that, he turned to leave. Bai Huan called out, "Senior brother, why don't you leave after eating? The food is just right." The disciple waved his hand, "Forget it, I'd better go back and eat. I don't have the fortune to enjoy the food on Heaven Eye Peak." Seeing that he couldn't keep him, Bai Huan cupped his hands and bid farewell. Zhang Xiaohua also thanked him repeatedly. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought, "This is the place to eat at Heaven Eye Peak? Why is it so noisy? It's not even as good as Huanqi Villa. Please vote for me, recommend me." Chapter 531. Sure enough, Bai Huan said with a smile, "Brother Ren, let's tie your mount here. After eating, I'll take you to see our head." Head. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why did it sound like a bandit's name? However, he was too lazy to fuss over it and said, "That's good." Bai Huan pushed the door open with Zhang Xiaohua and entered. This was a hall comparable to the dining hall of Huanxi Mountain Villa. There were dozens of round tables inside. At this time, many disciples were sitting around. None of them were eating properly, but many were eating and drinking. Even half of them were holding wine bowls in their hands, eating and drinking at the same time, filling the hall with the smell of wine. Smelling the wine, Zhang Xiaohua frowned even more. This was far from the fragrance cult in his impression. More than half of the tables in the hall were already occupied. However, everyone was sitting very clearly. There were fewer people on the right and more people on the left. From time to time they would shout something to the people on the right. Bai Huan led Zhang Xiaohua in. A sharp-eyed person on the left had already seen them and shouted, "Ah, look at the grass division. They really come from herbs. Another newcomer who looks like grass has come." There was nothing funny about this, but the people from the pill division on the left all roared with laughter. It seemed that they had not been so happy for a long time. The people from the grass division on the right also looked up and then lowered their heads to eat. Those who were drinking were still drinking and ignored them. Bai Huan was used to it. He took Zhang Xiaohua to an empty table and said with a smile, "Little brother, it's too messy over there. There's no seat for you. You can sit here first. I'll get you something to eat. How about it?" Although Zhang Xiaohua was ashamed of him asking for benefits, he was somewhat protective of her at this time. Regardless of whether it was because of the benefits tomorrow, she felt grateful and quickly said, "Actually, I don't need to eat. I'm not hungry." "How can that be? It's half a day's journey from Baiyue Peak to here. It would be strange if you're not hungry." "Wait a moment. Then thank you, senior brother Bai." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be too different from others. Not long after, Bai Huan came over with a wooden tray with a few dishes and a bowl of rice on it. She placed it in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Brother Ren, eat first. If it's not enough, let me know." After that, he returned to his table and began to eat and drink. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the food on the table and smelled the wine in the hall. How could she eat? Thus he picked up his chopsticks and put a few pieces of vegetables into his mouth. While they were eating, they saw a few people drinking at a table in the grass division, pointing at Zhang Xiaohua. Then a tall and muscular man with a slightly tipsy face slowly stood up and said something to them. Then he walked towards Zhang Xiaohua. When Bai Huan saw the muscular man get up and walk towards Zhang Xiaohua, she hurriedly wanted to stop him. However, when she saw the gazes of the drinking people, she could only sit down slowly and eat with her head lowered as if nothing had happened. The hall was in a mess, and Zhang Xiaohua had already retracted her divine sense, so she didn't notice the arrival of the burly man. It wasn't until the burly man sat down on the stool next to Zhang Xiaohua that Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked at the drunk man. The man just sat there and stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. This person doesn't look familiar? Then her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that you've seen Second Brother? Do I look similar to Second Brother? Thus she cupped her hands and said, "Senior brother, do you know me? Or have you seen someone who looks similar to me?" The man smiled and said, "Who knows who you are? You only have one nose, one mouth, two eyes and two ears. There are many people who look similar to you. Zhang Xiaohua looked pensive and said faintly, then what advice does senior brother have for me? The man pointed his thumb at his nose and said, call me Brother Ma. I'm the right-hand man of our first master. As long as you get my Brother Ma's care, you can do whatever you want on Tianmu Peak. Brother Ma. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, a strange smile appeared on her face. She unconsciously thought of Ma Jing of Huanxi Manor. Yes, Brother Ma. Zhang Xiaohua said, may I ask what Brother Ma wants? Brother Ma squinted and said, kid, you just arrived today, right? Yes, Bai Yefeng just arrived. Look at you, kid. Where did you come from? Rejuvenation Valley? How many years have I been in the Pill Tower Hall? Why haven't I seen you? Yes, Brother Ma is right. It's Rejuvenation Valley. I just arrived a few years ago. Brother Ma seemed to have drunk too much and didn't care about the just arrived at the end. He smiled and said, since it's Rejuvenation Valley, it's easy. In the past few years, the people sent to our Tianmu Peak were basically all from Rejuvenation Valley. Hehe, did you make a mistake somewhere else? You couldn't stay any longer and came here? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Brother Ma didn't care how she answered and just said, however, no matter how you were in other places before, when you come here, you have to listen to the first master. Yes, that means you have to listen to my Brother Ma. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua still said faintly, that's what I should do. Good. Brother Ma raised his thumb and said, straightforward. Then he reached out and picked up a dish in front of Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, then I want to see if you're obedient. After that he spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the dish. Then he picked up Zhang Xiaohua's chopsticks and stirred the dish. Then he did the same to the rest of the dishes. Then he rubbed the chopsticks under his feet and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said with a sinister smile, if you're obedient, eat this dish. Yes, eat it with this pair of chopsticks. Zhang Xiaohua's brows were already knitted into a knot. She looked up at Bai Huan, who was a distance away. Bai Huan was looking over. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at her, she immediately lowered her head and pretended to eat. The other disciples of the grass division were also looking at all this with excitement and anticipation. Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. She had just come to Pingyang City from the Guozhuang house. Even if she was a young lad who had never seen the world, being bullied by people like Ma Jing was just a trick to deceive her. She had never heard of people using force to humiliate her. Could it be that the more powerful one's force was, the more the good and evil in one's heart would expand? Could it be that Ma Jing would also force her like this when he had such force? Looking up at Brother Ma's bloodshot eyes, Zhang Xiaohua said, thank you for your concern, Brother Ma. I'm already full. Haha. Brother Ma laughed as if he had seen something very funny. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and asked a few people who were drinking in the distance, did you hear that? He said he's full. He's already full. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled. It was a faint smile as if she had also seen something funny. Brother Ma stopped laughing and said, little brother, don't be ungrateful. You still have a long time to stay on Tianmu Peak. If you refuse a toast now, do you want to be forced to drink a forfeit? Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and then at the rest of the people from the grass division. Bai Huan kept winking at him as if urging him to quickly finish his food. The rest of the people from the pill division also seemed to have noticed the situation here. They all stopped eating and looked over as if they were watching a big show. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Brother Ma and said, Brother Ma, you worry too much. I'm still young and can't drink. I can't even drink a toast or a forfeit. This time not only the people from the grass division but also the people from the pill division laughed. Brother Ma even laughed until tears flowed out of his eyes. Brother Ma pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, little brother, you're really humorous. After laughing, Brother Ma looked at everyone proudly and said loudly, since little brother is young, then as his elder brother, I naturally have to help him. Let me feed this fellow. After saying that, he picked up the plate and was about to smash it on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Good, the entire hall was in an uproar as if this was the beginning of the climax. Unfortunately, although the cheers were loud, there were no screams like they usually heard. After a while, everyone regained their senses. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. They saw that Brother Ma's hand was on the table, grabbing the plate, but his face was flushed red. When they looked carefully, Zhang Xiao's hand was pressing on his wrist. No matter how hard Brother Ma tried, that arm and that hand did not move at all. Hearing that, everyone quietened down. Zhang Xiaohua said slowly, it seems that Brother Ma likes to eat very much. Then I'll learn from Brother Ma and treat Brother Ma to some dishes. After saying that, she reached out her other hand, picked up the plate and slowly brought it to Brother Ma's mouth. Brother Ma looked at the vegetables that he had mixed with thick phlegm and panicked. His other hand also reached out, wanting to knock the plate down. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and grabbed Brother Ma's wrist. She grabbed his other hand with lightning speed and said with a smile, "Hoeing crops at noon, sweat dripping into the soil. You're not a good child who wastes food." Brother Ma used all the strength in his body to pull his hands out of Zhang Xiaohua's grasp. However, that hand seemed to be cast by iron and could not move at all. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke and laughed, the plate in her hand was already in front of Brother Ma. She smiled and said, "Brother Ma, please open your mouth." Brother Ma looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a pleading tone, "This brother, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I've offended you. This dish is really—" Zhang Xiaohua looked at him coldly and said, "I seem to have said these words just now. You didn't give me any face at all. I don't care about anything else. I just want to ask you, are you going to eat or not?" Brother Ma turned back to look at the few people who were eager to give it a try and the few who were sneaking out. He snorted and said, "Little brother, if you want to continue living on Tianmu Peak, you should know the principle of being lenient wherever possible." When the first master, before he could finish his words, he heard Zhang Xiaohua laugh and say, "You were so reasonable just now. Now you're actually fearless. You're really amazing." As they were talking, Zhang Xiaohua did not do anything. Instead, a paw sound was heard. The dish that Zhang Xiaohua was holding was slapped on Brother Ma's face. The vegetable soup and vegetables splattered all over Brother Ma's face and flowed down his face. Not only was there soup, there was also a patch of blood. It was the nosebleed caused by Zhang Xiaohua's slap. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 532. Brother Ma's hands were pinched by Zhang Xiaohua and he couldn't move. Zhang Xiaohua slapped the dish so cleanly that he only had time to close his eyes. He felt his face heat up and then his nose hurt. Tears flowed down his face. He immediately cowered and said, "Spare me, spare me, spare me." When the people who were drinking nearby saw this, they immediately left their seats and ran towards Zhang Xiaohua. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't look in their direction. She only said indifferently, "If it were me, I would sit there obediently and watch the show. I wouldn't take half a step forward and end up like this so-called Brother Ma." Those people were stunned and immediately stopped. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. In fact, it was natural. They were just stubborn people from the grass division. They didn't have any real skills. They could bully the newcomers, but other things were not worth mentioning. Moreover, their punches and kicks were similar to Brother Ma's. Seeing that Brother Ma couldn't move in the hands of others, even if they went forward, what could they gain? Someone had already gone to inform the boss. It was better for them to watch the show. At this time, the place was silent. The people of the pill department were watching the show from the side. Brother Ma had heard Zhang Xiaohua's words clearly. When the footsteps stopped, he naturally knew that his brothers did not dare to go forward. He could not help but scold, "Old fan Little Chin, you bunch of pussies. Do you think you're afraid of this kid if you attack together? Ouch, spare me. Be gentle, be gentle." Zhang Xiaohua used more strength and said, "You should take care of yourself. Are you going to eat or not?" I'll eat, I'll eat. Sir, please let go of your hand first. I'll eat now." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and let go of her hand. Brother Ma's hands were free. He immediately used his clothes to wipe the soup and blood off his face. He smiled apologetically and said, "Sir, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. You have also vented your anger. This dish," Zhang Xiaohua said faintly, "young master, is the fairest. If you let me eat, I will let you eat. I won't give you more. Just eat. Don't be long-winded." Looking at the dishes on the table next to Zhang Xiaohua, Brother Ma's only thought was, "Why did I spit so much? I know it's wrong to spit everywhere, but I still did it knowingly." Sigh, but fortunately it was his own spit. If it was someone else's spit, it would be really hard to swallow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Brother Ma frowned as he ate. He even glanced at the door, hoping that the door would be pushed open in time and the savior that he had been thinking about day and night would suddenly appear. Unfortunately, even after he forced himself to finish the food and burped, the door was still closed and there was no movement. Good, good, good. Wonderful. Very wonderful. The people from the pill division were boiling. They had never seen a newcomer from the grass division be so fierce. She actually forced someone to finish the food mixed with thick phlegm. Everyone from the grass division drooped their heads. The few people who had been drinking with Brother Ma also had some regret in their eyes. If they hadn't been frightened by this young man just now, it would have been better than being ridiculed at this moment. Brother Ma put down the plate pitifully and said, "Young master, I have finished eating." Zhang Xiaohua said coldly, "Then go back to where you came from." Brother Ma turned his head and burped. His eyes flashed with a fierce light as he walked back. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Bai Huan, who was now as her name suggested. Just as she was about to speak, the door that had been closed for a long time was finally pushed open. Brother Ma was delighted. He was about to speak, but when he saw the person who came in, he closed his mouth. Even the people from the grass division immediately lowered their heads. The person who came in was a tall and fat man. He was even stronger than Brother Ma. When the people from the pill division saw him, they all laughed and said, "Hello, Brother Ching." Brother Ching came late and didn't get to see the wonderful scene. "Hey, what's that in Brother Cheng's hand?" The valiant Brother Ching carried a huge bag in his hand. He strode into the hall and said loudly, "Did we have a new brother? Why didn't I know? Who is it? Hurry up and come out." Everyone from the pill department was taken aback. Strange expressions appeared on their faces as they looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua also shook her head. She touched her nose and looked at the sky outside. "Why didn't I ask Manager Yang, Uncle Yang, to read my fortune when I went out? Why is there so much trouble once I reach Tianmu Peak?" Zhang Xiaohua stood up. She still had a calm expression. She walked in front of Brother Ching and pointed at the bag. "This is Brother Ching, right? This bag is mine." "Yours." Brother Ching looked at where Zhang Xiaohua came from and couldn't help but frown. "You're new to the grass division?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded slowly and said, "It seems so." "Damn it, why is it the grass division? That bunch of good-for-nothings got lucky." Brother Ching cursed in his heart. Then he weighed the heavy bag in his hand. He wanted to throw it on the table next to him, but he couldn't bear to. Then he rolled his eyes and smiled. "Little brother, you're new here. You probably don't know the rules here." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "At first I didn't know. But under Brother Ma's education I learned a little." Brother Ching looked at Brother Ma, whose back was facing him. He smiled and said, "That's good, that's good. Since you've been educated, you're a good brother. Then I'll be easier to talk to." The people from the grass division were a little regretful, but also a little excited. They looked at Brother Ching strangely. The people from the pill division, on the other hand, were excited and surprised. Brother Ching said arrogantly, "I presume little brother came from another mountain and naturally knows the situation of our pill tower hall on Tianmu Peak. I'm not afraid of the brothers from the grass division scolding me. Your grass division has always lowered your heads on Tianmu Peak. If it wasn't for your head leader Qin, your grass division would have been suppressed by our pill division. Little brother, now there's an excellent opportunity in front of you. Don't miss it. And if you give me the things in this bag that I like, I'll protect you in the future. You can do whatever you want on Tianmu Peak. Don't you think this rule is special?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Brother Ma said this to me just now." Brother Ching snorted and said, "I can spit a hole in Tianmu Peak. That brat Ma Su can only be eaten by others. How can he compare to me?" The people from the pill division laughed. Yes, he was eaten by others just now. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose as if thinking about something. Brother Ching urged, "Little brother, this is a benefit for newcomers. Don't say that I'm blackmailing you. If you miss this chance, you won't get it again. If you get bullied tomorrow, don't say that I didn't give you this chance." Zhang Xiaohua made up her mind and said with a smile, "Since Master Ching values it so much, then please pick it yourself. As long as Master Ching likes it, how can this little one not dare to agree?" Brother Ching was overjoyed and said, "You're indeed a smart child. Sai, why did you go to the grass division? If you were in the pill division, Master Ching would dote on you every day." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. The people from the pill division were puzzled. This was a far cry from the ferocious person just now. Could it be that she was frightened by Brother Cheng's might? Or was she frightened by the name of the pill division on Tianmu Peak? Several people were already whispering to each other. Brother Cheng saw that Zhang Xiaohua had agreed and didn't dare to delay. He immediately threw the bundle on the empty table next to him. A clang sound was heard, indicating that there were many loving things inside. Sure enough, when Brother Qing opened the bundle, his eyes were already dazzled. That bundle was packed by Nie Qinyu for Zhang Xiaohua. She was afraid that she couldn't express her feelings and only wanted to give all the good things in Rejuvenation Valley to Zhang Xiaohua. Not to mention the bottles of elixirs, the clothes were also personally sewn by Nie Qinyu. Nie Qinyu knew what Zhang Xiaohua liked, so she gave a lot of gold leaves and banknotes. In the pill division hall of the incense cult, all kinds of elixirs and clothes were naturally common. Although banknotes couldn't be exchanged, they were still very rare things. The most precious thing was the gold leaves. Think about it, these ruffians on Tianmu Peak didn't have a chance to go out. They didn't even have a few copper coins on them. Now that they saw the gold leaves that they couldn't even dream of, they almost stretched out a hand from their throat. Brother Qing looked at the shining gold leaves in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and asked, This little brother is this yours? It doesn't belong to our hall leader, right? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, That's right, this is mine. Master Qing, if you like anything, please take it. Really, this is what you said? When it was right in front of his eyes, Brother Qing didn't dare to reach out his hand. Think about it. Usually, extortion was just small stuff. How could there be such a big deal? He hesitated and hesitated. He didn't dare to believe it. Then I'll take it. Brother Qing probed, If Headmaster Chen comes, you have to say that you're willing to take it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, the few people who had been whispering nearby ran over and recounted what had happened. Brother Cheng's eyes flickered a few times, but he was still captivated by the golden leaf. He glanced at Ma Su and harumphed coldly. Then he walked up to the bundle, reached in and took out a handful of the golden leaf. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Brother Qing, wait a moment. Brother Qing was stunned and said, You're going back on your words? No, how can I go back on my words? I just want to ask, how much did you take? How much? Brother Qing was confused and said casually, It's only 50 taels. Brother Cheng's hands are really big. 50 taels in one go. The more I take, the more stable your life will be in the future. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, that's right, that's right. Then he looked up to the sky and said, The heavens have opened their eyes. This young master hasn't been robbed in a long time. It's really not easy to earn some gold. Everyone was shocked. Has this guy been bullied to the point of going crazy? Why would he say that? While they were surprised, they saw Zhang Xiaohua stand up. All the joints in his body made cracking sounds. Then Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and there was a loud slap. That hand actually slapped Brother Cheng's face. Vote for me. Chapter 533. Unlike Ma Su, Brother Qing was an expert in martial arts. Naturally, he was aware of Zhang Xiaohua's movements. Moreover, the people from the Dan department had already told him that Zhang Xiaohua had some strength. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand, he immediately reacted and raised his hand to block it. Who knew that Zhang Xiaohua did not even care about his movements? Her palm continued to move forward. Brother Qing was overjoyed. Zhang Xiaohua was tall and thin. How could she be stronger than him? Unfortunately, when his arm touched Zhang Xiaohua's hand, a huge force immediately pushed his arm to the side. Before he could do anything else, that hand had already reached his mouth. Ouch! Brother Qing was shocked. If this force hit him, wouldn't half of his face fly off? Just as he was panicking, Zhang Xiaohua's palm landed on his mouth. Brother Qing also heard a crisp sound. He did not feel any pain on his mouth. Involuntarily, he covered his mouth with his free hand. At this moment, his mouth was numb. When he felt something in his mouth, he opened it and spat it out. Ding! Dang! A few dull sounds were heard. Several yellow and white teeth fell to the ground. Then a stream of blood flowed out from Brother Cheng's hand that was covering his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua snorted and took the gold leaf back from Brother Cheng's hand. He weighed it in his hand and said, Brother Qing, you have good craftsmanship. This is called practice makes perfect. It should be around 50 gold taels. You heard the others say that I'm the fairest. If you let me eat it, I'll let you eat it. I won't let you eat more than half a tael. Since you took my gold, I'll let you pay me back. I won't let you pay me back even if you give me half a tael more. You said it yourself that you took 50 gold taels, then you have to pay me back 50 gold taels, not 1 tael less. Brother Qing covered his mouth. At this moment, the numbness had already passed. Gradually it began to hurt. Moreover, didn't he lose several teeth? Blood continued to flow down and the front of his shirt was a little red. Brother Qing pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a leaking mouth, You dare to trick me? Do you want to die? Then he looked at the timid and noisy members of the Dan department and shouted, Brothers, the young grass of the grass department is bullying us. When the members of the Dan department heard this, some of them stood up and wanted to walk over. Brother Qing wanted to say something. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and glanced at the door. She did not see him do anything. Her right leg flew up and kicked Brother Cheng's chest. Brother Cheng's fierce figure flew straight to the door not far away like a paper kite after Zhang Xiaohua's kick. Following the kick, Zhang Xiaohua said indifferently, This guy is really noisy. His teeth are gone, yet he's still so bored. Who doesn't want their teeth to stay in their mouth? As she spoke, her face was directed at the members of the Dan department. When the members of the Dan department saw the human-shaped kite fly up, those who were running stopped. Those who wanted to walk did not dare to. Those who had just stood up immediately sat back down. Brother Qing was not like Ma Su who only bullied newcomers. His martial arts skills were well known in Tianmu Peak. At least in this dining hall no one could match up to him. This was also the reason why Brother Qing was so arrogant the moment he entered the hall. At this moment the members of the grass department who were worried that the members of the Dan department would beat up Zhang Xiaohua and settle the score with them had their eyes lit up. Although this newcomer had no respect for his elders and forced Brother Ma to eat his phlegm, he was still a brother of the grass department. Instantly they looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back view with a sense of familiarity. Brother Qing, who was flying towards the door, was about to hit the wooden door of the hall. The door that had been closed all this time opened with a swoosh. A tall figure walked in. Just as he was about to hit Brother Qing, the figure raised his hand and patted Brother Cheng's waist. The force of Zhang Xiaohua's kick dissipated, and Brother Qing landed on the ground. When Brother Qing landed, his face was already red. He let out a long breath and his expression eased. He turned around and looked at the man with a dark face and a beard. His expression was a little awkward. He cupped his hands and said, Leader Qin, thank you. It was the leader of Tianmu Peak's grass department, Qin Fengshao. Qin Fengshao looked at Brother Cheng's deflated appearance. His face was already swollen and his mouth was also swollen like a pig's mouth. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He frowned and said, Qingshi, what happened to you? Seeing Qin Feng ask with a smile, Qingshi rolled his eyes and said, Head Leader Qin, you came at the right time. Your grass clan has a person who doesn't follow the rules. I saw him bullying an old man, so I only said a few words and wanted to teach him how to behave. And especially the principles of being a grass clan member of Tianmu Peak, and he was beaten up like this. If Head Leader Qin doesn't help me, then I will have to ask my Wu Daong to stand up for me. As he said that, he gave a look to the members of the Dan department. That person understood and walked out. Qin Fengshao knew that person was going to inform Wuzhou ruins. However, that person was a member of the Dan department and he might not be able to stop him. He could only pretend that he did not see anything. However, when he saw Qingshi's appearance, he was both happy and surprised. To be honest, the grass department was at a disadvantage on Tianmu Peak. There were very few people in the grass department who could defeat Qingshi. However, this new grass department disciple could easily injure Qingshi. Naturally, he was a capable helper that he had been looking forward to for a long time. If he used him well in the future, he would definitely gain the upper hand in the future battles with the Dan department and he would no longer have to look at Wu Daong's face. What surprised him was that he had never heard of such an expert in the Tuo Dan Hall. Moreover, he was suddenly sent to Tianmu Peak. This person's motive was very intriguing. Was he trying to replace him or was he trying to control him by the hall leader? It was easy to guess. It had to be said that if this was really the case, his authority on Tianmu Peak would be greatly reduced by this person. He had to be careful. The grass department disciple who went to report to Qin Fengshao only ran out when he saw Ma Su being humiliated. He did not know what happened after that. When Qin Fengshao heard the report, he only thought that Ma Su was bullying a newcomer and had encountered a thorn in his side. Anyway, Ma Su was used to being a scoundrel and always bullied the weak and feared the strong. Qin Fengshao had always wanted to give him a warning, but he was his brother after all and had not done anything wrong. It was not good for him to say too much. If there was a newcomer who could teach him a lesson, it would also be a good thing. Therefore he deliberately came later. Seeing that he was checkmated by Qing Shi the moment he entered the door and had thought so much in a flash, Qin Fengxiao could be considered as the leader of a peak. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing not far away with an indecipherable smile on her face, Qin Fengxiao was about to speak when Ma Su, who had just been bullied by Zhang Xiaohua, saw Qin Fengxiao walk in. It was as if he had seen the sun. He quickly stood up from the table and ran to Qin Fengxiao's side. With a plop, he threw himself on the ground and hugged Qin Fengxiao's thigh. Immediately he started crying and complaining about his tragic life. Seeing that Ma Su did not know the gravity of the situation and did not know what was going on, Qin Fengxiao was furious. If you were beaten up, then so be it. If you did not beat up Qing Shi, then this was an internal matter of the grass department. You can do whatever you want. But now this cute and hateful little brother had even beaten up Qing Shi from the pill department. His injuries were obviously more serious than yours. This showed that this brother still had a good sense of the big picture and could clearly differentiate between internal and external matters. The current situation had escalated to a conflict between the pill department and the grass department. Then Brother Ma, we have to deal with external matters before internal ones. Can't you spare a thought for the grass department? Spare a thought for my face? You're making things difficult for me by doing this. Thus Qin Fengxiao lowered his head and said, Ma Su, let go. Since I'm here, I naturally have to help you. Wait at the side and let me give the pill department an explanation first, okay? But big brother, I was beaten up first. Ma Su still did not give up. Qin Fengxiao held back his laughter and raised his leg again and again. He gave a look to the clever people beside him. A few sensible people came forward and coaxed that fellow. Brother Ma, you haven't finished your food. Eat first. Ma Su struggled and said, my stomach has already been stuffed full. How can I still eat? Before he could finish, he was dragged to the side. Qin Fengxiao stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a while without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything either. She just stood there with her hands behind her back and her eyes looking to the side. She did not have the slightest intention of flattering him. Thus Qin Fengxiao put on a smile and walked forward. Little brother, I am the steward of the grass department on Tianmu Peak. My name is Qin Fengxiao. How should I address you? Where did you work previously? What happened just now? Little brother, please tell us clearly. The brothers of the grass department have always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua retracted her gaze from the corner of the wall and cupped her hands. I am Ren Xiaoyao. This is my first time at Tianmu Peak. As for the details and what happened as the person involved, I don't want to say anything. I don't want the people of the pill department to say that the people of the grass department only listen to one side. The words people of the grass department warmed Qin Fengxiao's heart. He immediately understood that she was expressing her stand. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and waved her hand saying, Senior Bai, come over and tell Headmaster Qin. Bai Huan was a little panicked. Qin Fengxiao looked at her and said, Bai Huan, come over and tell me. Hearing this, Bai Huan stood up and walked over to Qin Fengxiao's ear. She told him about Zhang Xiaohua's background and what happened just now in full detail. Hearing this, Qin Fengxiao's eyes immediately flashed with surprise. As he listened, his eyes unconsciously lit up. When Bai Huan finished, his gaze inadvertently swept across the gold leaves on the table. His eyes also flashed with greed. Chapter 534. However, Qin Fengxiao immediately retracted his gaze from the dazzling golden leaf because he felt the sarcasm in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Yes, it's sarcasm. This guy actually set a trap for himself. Do you think I'm an idiot like Qing Shi reaching out for the golden leaf? Do you think I'm a pussy like Ma Su who only knows how to spit at newcomers? If I want it, I'll make you offer it to me with both hands. Yes, you'll have to kneel on the ground and offer it to me with both hands. Otherwise, I won't even bother to accept it. Qin Fengxiao swallowed his saliva and looked up at Zhang Xiaohua, who was looking at me with extreme sarcasm. He gave him a thumbs up and said, Brother Ren, well done. As an elder brother, I have nothing to say. Well done. Then he looked at Ma Su and Qing Shi and said, a true hero should clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred, repay kindness with kindness and resentment with resentment. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. If people don't respect me, why should I respect them? Ma Su is a disciple of our grass division. We'll talk about you two later. However, this Qing Shi is a disciple of the pill division. We can't not give face to this good friend and brother of ours. Don't you think so? Brother Rin, I know this is your first time coming to Tianmu Peak and also your first time seeing our brothers from the Grass Division. Perhaps it's also your first time seeing our brothers from the Pill Expanding Hall. The Pill Division is also a part of our Pill Expanding Hall. Your slap just now can be considered as venting your anger. I know little brother is a hero and every word you spit out is a pit and every word you say is, but 50 taels of gold. I'm not boasting, but there's really no one on Tianmu Peak who can afford it. Little brother, even if you chop off all of Qingshi's flesh and sell it, it may not be worth so much gold. Why don't you take into account that this is your first time coming to Tianmu Peak and entering the Pill Expanding Hall, and give me some face and let Qingshi off this time? How about this? Zhang Xiaohua grinned when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he heard an explosion outside and someone shouted, "He Qin, what are you talking about? Is there anything that my pill department can't take out? Even if Qingshi can't take it out, can't I take it out?" Wu Daolong. Qin Feng smiled bitterly and called out, "You came at the right time, Wu Daolong." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What a nice name. He then smiled bitterly and shrugged his shoulders at Qin Feng Xiao, expressing his helplessness. But in his heart he was bursting with joy. It wasn't easy for him to find a chance to extort someone, and yet he had to give up just because of some headmaster Qin? He was truly indignant. This Wu Daolong was truly a cute character. But when Wu Daolong entered the hall, Zhang Xiaohua almost couldn't restrain her laughter. When she heard this guy's shout, she thought he was a burly man who was even stronger than Qin Feng Xiao. But when he entered the hall, it was a short man who was no more than 5 feet tall. Wu Daolong walked up to Qin Feng Xiao and sneered, "Didn't you hear what Headmaster Qin said just now? What is it that my pill department can't take out? Wasn't it just 50 gold leaves? I can take it out." Qin Feng Xiao looked at the arrogant Wu Daolong and his eyes shrunk. He cupped his hands and said, "Since Daolong can take it out, I'll pretend I didn't say anything." Then he said politely to Zhang Xiaohua, "Little brother, boss's face has been smashed to the ground. But brother, you don't have to be afraid. Since you've come to Tianmu Peak, you're my brother. If I don't protect you, who will?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Headmaster Qin. But you don't need me to eat anything, right?" Qin Feng Xiao laughed loudly, "Little brother, you're really humorous. Come. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize our internal situation. Since Pill Department's Wu Daolong is here, we can talk about the Grass Department and Pill Department later. Come, propose a toast to Brother Masu. The grudges between us can be written off. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. We're all brothers of the Grass Department. Little brother also made a mistake just now. I really have to apologize to Brother Ma." Qin Feng Xiao was overjoyed. This was a person who went with the flow, a person with discerning eyes. Just as he was about to say something, Ma Su refused. He looked at Qin Feng Xiao and said with a smile, "Headmaster Qin, my nose." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of Ma Su and raised a cup of wine with a smile. He put one hand in front of Ma Su's mouth and said, "Brother Ma, do you want to drink this wine yourself, or do you want little brother to feed you? Or should I say, do you want to drink a toast, or do you want to drink a forfeit?" This was what Ma Su said to Zhang Xiaohua at the beginning. Now Zhang Xiaohua returned the same words. Ma Su wanted to refuse at first, but when he saw Qin Feng Xiao, he was unwilling. Zhang Xiaohua snorted. Ma Su's legs almost went soft. He immediately caught the cup with both hands and said with a trembling voice, I'll drink. We're all brothers, how can I blame you?" After saying that, he raised his head and drank it. Then he coughed and choked. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Brother Ma is really an impatient person. Just now, you were in a hurry to educate little brother, and now you're in a hurry to drink. Haste makes waste." Under the gaze of the people from the Grass Division, Qin Feng Xiao perfectly mediated the grudge between Zhang Xiaohua and Ma Su, completing the goal of pacifying the internal affairs. At this time he looked at Wu Daolong, who was listening to the people from the Pill Division in detail. As Wu Daolong listened, he cast his greedy eyes on the shiny golden leaves in the big bundle. When his disciple finished, Wu Daolong threw his head back and laughed. He pointed at Qingshi and said, "You idiot, if you want to take it, why don't you take the whole bundle? If you only take 50 taels of gold, who can share it?" Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked to the bag and slowly closed it. She put away the golden leaf and was about to pick it up when Wu Daolong shouted, "Wait." Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop and asked, "Is this your bag?" Wu Daolong was stunned. "No." Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, "Since it's not yours, I'll pack my own bag. What does it have to do with other people? If there's anything you want to say, just say it." After saying that, she ignored him and threw the bag in her hand on the table next to Qin Fengxiao. Wu Daolong's eyes followed the curve of the bag and he was very depressed. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "No matter who is right and who is wrong, little brother has hurt my brothers. If I don't take revenge for my brothers, how can I be the big brother of others in the future?" Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Qin Fengxiao and said, "Well, that's great. However, before you take revenge, shouldn't you let me take revenge too? I still haven't found my 50 taels of gold." Then she changed the topic. "Unfortunately, I've already promised Headmaster Qin that I won't pursue the matter of the 50 taels of gold. If you do this, won't you make it difficult for me?" Hearing this, Qin Fengxiao thought, "Well, this guy is going to drag me into the water. It's really not easy to be the boss." Then he stepped out and said, "Wu Dong, my brother is right. If you want to take revenge for Qing Shi, you'd better take out the 50 taels of gold that my brother asked for." Wu Daolong was furious. He said, "My brother only touched the 50 taels of gold with his hand. He didn't even warm the gold before you took it back. Moreover, his teeth were knocked out and he was kicked out of the door. We haven't asked for any compensation yet, but you're the one who complained first, asking us for the 50 taels of gold. This is such a robber's logic. Can you still be reasonable?" Hearing Wu Daolong's reasoning, Qin Fengxiao was already laughing in his heart, but he didn't dare to laugh out loud. Qin Fengxiao said with a smile, "Qing Shi offended my little brother first, so he should do things according to my little brother's rules. When they understand, we'll move on to the next step. What do you think, Wu Daolong?" Wu Daolong raised his head and said, "Well, what can we do if we do as you say? If we don't do this, your grass division will say that our pill division is greedy. This has always been your trick." Zhang Xiaohua was happy to hear this. She stretched out her hand and said, "Then please give me the gold first." Wu Daolong waved his hand and said, "This little brother doesn't seem to be a disciple of our pill division. Is this your first time in our fragrant cult?" "Think so. These few days seem to be the biennial day to enter the mountain. Little brother, you must be from the outside." Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to answer, he continued, "What's the use of gold in the fragrant cult? Who would want to take gold that was worthless and useless? Who would have gold in their purse?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Since you don't have the gold, how are you going to compensate me?" Wu Daolong said disdainfully, "This gold is what our pill division owes you. Remember, only if you let us owe you the gold, then we can compensate you. Only then can we move on to the next step of the discussion. Isn't this just trying to get something without risking anything?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. But what was he afraid of? He raised his hand and said, "I understand. I'll remember this debt. Next, I'll let Headmaster Qin talk to Wu Daolong. I think both of you are familiar with this." Qin Feng smiled. This was truly a wonderful person. He was also a smart person. Dealing with this kind of person was too worry-free. Therefore he asked, "Brother Wu, you see, this little brother of mine has already handed this matter to me. Can I represent this little brother of mine?" Why would Wu Daolong care about who represented him? As long as there was a pile of gold leaves, even if he represented the grass division, what could he do? Sure enough, the two of them came to a conclusion after a short discussion. Qin Feng smiled and walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side. He said with a smile, "Little brother, I made the decision for you just now. Actually, the key is to take down the arrogance of the pill division. Don't blame me." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. Headmaster Qin, please say what you want to say." Qin Feng smiled and said, "There's nothing much to say. It's just that the pill division wants to regain their face. Just like before, they made a bet with our grass division. There are 10 matches and the prize for each match is 50 taels of gold." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "But Wu Daolong seems to have said that they don't have any gold?" Qin Feng smiled mysteriously and said, "Although they don't have any gold, they have something that is equivalent to gold. Recommend me." Chapter 535. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Something of the same value as gold?" Then she immediately understood and pretended to be in disbelief. She said softly, "Headmaster Qin, are you talking about?" Zhang Xiaohua mouthed the word pill. Qin Feng laughed and said, "Little brother, you're really smart. No wonder you were chosen by Rejuvenation Valley to join the fragrance cult. You understood it immediately." Nonsense, Zhang Xiaohua had done this many times. Wasn't it the same in Rejuvenation Valley? However, at that time he was the only one who had heard the alchemy and no one else knew about it. Moreover, Rejuvenation Valley had also agreed to it, so there was nothing wrong with taking it. However, in the pill-expanding hall of the incense cult, there were hundreds of people refining pills together. Even the walls had ears. Whatever you did, it could be seen by others. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was slightly puzzled, Qin Fengshao said in a low voice, "The medicinal pills refined by our pill expansion hall are all for the use of outer court disciples. The medicinal pills of inner court disciples are refined by the inner court disciples themselves. It has nothing to do with us. The outer disciples' pills are of average quality, so the inner disciples don't pay much attention to them. Moreover, who doesn't want to make some extra money in this era? Others say 100,000 snowflake silver for 3 years. Our pill expansion hall doesn't understand the principle of the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first, right? Moreover, there haven't been any fights for hundreds of years. The consumption of pills is small, but we have refined a lot. Who in the sect knows the exact number? Alas, it's a pity that our brothers in the grass division only know how to grow herbs and don't know how to refine pills. We can only give them the herbs. Which one of these bastards doesn't have a lot of private work in their pockets?" Zhang Xiaohua instantly understood. Everyone was stuffing things into their pockets. Then no one would criticize anyone. It was fine as long as the hall master and the rest felt that the quantity was appropriate. Moreover, according to Yang Yao's words, this Tianmu peak was difficult to manage. If you didn't ask them to make trouble, who would really come to see how many pills they refined? However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about the pills of Rejuvenation Valley. Although the pills of the fragrance cult were better than those of Rejuvenation Valley, which one of the disciples of Tianmu Peak had good internal strength. How could they refine a pill that Zhang Xiaohua would like? Even if the aroma cult had the pills that Zhang Xiaohua needed, it would have been refined by the inner sanctum and would never appear in the Tianmu Peak. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely not agree to this condition. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said with a smile, "Boss Chen, to be honest, I'm not too interested in what you're talking about." Qin Fengshao was taken aback by Huang Xiaolong's words, but he immediately understood what Huang Xiaolong meant. He patted Huang Xiaolong's shoulder and said, "I saw some pills in your bag just now. They must be from the Rejuvenation Valley. But you have to believe me, the pills refined by the disciples of the pill department of our pill expansion hall may not be inferior to the pills refined by the Rejuvenation Valley. Moreover, our pill expansion hall has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. There are countless pill recipes. There are many pills that you can't even imagine." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. "You've given me various pills of different quality, but I have no use for them. They are all for martial arts. The pills that I refine are better than yours. Why would I use the golden leaf to exchange for your useless pills for no reason?" Zhang Xiaohua pretended to think for a while but still shook her head. "Just as Boss Chen said, since I'm here in the aroma cult, what's the point of fighting? I'm not injured, why would I need those pills? Moreover, even if it's the pills that I want, such as those that can increase my power, it's impossible for our Tianmu Peak to have them, right?" Hearing this, Qin Fengshao was a little anxious. On Tianmu Peak, pills were the hard currency. There was no one who didn't like them. Previously, when they gambled, they used pills as the wager. Moreover, he had always wanted to say in his heart, "Little brother, it's fine if you don't want the pills, but our grass department brothers are all crying piteously for food." Therefore, Qin Fengshao asked with a smile, "Then little brother, what do you want the pill department to use as the wager?" "Yes, what do I need?" Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Actually, what he needed the most was information about the Misty School, but these things couldn't be said openly. Moreover, this information could be obtained privately, so why not use the golden leaf as the quota? If he could save, he would save. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She smiled and said, "Boss Chen, I'll take the liberty to ask." Qin Fengshao was happy to hear her call herself a little brother. He said, "Little brother, there's no harm in asking. Once you're on Tianmu Peak, you're my brother." Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Then what did our grass department brothers use as the wager when they gambled with the pill department? What else could it be?" Qin Fengshao said resentfully, "It's the pill department's pills. But we won against them before. If we lose, we'll return them to them. Then what about the earliest times? When there weren't any pills or when there weren't any pills at all? Zhang Xiaohua tried to tempt him further. If there weren't any pills, then there wasn't any money to give them. They just took the herbs we grew. However, these bastards are really too greedy. They said that our herbs were half-finished products and weren't worth much. Only the pills were finished products and had high added value. A pile of herbs was only worth half a pill. Don't you think this is fair? Our grass department brothers worked so hard to grow herbs that weren't worth anything at all. They just spun them in the pill furnace and took out several times the value. This is really unfair. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, nonsense. You don't have any core skills, so you can only use resources to exchange for products. Even so, the pill department has to be willing. Oh, I understand. Headmaster Chen, that is to say, the disciples of the grass division also have some, personal goods? That's right. Qin Fengxiao didn't avoid the topic. He said, we live off the mountain and we live off the water. If our grass department brothers don't eat herbs, what can we eat? Well, if we don't rely on herbs, what do we rely on? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I use the pills I won to exchange for herbs with the grass department brothers. They will definitely be happy? Exchange for herbs. Qin Fengxiao was stunned, then laughed and said, little brother, these herbs are all over Tianmu Peak. What are you exchanging for? You are a grass department brother who won't let you pick them. If anyone doesn't let you pick them, just tell me. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, thank you for your kind intentions, Boss Chen. Little brother's intention is not to exchange for ordinary herbs, but those that are more precious or have been around for a long time. I believe that with the tens of thousands of years of inheritance of the fragrance cult, there must be many good things that have not been discovered by others, or have been discovered by the professionals of our grass department. Qin Fengxiao heard and laughed even harder. Patting Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder, he said, little brother has a good idea. Why didn't I think of it? However, I just thought that I don't know how to refine pills, so I would be wasting those things. A little brother, that means you know how to refine pills. Then his face became even more joyful. He said, I forgot that you came from Rejuvenation Valley and are not young. I think. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, Boss Chen, let's talk about these things later. Let's talk about the battle first. Qin Fengxiao tried to hide his surprise and said, we can talk about the battle later. Little brother, you have caused too much trouble here today. Let's get rid of this Wu Daoing first. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, there is one more problem. Boss Chen, these 10 battles can't be arranged in one day, right? Even if this group of people is very weak, I will be very tired after a day. This is not good for health. Qin Fengxiao's face was full of disbelief. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua as if he did not know her. However, this was indeed the first time he had seen Zhang Xiaohua. He said, little brother, it seems that I have to call you big brother. Your words are too awesome. You want to take on the 10 great guardian deities of the pill department alone? 10 great guardian deities? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. However, Qin Fengxiao ignored Zhang Xiaohua's surprise and said, although I don't know how good little brother's martial arts are, I can confidently tell you that you will definitely not be able to defeat the 10 great guardian deities. If you can defeat them, how can my brothers of the grass department let you suffer for us alone? Hee, with little brother's help this time, our grass department will have to regain some face. Then he winked at Zhang Xiaohua with a knowing expression and whispered, you can't eat all the meat and let the other brothers drink only the soup. This is not good for the unity of our brothers of the Tianmu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood and cupped his hands. He said, Boss Chen is so kind. As expected of a boss. This little brother will not meddle in this matter. You can arrange it, I will listen to you. Qin Fengxiao patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, good brother, listen well. I will not let you fight for nothing. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips. Anyway, it is not your golden leaf. Of course you won't care. I am not willing to lose money. Hee, but looking at you, these 10 great guardian deities are not that powerful. You want me to bleed? No way. I want to see what benefits I can get from Tianmu Peak. Dragon scale fruit, maybe there is something better than you. Then Zhang Xiaohua smiled at Qin Fengxiao and said, Boss Chen, this one has eaten and drunk enough. After walking for a day I am tired. You see, Qin Fengxiao slapped his forehead and said, look at me. Seeing such a talent like little brother, I know how to be happy. I have completely forgotten about this matter. He raised his head and waved his hand. Bai Huan, come here. Bring this little brother to his residence. Find the most comfortable and luxurious room for him. Then he turned and said, little brother, don't blame me. It is already late. I will let them clean it up tomorrow. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, that is not necessary. Any room will do. As long as it is quiet and not disturbed. Qin Fengxiao nodded with a smile. He looked at the big bag next to him and said, I understand what little brother means. Coincidentally, there is a small courtyard on the side of Tianmu Peak. It is very quiet and unoccupied. Little brother, how about staying there for now? Vote for me. Chapter 536. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it's okay as long as no one disturbs us. Qin Feng smiled and said, there are no buildings around the courtyard, so no one will disturb us. Oh right, little brother, I'll visit you in the courtyard later. Let's talk through the night. How could Zhang Xiaohua agree? He smiled and said, I'm indeed tired and will probably go to sleep when I get back. Headmaster Qin, if there's anything, can we talk about it tomorrow morning? There can't be a battle tomorrow morning, right? I see. Qin Feng smiled regretfully. He thought for a while and said, to tell you the truth, according to the previous rules, there will be a battle tomorrow morning. However, since it's your first time participating and coming to Tianmu Peak, let's postpone it to tomorrow afternoon. Alright, thank you, Headmaster Qin. See you tomorrow. After that, Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and followed Bai Huan out of the dining hall, where so many sorrows and joys had happened in one night. He waved his hand and took away the greedy gazes of the crowd. Only Headmaster Qin and Wu Daong looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back and each had their own thoughts. This person's arrival would definitely affect the current situation of Tianmu Peak. The lights on Tianmu Peak were as bright as stars, but the courtyard that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go to was definitely not in this galaxy. After walking out of the dining hall, Bai Huan held a torch in his hand while Zhang Xiaohua held Huan's hand and walked behind him. After walking for a long time, they saw that it was pitch black in front of them. Many trees by the side of the courtyard were swaying in the wind, making continuous noises. Even the torches were flapping in the wind. There was a bamboo forest in front of them. As the wind blew, there were some whimpering sounds, scaring Bai Huan and causing him to walk even slower. Zhang Xiaohua had already sent out his divine sense. Although it was only a few hundred feet, it was more than enough. He had already searched the bamboo forest and did not find anything special. Moreover, he also saw a small courtyard in the bamboo forest with only a few rooms. Bai Huan took Zhang Xiaohua to the small courtyard, opened the door and lit the lamp. When she looked carefully, she found that everything in the house was ready, but no one had lived here for a long time, so there was a lot of dust. Bai Huan looked around in horror and whispered, Brother Ren, are you really going to live here? No one has lived here for a long time. It's very quiet. Why don't you stay with us? Although it's a little crowded over there, it's very lively. Zhang Xiaohua had already checked it with her divine sense and found nothing wrong with it, so she asked, why is no one living in this small courtyard? Is there anything wrong? Bai Huan waved her hand and said, there's nothing inappropriate, but it's too far away from everyone. In spring we often come here during the day. There's basically no one at night. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand what he meant by tee, so she smiled and said, I like quietness the most. Let's stay here. It's just that I offended Brother Qing of the pill department tonight. They won't play any tricks at night, right? Bai Huan smiled and said, Brother Ren, don't worry about this. After all, the pill department and our grass department are all brothers of the pill expanding hall. If we fight openly, we have to be careful not to be too heavy-handed. We can't lose an arm or break a leg, and we can't kill a person. If we fight secretly, we have to be more assured. The pill department will definitely not come at night. But what I have here is a golden leaf. Who knows how many of them are blind? Then you can rest assured, little brother. You're new here, so you don't know what our brothers of the pill expanding hall are thinking. Your gold is tempting, but you can't spend it in the fragrant religion. Even if someone stealthily took your gold, where could he run to? Even if you have gold, you still need to be alive to spend it. Moreover, they still have a chance to win the gold from you in the next few days. Why would they do something stupid? Oh, and even if they want to do something stupid, the 10 great guardian deities won't agree, right? After listening to this, Zhang Xiaohua quite agreed. What he said was right, so she cupped her hands and said, Thank you, senior brother Bai, for sending me here. Be careful when you go back later. Don't trip in the bamboo forest. Bai Huan was timid. If Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything, he would walk slowly by himself. Now, after hearing Zhang Xiaohua's nonsense, how could he move half a step? He looked outside as if he had already seen the shadows in the bamboo forest. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved and asked, if senior brother Bai thinks it's too far, I can send you there. However, I have something to ask you. Bai Huan said happily, what is it? Brother Ren, you can ask. Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth but didn't say a word. He smiled and said, forget it, let's talk about it in a few days. I just want to know the situation of our fragrant cult. Bai Huan didn't doubt him and said, it's okay, brother Ren. Anyone who comes here for the first time wants to know more. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. As he said, he looked at the darkness outside the door again. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, let's go. As the host, I should also see the guest out. After seeing Bai Huan out of the bamboo forest and to a brighter place, Bai Huan left with gratitude. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, turned around and slowly walked into the darkness. Then with a twist of his waist, his figure disappeared. Alas, fortunately Bai Huan didn't dare to look back. Otherwise, wouldn't he be scared to the ground? When he came out of the ground, he was already in the small hut. Now that Zhang Xiaohua's divine awareness was suppressed, he couldn't escape far away. If he did, he would inevitably get lost. This short distance was still appropriate. No one had come to the small courtyard for a long time and a lot of weeds had grown. The qi of heaven and earth in the fragrant cult was more abundant than in other places. These weeds also grew crazily. The four odd beasts didn't hesitate and directly ate in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua took the 2 bags and Prajna heavy sword from Huanhuan's back, and casually threw them on the floor of the small hut. Then he took out a dozen or so jade talismans from his money pouch and threw them in every corner of the small courtyard. Then he formed a hand seal and cast out a seal that he had recently learned, enveloping the entire small courtyard. After everything was settled, Zhang Xiaohua took out the green cattail hassock and put it on the ground. He sat down cross-legged. There was a lot of dust in the house. He didn't learn any cleaning techniques. It was better to wait for Qin Fengxiao to find someone to clean up tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and adjusted his breath for a moment. Then he took out the small ring and the black jade slip from his arms. Since he got these 2 things in the cave in the mountain stream, he hadn't looked at them carefully. Along the way, he was in the carriage with strong people. If he suddenly took out a strange thing, wouldn't it attract attention? Moreover, Lord Peacock of the fragrant cult was also in front of him. It would be even more inappropriate if he was discovered. So he only put the 2 things in his arms and didn't check them. Actually, he wanted to keep the 2 things in his money bag. However, the black jade slip was easily kept in his money bag. No matter how hard he tried to keep the small ring, there was no reaction. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua kept the jade slip and the small ring in his arms. Zhang Xiaohua held the black jade slip in his hand and slowly immersed his divine sense into it. There was a fluctuation of energy from the jade slip, but this fluctuation was different from what Zhang Xiaohua usually saw. This jade slip seemed to have a restriction. When he used his divine sense to look at it, it was different from the restriction taught by Venerable Fire Dragon. There was a shadow of the rabbit talisman. But what if the thing in the rabbit talisman checked the restriction in the black jade slip? He was at a loss again. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua used a few common methods to break the restriction, but to no avail. Then he carefully placed the black jade slip into his coin pouch, and picked up the small fiery red ring. The ring was very small, only as thick as a finger. It looked like the shape of a flame. It seemed to have a magical power that could attract people's attention and spirit. Zhang Xiaohua continued to immerse his divine sense into it. This ring seemed to be different from the black jade slip. It seemed to have a very complicated restriction, but it also seemed to have no restriction at all. However, the fluctuation of energy that it emitted had a desolate and distant feeling. Anyone who used their divine sense to scan it would know that this was a very unusual item. However, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense did not know how to break the restriction or how to use this ring. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua hated this kind of thing the most. Yes, it was the feeling of being able to look at something but not be able to eat it. He almost wanted to throw the ring away. However, Zhang Xiaohua thought about the first ring that he got. Didn't he also not know what it was? But it brought about an incredible change to him. Therefore he was reluctant to throw it away. There was no precedent for a bracelet. Do you think that Zhang Xiaohua would throw away something that he got? Putting the small ring on the ground first, Zhang Xiaohua took off the mysterious bracelet from his left arm for the first time. However, this time he clearly noticed that the bracelet that was attached to his arm could automatically change according to the thickness of his arm. It was very exaggerated to take off a fist that was much thicker than his arm. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head gently. Such an obvious anomaly, how could he not see it in the past? Fortunately, he only treated it as a treasure. If it was like what his mother said, he would not know where to throw it. Thinking of his discerning eyes, Zhang Xiaohua's little tail could not help but stick up again. Under the light, the bracelet was very dark. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be bits of starlight inside. This starlight was different from what he saw in the Meridian's nourishing pill. This starlight seemed to be little stars, glowing naturally. Zhang Xiaohua could actually faintly see some heavenly Tao. However, when Zhang Xiaohua closed his eyes and released his divine sense, preparing to immerse it, he found that this bracelet did not even have the slightest fluctuation of primordial qi. It was completely no different from an ordinary object. What's going on here? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be surprised. Although the small bracelet did not let me understand it, it would at least give me some obscure and unfamiliar fluctuations. You, on the other hand, simply hid yourself and did not give me any thoughts. If I didn't know that all these years of encounters were related to this bracelet, oh, that's not right. I also don't know if it is related to it. It's just that after seeing it, everything slowly changed. How would I know that this bracelet is extraordinary? At this moment, in his divine sense, the bracelet suddenly emitted a slight fluctuation. It was different from the fluctuation of primordial qi. Please give me a monthly vote, a recommendation vote. Chapter 537. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was helplessly looking at the bracelet in his hand, the bracelet actually emitted a slight fluctuation. This fluctuation was different from the elemental energy fluctuation that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with previously. This kind of fluctuation was so still that it could be detected. Or rather, this was a real fluctuation, a kind of flickering that was similar to breathing, a kind of fluctuation that could be transmitted. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He was really a god to be able to think of anything and everything would come to him. But immediately he realized that it was already late at night and midnight was about to arrive. It was the time when he was about to fall asleep. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If I don't wear the bracelet, will I still be able to fall asleep? Once this thought appeared, it was like a seed that had touched water, unable to be stopped. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua bit his lips and placed the bracelet in front of him together with the small ring. Then he took out 2 small elemental stones from his pocket and sat with his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart, cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. At first, the bracelet placed on the ground didn't have any movements, but when midnight came, that faint fluctuation suddenly became stronger, like a fishing net enveloping Zhang Xiaohua within. And Zhang Xiaohua, who was cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, immediately began to flicker. The frequency of the fluctuation was similar to the fluctuation on the bracelet. At the same time, endless starlight shone from the night sky, no different from Zhang Xiaohua's usual cultivation. The only difference was that in the instant when the starlight shone, the bracelet on the ground suddenly disappeared. When the bracelet reappeared, it was tightly attached to Zhang Xiaohua's left arm, as if it had never been removed at all. And the small ring that was originally beside the bracelet was still there, without the slightest change. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw the sunlight shining into the room. His heart skipped a beat, and when he hurriedly looked at the ground, there was nothing there. His heart couldn't help but thump. He touched it with his right hand, only then did he relax. But immediately he frowned. I remember clearly taking it off yesterday, it wasn't on my left arm. Then he rubbed his chin deep in thought. After a while, his brows relaxed and he raised his eyes to look at the small ring on the ground. Reaching out, he picked it up and looked left and right, then looked left and right. Even so, he felt that it was impossible to put it on his right arm, and this small ring didn't seem to shrink by itself. But looking at his finger, it seemed to fit. It was quite suitable. Zhang Xiaohua wearing it on his left hand. And wearing it on the left hand, it was quite suitable. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua raised his middle finger and looked left and right. The more he looked, the more it looked like a treasure. To wear, it was better to wear it. After dealing with the 2 things, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and put away the jade ingots placed around the praying mat and the courtyard. Cough cough, it was the ingot-shaped jade talisman that Zhang Xiaohua had refined. Only then did he walk out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Tianmu Peak was worthy of being one of the 19 peaks of Chuanxiang cult. The morning of Tianmu Peak was exceptionally beautiful. The green bamboo swayed, the green grass rose and fell, and the gentle breeze from the peak was incomparably fresh. The courtyard of Tuodan Hall was very close to the valley. It didn't take long to reach the edge of the mountain. Looking at the trees in the valley, and then looking at the distant white clouds and the dancing white cranes, it was almost as if he was in the realm of immortals. However, when Zhang Xiaohua looked at the towering peak above his head, he couldn't help but be a little expectant. How magnificent would the scenery above the sea of clouds be? Looking at the distant east where the sun was slowly rising, Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Two indistinct flames were quietly surging in his eyes. They seemed to be the reflection of the morning sun, but also seemed to be the real flame. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth. His stomach slightly deflated and a little bit of fire-like essence came out and was directly sucked into his body. The flame in his eyes became clearer. In the mountain wind, on the peak of the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua smoothly finished practicing the Fist of the North Star. Only then did he leisurely return to the courtyard. It was still early. Presumably, even if Qin Fengxiao were to come, it would be late in the morning. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua sat upright in the courtyard and began to comprehend the heavenly Tao. On the way to the aroma cult, Zhang Xiaohua had been diligently practicing the cultivation concealment incantation of God Traction. Now she had mastered it. In the process of entering the aroma cult, no one noticed anything unusual. Presumably it was very useful. Zhang Xiaohua had been using this incantation since it didn't consume much vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended more than 10 rabbit talismans in the Mud Pill Palace. However, she still couldn't finish them in one go. She could only move forward step by step. Now there was one more rooster talisman in the Mud Pill Palace. This was a talisman that could devour black gas. Needless to say, it was an extremely powerful talisman. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little dizzy after comprehending only one talisman. She didn't dare to go deeper. It should be because her cultivation wasn't high enough. She had to wait until her cultivation was higher, then she could slowly start. The heavenly Tao was boundless. Zhang Xiaohua had only slightly comprehended it. Time flew by and unknowingly it was late in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked at the sun in the sky. She couldn't help but frown. Did I guess wrongly? Did Headmaster Qin and Wu Daong have some changes last night? Just as he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have sensed something, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He stood up and walked to the door of the small courtyard. In the distance, wasn't Qin Fengxiao walking over with a middle-aged man in a white robe? When they got closer, Zhang Xiaohua went forward and cupped her hands. Headmaster Qin, I've been waiting for a long time. Qin Fengxiao smiled and returned the greeting. It's not that I didn't want to come. I wanted to visit you early in the morning and have a good chat with you. However, I couldn't come alone. I had to wait for an important person. As he spoke, he pointed and introduced, Come, Brother Ren. This is the think tank of our grass division. His surname is Chiu and his name is Wei Qing. Don't be fooled by his name. Everything he does is successful. Zhang Xiaohua immediately bowed. Greetings, Senior Chiu. Chiu Wei Qing went forward and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. Brother Ren, don't be so courteous. Although it's the first time we've met, I've heard from Headmaster about what you did in the dining hall last night. It's really satisfying. Qin Fengxiao smiled. Junior Chiu wasn't at Tianmu Peak last night. I was waiting for him to come back and tell him about what happened. That's why I came to have a good chat with you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. That's exactly what I wanted. Then he looked at the small courtyard behind him and said, Headmaster Qin, I just came to this courtyard last night. I didn't plan to use it. There's a lot of dust inside and it's not suitable for guests. Qin Fengxiao slapped his forehead and blamed himself. Look at my head, I was so happy for little brother's arrival that I forgot about this matter. I presume little brother didn't have a good rest last night. I apologize to little brother here. After he finished, he bowed deeply. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to let him bow and hurriedly supported him. Qin Fengxiao used all his strength and couldn't lower his head. She was slightly surprised and quickly got up. Chiu Wei-cheng saw everything clearly. When he came back early in the morning, he was pulled aside by Qin Fengxiao and told him everything that happened last night. Chiu Wei-cheng didn't care too much about it. After all, Qing Shi was just a disciple with a little reputation in the Dan department. Ma Su was even worse. It wasn't that impressive to be able to deal with them. He thought that Qin Fengxiao was just coveting this kid's golden leaf. Now that he saw Qin Fengxiao's actions, it wasn't hypocritical at all. It was even more sincere than true feelings. He couldn't help but ask, could it be that Headmaster Qin really values this young disciple? What's the background of this disciple? I've already sent people back to Bayou Peak to find out. I think there'll be news in the afternoon. Let's wait and see. Chiu Wei-cheng smiled and said, Headmaster Qin has a lot of things to do. I'm the one handling these trivial matters. It's no wonder he forgot. When we return, I'll ask them to come over. It won't take more than a moment to clean it up. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it's not Headmaster Chen's fault. I was reckless last night. I just wanted to find a quiet place. This place is quiet, but not many people live here. Anyway, I won't be staying here for long. There's no need to clean it up. Not only Chiu Wei-cheng but Qin Fengxiao was also stunned. He asked curiously, if you don't live here, where do you want to live? Don't tell me you want to go back to Bayou Peak? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, since the hall has assigned me to Tianmu Peak, I naturally want to stay here. But isn't this place too far from the herb farm? It's very inconvenient to stay here. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. After a while, Chiu Wei-cheng said, little brother, you don't have to worry about the planting. Headmaster Qin will arrange it. You can just stay here with peace of mind. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Tianmu Peak was under the influence of Qin Fengxiao and Wuzhou ruins. As long as she was useful to them, who would care if she was planting herbs or sleeping? Following this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sea of clouds above her head. She pointed to the mountain peak that she could not see and asked, Headmaster Qin, do we have a herb farm at the mountain peak? Qin Fengxiao naturally raised his head and answered in confusion, of course we do. The environment at the mountain peak is good and the herbs grow well. A few especially precious herbs can only grow at the mountain peak. Chiu Wei-cheng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, little brother, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I have always liked peace and quiet. I don't like to be disturbed. If I can find a place at the mountain peak where I can live and plant herbs, wouldn't that be like a celestial life? Qin Fengxiao and Chiu Wei-cheng looked at each other awkwardly and thought to themselves, little brother, we are not whole masters. You don't have to pretend in front of us. All the disciples who come to Tianmu Peak want to find a comfortable place to stay and live a carefree life. No one wants to do the tiring work of planting herbs. You, on the other hand, are good. We are giving you the leisure that others want and envy, but you still want to go to the mountain to plant herbs. Cough cough, it's the peak of Tianmu Peak. That is a place that no one wants to go. Just a round trip would take half a day. Recommend me. Chapter 538. Qin Fengxiao and Chiu Wei-cheng couldn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's true intentions. Just like how Valley Head Nye couldn't understand why Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stay in the alchemy room and not the loft, Qin Fengxiao and Chiu Wei-cheng couldn't say anything and just casually said, these matters are easy to settle. Isn't it just a matter of a sentence? Now is the time for our grass division to turn the tables. As long as this matter is settled, everything can be discussed. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sat down on the grass beside the cliff and smiled. Since this is the case, I will listen to your instructions. When Qin Fengxiao and Chiu Wei-cheng saw this, they laughed and sat on the floor. They said, I like how straightforward you are. Since you mentioned it, let's listen to Senior Chiu's explanation. Chiu Wei-cheng looked at Qin Fengxiao and said, Brother Ren should know that Tianmu Peak is different from other peaks. It is jointly managed by the two divisions of our Pill Expanding Hall, the Alchemy Division and the Grass Division. Even though we belong to the same Pill Expanding Hall, we are not brothers of the same division and it is inevitable that there will be disagreements. Furthermore, the Pill Expanding Hall doesn't particularly care about our Tianmu Peak and they would throw those who are difficult to discipline, rebellious or those who aren't very promising to Tianmu Peak. As time passed, the Alchemy Division and the Grass Division were constantly in conflict. After Headmaster Qin and Wu Daong stood out from their respective divisions, they slowly restrained the various brothers and gradually became harmonious. However, Brother Ren should know that there are all kinds of birds in the forest, not to mention the many brothers in Tianmu Peak. There will be conflicts every day. Even though these conflicts are temporarily suppressed, if they are not vented after a long time, it will inevitably lead to a bigger disaster. Furthermore, our pill-expanding Hall brothers don't have much to do on a daily basis. Farming, refining pills and living a peaceful life on Tianmu Peak is difficult to satisfy the brothers' growing needs for entertainment. Thus, Headmaster Qin and Wu Dalong represented the various brothers and started a gambling fight. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood and smiled. So this gambling fight isn't just because of my rashness last night. I was thinking of apologizing to Headmaster Qin today for causing so much trouble for him. Qin Fengxiao waved his hand. Brother Ren's matter is just a good catalyst. Even without this catalyst, the gambling fight would still continue. Qiu Weiqing smiled and looked at the two and said, "It's just a normal gambling fight. It can say that in all the previous fights the alchemy division was suppressed." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why is that?" "Yesterday I saw that although the people of the pill division are strong, they are not much stronger than our grass division. It's just that our brothers are a little less unyielding. Furthermore, I feel that Headmaster Chen's martial arts should be stronger than that Wu Dalong's." Qiu Weiqing smiled and said, "Brother Ren, I can't win, but is this to be, S2 to fight 2 to 3. Oh right, Brother Ren only saw 2 normal people in the dining hall. The alchemy division's 10 great Vidras and the grass division's 6 great Luohans don't eat in the dining hall. With our status how can we squeeze with them?" Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. There's a special class everywhere, even Tianmu Peak. Different statuses have different treatment. Qin Fengxiao smiled and added, "The key is that the alchemy division's medical apprentices specialize in planting herbs. They have nothing to do with martial arts. While the alchemy division's inner strength needs to be tested. At the very least they need to have some strength. Hence, the grass division's foundation is weak and we don't have enough reserves. Even our 6 great Luohans were recruited from other peaks with great effort. Now that Brother Ren has joined us, I think Headmaster Chen won't have to worry about manpower anymore." Qiu Weiqing smiled and said, "Oh right, Brother Ren, let me ask you in more detail. How many opponents like Qingshi can you handle?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and asked, "Last night Headmaster Chen said that Qingshi was the weakest of the 10 great Vidras. If it's like him I can handle 3. "What? 3? Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Brother Ren, last night was an accident. Qingshi didn't think that you would really make a move, so he didn't take any precautions. If it was a real battle it wouldn't be so easy to get close to him. Although Qingshi is the weakest of the 10 great Vidras, he's still experienced many battles and can't be underestimated." Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. With such an opponent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take care of 10 of them. He thought for a while and said hesitantly, "Oh, since Headmaster Chen said so, I feel that I won't lose even if I manage to take on 3 of them." "Oh right, will there be a one-on-one battle?" Qin Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "Unless there's a special request, there definitely won't be." Qiu Weiqing looked at Qin Fengxiao and asked, "Since Brother Ren can take on 3 Qingshi without losing, then your martial arts must be very high. It should be comparable to Headmaster Chen." Qin Fengxiao smiled and said, "If I were to take on 3 Qingshi I might lose. Junior Qiu thinks too highly of me." Then he thought for a while and said, "Since little Brother Ren's martial arts are so high, then we have to change our plans slightly." Qiu Weiqing nodded and turned his head to ask, "Brother Ren, there's something I have to ask you." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior Qiu, what's the matter? Brother Ren's martial arts are so high and you're so young. Why did you come to the fragrant religion to be a medicine boy?" "Oh right, Brother Ren seems to have been chosen by the Rejuvenation Valley. You should have some relationship with Valley Head Nya? I've already told Brother Ren about this. When we came here just now we had already sent people back to Bayou Peak." As Qiu Weiqing spoke he inadvertently glanced at Qin Fengxiao. Before Zhang Xiaohua came to Tianmu Peak, Yang Yao had already told him that Qin Fengxiao had a lot of opinions about the Rejuvenation Valley and warned him to be careful. Now that Qiu Weiqing asked about this he must want to tell him everything. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said to Qin Fengxiao, "Before I answer your question, I would like to ask Headmaster Chen, why do you hate the Rejuvenation Valley so much?" Is it because you were bullied in the Rejuvenation Valley that year? Based on my understanding of Valley Head Nya, he may not know about this. Chiu Wei-cheng was shocked. Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the pill-expanding hall yesterday and came to Tianmu Peak last night. He actually knew so much about Qin Fengxiao's hatred of the Rejuvenation Valley. There must be a reason behind this. To put it bluntly, it was a conspiracy. Qin Fengxiao snorted and said, "In your mouth he's Valley Head Nya, but in my mouth he's ignorant Nya." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he snorted and narrowed his eyes. He said coldly, "Headmaster Qin, no matter how Valley Head Nya treats you, that's your business. How you talk about him or scold him elsewhere is also your business. But Valley Head Nya treats me well. If you speak rudely in front of me, then it's my business. I don't need to listen anymore." Qin Fengxiao was taken aback. This was truly the first time in many years that someone had spoken in such a manner in front of him. Moreover, it was the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley whom he hated the most. His expression involuntarily changed and his eyes turned cold as he stared at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of him and did not retreat. She only looked at him indifferently without any expression in her eyes. When Chiu Wei-cheng saw this, he secretly complained in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua's background was unknown. Perhaps it was a trap waiting for Qin Fengxiao to step into it. Even if Zhang Xiaohua did not have any ill intentions, yes, that was all the more reason not to have internal strife. Therefore, Chiu Wei-cheng hurriedly tried to smooth things over. But at this moment, Qin Fengxiao's expression changed and he laughed loudly. "Little brother, you're very kind. This is the first time someone has spoken well of Rejuvenation Valley in front of me. No matter, I feel that the enmity between me and Rejuvenation Valley is worth befriending based on little brother's magnanimity." Qin Fengxiao's words had already changed Rejuvenation Valley from Nya Fengxiao. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood and said with a smile, "Headkeeper Qin is also a straightforward person. I wonder why you haven't been able to let go of Rejuvenation Valley after all these years?" When Qin Fengxiao heard this, he raised his head to look at the boundless sea of clouds in the sky and said, "Although many years have passed and you've understood many things, how can you let go so easily? The matter of being bullied at Rejuvenation Valley is only a small part of it." Then he slowly said, "When I was young, I was not a medicine boy at Rejuvenation Valley. My mother and I lived in a mountain village far away from Wuri City. Although our family was poor, it was very warm. When I was 6 years old, I met Rejuvenation Valley, who went to the mountain village to look for talented medicine boys. At that time, Commander Nya was still very young. When he saw me, he thought that my talent was very good and could be sent to the Church of Spreading Fragrance as a medicine boy. However, I was unwilling to leave my mother and did not agree to go to Rejuvenation Valley with him. Thus, Commander Nya deceived my mother and told her of many good prospects. He was even willing to bring my mother to Rejuvenation Valley to learn the art of medicinal herbs with me. How could my mother know so much? She only wanted me to have a good future. When she heard Commander Nya's extravagant words, she agreed to come with me to Rejuvenation Valley. Later, I became familiar with the other medicine boys at Rejuvenation Valley. I knew that as long as I went to the Church of Spreading Fragrance, I would not be able to return to Rejuvenation Valley. Naturally, I did not agree and was unwilling to leave my mother. When my mother heard that I might not be able to return, she was also hesitant. However, at that time, Commander Nya deceived us. If we went to the Church of Spreading Fragrance, as long as we did well and practiced martial arts, we would be able to return to Rejuvenation Valley. Although my mother was still reluctant, she didn't want me to lose this good opportunity to stand out. So she nodded and agreed. Moreover, she severely punished me. She made me kneel in the courtyard and reflect on my mistakes. She didn't want me to have any bad thoughts anymore. Thus, I did my best to learn about medicinal herbs and wanted to perform well in the Church of Spreading Fragrance. However, when I arrived at the pill hall, I realized how difficult it was to leave the Church of Spreading Fragrance. From then on, I was never able to see my mother, even once. Please give me a monthly vote and a recommendation vote. Chapter 539. In the beginning, Qin Fengxiao spoke tirelessly as if he was talking about something unrelated to others. But in the end, when he talked about her mother, he did not hide his feelings. There was a look in his eyes that made it difficult to look back on the past. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. She thought of her mother who was far away in the Guozhuang house. Even if she successfully found her second brother, It would still be 2 years before she could leave the cult of fragrance. She did not know how worried her mother would be. Qin Fengxiao continued, I was young at that time and believed the promise of the Rejuvenation Valley. I thought that with my intelligence and diligence, I could quickly leave the cult of fragrance. I was so stupid. I knew that there were not tens of thousands of medicine apprentices who left the Rejuvenation Valley, but who could return to the Rejuvenation Valley. I only thought that in this world, as long as you had the ability, everything would be fine. Who knew that not everyone in this world was born equal? I only knew that I had to first become an outer disciple to qualify for the assessment. As long as I passed the assessment, I would have the right to roam the Jianghu. So I farmed and practiced martial arts. But how could I know that martial arts were practiced from a young age? No matter how hard I worked, I could not catch up to the standard of an outer disciple. Moreover, I was homesick and my martial arts were not great. I wanted to pass the assessment. Who knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for every disciple of the pill-expanding hall? Zhang Xiaohua did not know what to feel when she heard this. Valley Head Nya of the Rejuvenation Valley was really good to her. It was all thanks to Valley Head Nya that she was able to enter the cult of fragrance. But after all, no one was perfect. After hearing Qin Fengxiao's experience, Valley Head Nya did not do the right thing. Of course, from another perspective, to be able to become a medicine apprentice in the cult of fragrance, not only did she not have to worry about food and water, but she could also practice martial arts. For an orphan and a widow, it was an extremely bright future. Qin Fengxiao did not want this future. He only wanted to be with his mother. This kind of lawsuit, who could say for sure? When Qiu Weiqing saw that Qin Fengxiao had finished speaking, he asked, Brother Ren, since Headmaster Qin has already explained the reason, shouldn't you say something too? Zhang Xiaohua didn't pay attention to him. She only asked softly, then there was no news of Nyangqin after that? Qin Fengxiao smiled bitterly. What news could there be? At first I was still young and didn't carry much weight, so Yang Yao didn't pay any attention to me. I begged him countless times wanting to know a little bit about my mother, but he didn't agree. He only said that it was the sex rules and he didn't dare to go against them. Later on, when I gained some reputation, I failed to become an outer disciple and refused to be disciplined by the hall, so I was sent to Tianmu Peak. Only then did that guy start to pay attention to me. He only brought me one piece of news, and that was about my mother. News that she died of depression. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua didn't need Qin Fengxiao to say it. Otherwise, Qin Fengxiao wouldn't have vented his anger on Rejuvenation Valley. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, since Headmaster Qin didn't treat me as an outsider and told me the whole story, I naturally can't hide anything. Actually, Valley Head Nya and I aren't relatives. I only have some friendship with his daughter Nya Qinyu. Of course, this friendship isn't what it looks like on the surface. You may have the opportunity to know about this tonight. What I need to say again is that I really won't get involved in the feud between Headmaster Qin and Rejuvenation Valley. I don't have the right to do so. I only came to the incense religion to learn more about alchemy and planting. Moreover, I have the same thoughts as Headmaster Qin in the past. I don't plan to stay in the incense religion forever. I will also walk the same path as Headmaster Qin in the past. Zhang Xiaohua came to the incense religion under the guise of Rejuvenation Valley's prospective son-in-law. Presumably, Yang Yao wanted to report to the Hall Master of Pill Expansion Hall. Qin Fengxiao had a certain amount of influence in the Pill Expansion Hall, so he should be able to find out a thing or two. She didn't need to hide it, but she wasn't a real son-in-law after all. She couldn't deny it either. She could only vaguely explain and express her attitude that she wouldn't get involved in the feud between Rejuvenation Valley and Qin Fengxiao. As for Zhang Xiaohua wanting to enter the outer sect and pass the test to return to Jianghu, that was something she would do in the future. She definitely couldn't hide it from others. Moreover, if Qin Fengxiao could break through the outer sect and return to Jianghu, why couldn't she, Zhang Xiaohua, do the same? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua made it clear. On the one hand, she wanted to tell Qin Fengxiao that she was just a passerby of the Pill Expansion Hall. She had no interest in his Tianmu Peak and didn't want to replace him to manage the grass division. She just wanted to farm peacefully and he didn't need to worry about her. On the other hand, she wanted to tell Qin Fengxiao about her background and win his favor. She wanted to ask him for advice on breaking through the outer sect in the future. She even wanted to make use of Qin Fengxiao's influence to help her find her second brother. When Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing heard this short sentence, they were shocked. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't explicitly state her relationship with Valley Head Nye, but since she pointed out Nye Qinyu, it was most likely related to love. They were all experienced people, how could they not know? What surprised them the most was that Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide it from them and told them her purpose in coming to the incense religion. It wasn't that there weren't people in Jianghu who wanted to go to a higher level sect to study and practice, but there were absolutely no people who wanted to come to the incense religion. This was a path of no return. However, they immediately understood the mystery. Since it was Valley Head Nye's request, based on the relationship between Rejuvenation Valley and the incense religion, they might be able to make an exception. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was so young that she could compete with Qin Fengxiao. Others didn't know the strength of an outer sect disciple, but Qin Fengxiao was very clear. His martial arts were comparable to an ordinary outer sect disciple. If she was given a few more years to pass the outer sect examination and roam Jianghu, she would definitely be able to do it. Comparisons are odious. Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Qin Feng smiled and stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, then said sincerely, "Little brother, since you said so, then I'll also tell you. Last night I thought about a lot of things and wanted to set you up. On the way here with junior brother Qiu, we were discussing how to deal with our relationship. Since little brother is so sincere, then I can't refuse. If little brother needs anything from me in the future, just say the word and I will do my best to help." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and cupped his hands. "Then I will thank Headchin first. In the future, there will definitely be many things that I will need your help with." Qin Fengxiao waved his hand. "We are all brothers, don't be so polite." Only Qiu Weiqing frowned slightly. He looked at Qin Fengxiao and immediately put on a smile. "That's right, Brother Ren. In the future, if there is anything that you need, our Tianmu Peaks Grass Department, Pill Department will be your support." Pill Department? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Qiu Weiqing smiled. "Brother Ren, you are weird. Actually, there is a lot of friction between the Pill Department and the Grass Department. But after all, they both belong to the Pill Expanding Hall. Regardless of whether it is Wu Dalong, the 10 Vajras of the Pill Department, or the 6 Great Luohan of the Grass Department, they are all good brothers who failed to break into the outer sect under Headchen's guidance." Hey. Qin Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "You make it sound like I am a hero. However, I am defeated by the outer sect disciples and cannot be compared to Lu Lihong. In the future, it will depend on little brother's performance." Lu Lihong. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. This was the second time he heard this name. He opened his mouth and was about to ask when Qiu Weiqing interrupted. "Headchin is right. The new generation will replace the old. In the future, it will depend on little brother Ren." Qin Fengxiao smiled and nodded. "Forget it, let's talk about serious matters. Junior Qiu, tell little brother about the current strength of the Pill Department and Grass Department so that he will know." Qiu Weiqing nodded in agreement. He cleared his throat and said, "The battle between the Grass Department and the Pill Department is usually attended by Headchin, Wu Dalong, the 10 Vajras and the 6 Great Luohan. Because the Grass Department is not strong enough, sometimes we have to let the Grass Department disciples with average martial arts participate. Actually, just by looking at the number of people, we can see that the Grass Department is at a disadvantage. However, among the 18 people, only Headchen's martial arts are better than theirs. The rest are of the same level." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "If there are only 7 rounds, we should be able to gain the upper hand." Qiu Weiqing looked at Zhang Xiaohua unhappily and said, "If little brother Ren can think of it, the Pill Department will naturally be able to think of it too. However, in this battle between the Pill Department and the Grass Department, there has to be a winner in every round. Our brothers from the Grass Department were invited by Headchin from other peaks. Furthermore, to be honest, their level of martial arts is not very good. The best of them is only around the middle level of the Pill Department. Therefore, in every battle, the Pill Department wins the most and we lose the most. Therefore, the pockets of our brothers from the Grass Department are empty. We don't even have any pills. Even when we eat in the dining hall, we can't stand straight." Qin Fengxiao smiled and said, "If little brother Ren didn't go to the dining hall yesterday, you wouldn't have been bullied by Qing Shi from the Pill Department. No one from the Grass Department stood up for you." Qiu Weiqing continued, "The good thing is that the number of people participating in the battle is fixed. However, the order of the battles is kept a secret. It is only announced before the start of each battle. Therefore there are times when our disciples can win a few rounds. Zhang Xiaohua understood. It was because of this that the grass department was able to hold on, that the battle was interesting. Therefore she asked, then for the battle this afternoon, what is Head Chen's plan? Qin Fengxiao smiled and said, isn't it because we want to see little brother Ren's level of martial arts? Only then can we make a decision and give the pill department a surprise. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, this is my first time here. I will listen to Head Chen's instructions. Everything can be discussed. Recommend me. Chapter 540. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Qin Fengxiao was elated. He nodded and said, since you have said so, I will not decline. Please come closer. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and listened to Qin Fengxiao explain the arrangements in a low voice. After hearing Qin Fengxiao's arrangements, Zhang Xiaohua had a strange look on her face. She asked curiously, Head Qin, your arrangements are indeed marvelous, but yesterday Wu Dong. Without waiting for Qin Fengxiao to speak, Qiu Weiqing interrupted, Head Qin, everyone says that I am the strategist of the grass division of Tianmu Peak. Only today did I know that you are the real brains of the grass division. The flattery brought Qin Fengxiao out of his gloominess and a smile appeared on his face. Qiu Weiqing saw that Zhang Xiaohua still did not quite understand. He smiled and said, little brother, think about it. Yesterday in the dining hall, although all the conflicts were caused by little brother, and Wu Dalong from the Dan department also pointed the spearhead of the bet at little brother, have you thought about it? If you were to fight against 10 of the Dan department's 10 great Vajras one by one, would you be willing? That is a tag team battle. Not to mention whether you are the strongest opponents, you would be exhausted to death. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and disagreed, that may not be the case. Each of these 10 people is worth 50 taels of gold. I can't wait for them to fight me together. Qiu Weiqing continued, Brother Ren is a disciple of the grass division and has entrusted Head Qin to arrange everything. Isn't this raising Brother Ren's matter to the grass division? Since it is a battle between the grass division and the pill division, Head Chen's arrangement is reasonable. Immediately Zhang Xiaohua understood and gave a thumbs up. Head Chen is indeed amazing. I believe that Wu Dalong is racking his brains on who will fight in the afternoon. No, Qin Fengxiao shook his head and laughed. That is not racking his brains, that is being overwrought. Zhang Xiaohua and Qiu Weiqing heard and laughed. Yes, that's right. Usually when the pill department and the grass department fought, the stakes were always pills. Although these things were hard currency, the pill department was in charge of refining pills. Wouldn't everyone have some pills in their hands? Even though he had won some herbs from the grass division, they were only materials for refining pills, so they weren't that attractive. But this time the prize for the bet was actually a golden leaf. Not to mention going up on stage, just listening to it was enough to make him drool to the ground. When the 10 great guardian deities heard that the gambling match was going to start this afternoon and that Zhang Xiaohua was going to fight, they all came to Wu Dalong's hall early in the morning to fight for the opportunity to be the first to fight. Qing Shi opened his mouth and complained, Dong, please give me a chance. You didn't see how miserable I was yesterday. Oh right, my mouth is still swollen. The 50 taels of gold that I received was taken back by that brat. If you don't let me go up on stage and teach that brat a lesson, how can I swallow this? Wu Dalong was helpless. He stared at Qing Shi for a long time and said, weren't you beaten up badly enough yesterday? Why are you still thinking of getting beaten up today? Since you weren't a match for them yesterday, won't you be beaten up today? If you lost yesterday, then so be it. But today you are representing the pill department. Can you do it? Qing Shi patted his chest and said, don't worry, Dong. Yesterday was just an accident. I didn't expect that brat to dare to hit me. Those people from the grass department have always been bowing and scraping in the dining hall. Who knew that since we are going to fight today, I will do my best. I will definitely win glory for the pill department. Before he finished speaking, a person walked in and pulled him aside. He mocked, how is your martial arts? Why don't I know? If you can succeed, I will naturally have a better chance of beating that brat. Won't I have more confidence if I go up on stage? Don't you think so, Daong? When Qing Shi saw the person who came, he didn't dare to refute. He only said, oh, Brother Jiu is here? Didn't you go down the mountain yesterday? Why are you back so early today? Brother Jiu saw Qing Shi and said with a smile, last night I heard the news that you were beaten up. Which of the 10 great guardian deities of the pill department isn't a person who can do whatever he wants on Tianmu Peak? A brat from the grass department actually dared to touch a tiger's butt. How can Brother Jiu not stand up for you? Just you wait and see how I deal with him. Qing Shi's face was bitter. Didn't he come early in the morning to block the door of Wuzhou ruins so that he could get the spot to go up on stage without anyone knowing? Since Brother Jiu who went out had returned, there was no need to talk about the others. He could only turn his head and say, Dong, since Brother Jiu is willing to stand up for me, then I won't dare to snatch this opportunity from Brother Jiu. But I was injured yesterday. The golden leaves that Brother Jiu obtained. Hehe, can you consider giving me some? Before Wu Daong could say anything, another voice came from outside the door. Brother Jiu, you're wrong. Since it's a gambling fight, the prize should belong to the person who goes up on stage. As for your injuries, you can use elixirs to make up for them. The three of them raised their heads. The person who came in was Brother Jiu of the 10 great guardian deities. Brother Jiu looked at Brother Jiu and Qing Shi, cupped his hands and said, You two brothers are really early. I thought I was the first to come. When the two of them saw him come in, they naturally knew what was going on. They returned the greeting in a bad mood. Brother Jiu said to Wuzhou ruins, Daong, the person for the gambling fight with that brat from the grass division hasn't been decided yet. If the two of them go up, how can it be safer than if I go up? You should let me go up. Looking at Brother Jiu who rushed over, Wuzhou ruins' face was expressionless. He said weakly, Forget it. Don't argue for now. Let's discuss again when your brothers are here. Sure enough, not long after, the 10 great guardian deities of the pill division, who usually only appeared at noon, all appeared in the hall. The 10 of them looked at each other and chuckled. They didn't say anything else. They found chairs and sat down, quietly waiting for Wuzhou ruins to speak. Just as Qin Fengshao said, Wuzhou ruins was indeed in a terrible fix. If they let Qing Shi go up on stage, although it would be justified, this guy didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. The possibility of him being kicked out was higher. However, if they let the boss who had the greatest confidence go up on stage, the other 8 great guardian deities would also be dissatisfied. Sigh, nonsense. That was 50 taels of gold. It wasn't an ordinary elixir. Looking at the 10 great guardian deities sitting in 2 rows below him, then looking at the desire in their eyes and the enmity in their eyes, Wuzhou ruins smiled bitterly. This Jin Zi is really a bastard. After thinking for a moment, Wuzhou ruins couldn't think of a good idea. It was obvious that whoever went up would offend the others. He could only clear his throat and say, Brothers, I know why everyone is here today. There's no need to say anything. I can't tell who's going up and who's not. Let's do the same as before. Let's draw lots. Everyone looked at each other. The boss stood up first and said, Dong, we used to draw lots. This is too unoriginal. Moreover, this kid from the grass division actually dared to slap our pill division on the face on his first day here. We must regain our face. In this first round we must show our imposing manner, show our might, show our spirit. Therefore I think that we must send someone who we have absolute confidence in. Only then can we let that kid know the power of our pill division. What do you think? Before Wuzhou ruins could say anything, the second brother beside him was dissatisfied. He jumped out and said, Don't worry, big brother. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Let second brother do this. I'm also very confident. Really, I've practiced a few special skills these few days. It's just nice to let that kid see how powerful I am. The boss smiled and said, Second brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you. This first round concerns the face of our pill division. Why don't you show me your special skills first, then we'll talk about going up on stage. How could second brother back down? He rolled up his sleeves and said, Then let Daong see who's the most suitable. Seeing that the two of them were about to fight, Wu Zhoushu shouted, Sit down. I haven't finished speaking. What's the matter? Isn't it just 50 taels of gold? Look at all of you. You only have gold in your eyes. Don't you have brothers? Hee. The two of them laughed and sat down. Third brother and the others also wanted to speak. Wu Zhoushu quickly raised his hand and said, Stop, all of you, stop. Let me finish. Everyone could only sit down. Wu Zhoushu said, I know that everyone wants to contribute to our pill division. But after all, this first round is very important. I've already chosen someone who has absolute confidence in. Hearing this, the boss puffed out his chest and said, Then let's do as Daong says. I'll definitely support Daong. Everyone shushed him. Wu Zhoushu said again, but since everyone wants to be the first to go on stage and our pill division is very democratic, I've decided to draw lots for the first round. Seeing that everyone was about to speak again, he quickly waved his hand and said, but for this drawing of lots, we'll take the first round. We'll talk about the other 9 rounds separately. Everyone was stunned. Then they muttered in their hearts, what's the difference between this and taking all 10 rounds together? Seeing that no one spoke, Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, since everyone doesn't object, then it's decided. However, there's one more thing. The first round's prize is 50 taels of gold. I know that some of us don't have enough elixirs. If it's a normal day, our pill division can help pay for it. But not today. If anyone doesn't have enough elixirs, say it now. Don't lose when the time comes and you can't take it out. A few of the 10 people were dumbfounded. In the past, they had the support of the pill division. Even if they didn't have enough elixirs, they could still go on stage. Today. But after a long while, no one withdrew. Wu Zhoushu could only say, Qingshi, you go and prepare the drawing of lots. Not long after, Qingshi brought the rolled-up paper and said, Dong, there's only one with ink in it. Whoever draws it will get it. Wu Zhoushu took the paper and counted it carefully. He frowned and asked, why did you only draw 10 lots? Chapter 541. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Qingshi counted left and right and said, Delang, isn't it just 10 people? Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, since there are only 10 lots, that's good. Since old man had already fought with the grass division kid yesterday, let me have this chance. Furthermore, you were the one who drew the lots. If you continue to draw the lots, it will be hard to avoid suspicion. You can just stand aside and watch. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. No wonder the drawing of lots this time was different from the previous times. There was actually this layer of reason. When Qingshi heard this, he was very dissatisfied and muttered, Delang, you are competing with the people for benefits. This is not what a superior person would do. Wu Zhoushu smiled embarrassedly and said embarrassedly, the landlord doesn't have any extra food. Bang! With a few sounds, everyone fell from their chairs. Before they fell, they all had the same thought. Luckily I came to find him. Otherwise, the most suitable candidate would have been taken by him alone. Not to mention that the people of the pill division were fighting until their heads were broken and bleeding because they were the first to fight against Zhang Xiaohua. Beside the cliff of Tianmu Peak, Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing chatted with Zhang Xiaohua for a while. Then Qin Fengxiao gave Qiu Weiqing a look. Qiu Weiqing knew that the headmaster had something private to say to Zhang Xiaohua. He smiled and said, I've talked with Brother Ren for half a day and also sat on the grass for half a day. Headmaster Qin, please accompany Brother Ren while I call the brothers over to clean up this small courtyard. No matter what Brother Ren thinks, he should still stay in this small courtyard for the next few days of the battle. After he finished speaking, he stood up and cupped his hands and left. After Qiu Weiqing had walked far away, Qin Feng smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He asked hesitantly, Little brother, although you did not explicitly state your relationship with Rejuvenation Valley, but based on your martial arts and what you said yesterday, that you seem to know how to refine pills, I know that your relationship with Rejuvenation Valley must be very close. I believe what little brother said just now, that you will not care about my grudge with Rejuvenation Valley. However, I still want to ask, does little brother really know how to refine pills? Zhang Xiaohua thought he wanted to ask about her relationship with Rejuvenation Valley, but he suddenly changed the topic and asked if she knew how to refine pills. Connecting it to Qin Fengxiao's expression when he heard that she knew how to refine pills yesterday, she couldn't help but start. She asked curiously, is the art of refining pills very rare? Our Tianmu Peak has so many disciples from the pill department. Don't they all know how to concoct pills? They all know how to refine pills? Qin Feng sneered, you think too highly of this group of disciples. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Aren't the disciples of the pill department supposed to refine pills? How can they not be? Qin Fengxiao looked at the white clouds in the distance and said disappointedly, if they refine pills like Rejuvenation Valley, then some of them can be considered to know how to refine pills. You've also seen Rejuvenation Valley's pill refining room? Qin Fengxiao was even more surprised than her. You're a medicine boy chosen by Rejuvenation Valley, but you don't even know this? Although the medicine boys of Rejuvenation Valley don't need to refine pills, they must know the steps of refining pills. However, they don't teach the specifics of how to do it. Thus, they must be in Rejuvenation Valley's pill refining room to observe pill refining. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and didn't explain. Qin Fengxiao didn't pursue the matter and continued. Anyway, I was filled with longing for pill refining back then. I thought that I could learn pill refining after coming to the Cult of Fragrance. Unfortunately, I only found out after coming here that only the disciples of the pill department in the Cult of Fragrance can come into contact with pill refining. We of the grass department can only grow medicinal herbs. We can't even enter the pill refining room. Oh, you can't even enter the pill refining room? Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. Yes, that's right. Every disciple of the Cult of Fragrance has their own duties and is forbidden from secretly learning other disciples' things. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Tianmu Peak is Headmaster Chen's territory. I don't believe that Headmaster Chen hasn't even been to the pill refining room of the pill department. Qin Fengxiao didn't hide his smile and nodded. That was my original plan. I wanted to secretly learn from the pill refining room of the pill department. However, when I saw the refining methods of the pill department's consecrators, I no longer wanted to learn pill refining from the disciples of the pill department. Why is that? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. She was already on the alert. Let's talk about the pill refining methods of the pill department first. Not all of the disciples of the pill department on Tianmu Peak refine pills. Some clean and classify medicinal herbs, some refine pills. Only a small portion of them refine pills, clean medicinal herbs? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood a little. The pill department of the pill spreading hall seemed to have similar refining methods to the Rejuvenation Valley. That's right. Only a small portion of the disciples refine pills. Moreover, their refining methods are the same as the Rejuvenation Valleys. In addition to these disciples, there are several pill spreading halls consecrators. They were either eliminated from the inner sex pill refining selection, or they were too old to be qualified for the inner sex pill refining. Thus, they came to the pill spreading hall to enjoy their remaining years. However, their refining methods are beyond the reach of the Rejuvenation Valley. It is said to be the legendary true refining of pills. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and thought, it seems that the Cult of Fragrance is indeed powerful. I only learned the method of imitating vital qi from the Alliance of Righteous Sects after learning the method of enchanting finger from the Alliance of Righteous Sects. Presumably, the Cult of Fragrance also has this method. It's just that these consecrators don't accept disciples. I only saw it from afar and realized how shallow the refining methods of the pill department are. Thus, I gave up the idea of learning. Zhang Xiaohua asked, then the hard currency in the pill department is? Naturally it's the pills refined by the consecrators. How can the pills refined by the pill department be used for circulation? Moreover, these consecrators are free and unfettered on Tianmu Peak. If they don't have a good relationship with us, they may not be as comfortable as they are now. Thus they are willing to turn a blind eye. Alas, although these consecrators are more powerful than the disciples of the pill department, their refining rate is still very low. They can't be compared to the inner sex refining. I heard that the inner sex refining rate is already 60%. Refining rate? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He had seen this term in the jade slip before, but he had never understood it. Now that he heard it, he couldn't help but ask. And that's right. The refining rate of the pill department's consecrators is usually 30%. It's far from being comparable to the inner sect disciples. Thus we don't dare to cut off the flow. Oh right, little brother, what's the refining rate? Qin Fengxiao didn't suspect anything and asked casually. Oh, it's only 10 to 20%. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to say too much. Since the refining rate was low, he could just continue. Qin Fengxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. He said, it's already not bad. Very good, very good. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. Only now did he understand that Qin Fengxiao was testing him. He couldn't help but smile and say, Headmaster Chen has good intentions. How do you know that I can refine pills like the consecrators of the pill department? Ah, Qin Fengxiao seemed to be very happy. He said, last night little brother said that you can refine pills. I've been thinking about it. Rejuvenation Valley's Nie Shuai has been trying to understand the secrets of the ancient refining method for decades. This guy is extremely intelligent and won't give up until he achieves his goal. He must have already caused some trouble. Moreover, little brother's martial arts is exactly what the ancient refining method requires. Thus I took the risk to try. Zhang Xiaohua secretly cursed. He only said, Headmaster Chen has seen through me. I only said that I can use water to refine pills. Who knew that Headmaster Chen has discerning eyes? I can't hide it from you. Huh, Qin Fengxiao smiled slyly and said, this is our grass department's secret. Remember, little brother, you must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, there will be trouble that you can't imagine. Zhang Xiaohua thought, what kind of trouble can there be? It's just letting the upper echelons of the pill hall know and moving me from Tianmu Peak to Baiyu Peak. You won't be able to get any benefits. However, if I go to Baiyu Peak, won't I become the focus of everyone's attention? Not to mention that I have to refine pills for the pill hall every day. I can't even fill my own pockets. Who has the patience to work for them? Furthermore, at that time, won't I be watched closely? Even if I want to look for second brother, it won't be possible. Since you want to keep it a secret and keep me at Tianmu Peak, don't you know that I also want to keep it a secret and use Tianmu Peak as a cover? Aren't we thinking of the same thing? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm most afraid of trouble. Headmaster Chen, please bear with me. Qin Fengxiao smiled and nodded, little brother, don't worry. Since you want to stay at Tianmu Peak, I will do my best to satisfy your request. I won't let you regret your choice today. As they were talking, Qiu Weiqing brought over 10 strong disciples and gave them some instructions. He then let them go to the small courtyard and walked to the cliff. He cupped his hands and said, little brother, there's nothing important in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, just some gold leaves. Nothing else. Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing both laughed and said, these gold leaves will cause a lot of trouble. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, how would I know that someone would take my bag? If there's anyone to blame, it's Qing Shi. Qin Fengxiao smiled and said, little brother, don't be too nervous. With me here at Tianmu Peak, they won't dare to do anything ugly. At most, they'll use a bet to lure you to lose the gold leaves to them. Then I'm relieved. Just this bet, I'll take the gold leaves. Even if there are more in the future, just the pills will be enough. Qin Fengxiao smiled and looked at Qiu Weiqing and said, okay, the matter has been explained clearly. Little brother, you should prepare. Although you don't have to fight in the afternoon, you should rest well and put on a show for them. Qiu Weiqing cupped his hands and said, then we'll take our leave. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, after the two of you leave, I'll stay here and watch the clouds rise and fall. Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing walked very far away. Qiu Weiqing turned back and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was already out of sight. He frowned and said, Headmaster Chen, why is this guy not being honest? You've already told him the truth. Why is he still hiding it? Is there something fishy going on? Qin Fengxiao also laughed coldly and said, since he's come to our Tianmu Peak, even if he's a strong dragon, we'll turn him into a loach. No matter what his background is, he's just a relative of that old man Ye. From his tone, he's probably in cahoots with that old man Ye's daughter. We've dealt with more than 1 or 2 people from Rejuvenation Valley. Today we finally caught a big fish. Please vote, vote, vote. If you want to know what's going to happen, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 542. Qiu Weiqing smacked his lips and laughed. Yes, head leader Chen, this is a few hundred taels of gold leaves. Even I am envious of it. Humph, Qin Feng laughed coldly. Gold leaves are just pleasing to the eye, but what use do they have in the incense order? Even if I give you all the gold leaves, will you be able to sleep at night? This. Qiu Weiqing did not know how to answer, but he was still unwilling. This is hard to say. If I did not know, then so be it. But now that I know, I can't get a share of it. Does head leader Chen not want to get a share? Qin Feng laughed and waved his hand. We are all brothers of the grass division. How do you expect me to do it? Let's see the news from the pill spreading hall first. Also, let's see how this guy's martial arts are. It seems that head leader Chen does not believe this guy's words. Believe? That's strange. Qin Feng laughed and curled his lips. He is just a young man in his teens and not from any famous sect. Who knows better than me what the people of Rejuvenation Valley are like? Even that old man Ye may not be my match. How can he be my match? I can only fend off 2 Qingshi, but he can deal with 3. He's really bragging without fear of losing his teeth. You're a wise head leader. However, since he is able to deal with 2 Qingshers, he can be considered as one of the top few in our Tianmu peak. Therefore he is still useful. Let him stay here for a while. After a long time we will find out more about him. Alright, let's do as head leader says. Let's discuss the order of the battle. Well, actually there's nothing much to say. The pill department will definitely send De Jin Gang to fight. Let's just do as we discussed when we came here. I want to see how good he is. Anyway, we'll arrange 3 gambling fights for this guy. This way we can cover Wu Dalong's mouth. Head leader, aren't 3 battles too many? Even you can only fight 3 rounds at most. Normally 2 rounds are enough. Qin Feng laughed and waved his hand. No problem. Didn't that guy say he can handle 3 Qingshi? 3 battles are just right. Then which match should we bet on? Hehe, do you even need to ask? Of course, I'm betting on this guy for the first round. I don't have any confidence in the other 2 rounds, so don't bet. Let the brothers play. Oh, I know. The 2 of them slowly walked into the courtyard as they talked. As they walked further and further away, a head suddenly appeared under a tree. He looked at them from afar and was a little confused. Which match? What do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua returned to the side of the cliff and gazed at the misty mountain range. She couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This Qin Feng Xiao looks very straightforward on the surface, as if he's very concerned about me, but he's still secretly on his guard. He even has some intentions of controlling me. Isn't it just concocting pills? I'll just concoct pills for you. Why would I be afraid of you? Not to mention the 3 of you, even if all of you came, wouldn't this young master still move a few more times? I'd like to see what powerful means you have that can surprise me. Not long after, a few disciples who were cleaning up the courtyard came over and asked her to check. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about it and waved her hand to let them go. The dozen or so disciples didn't feel unhappy. Their eyes were full of envy when they looked at those people as if their treatment made them jealous. Returning to the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the courtyard under the warm sunlight. Immersed in the pleasure of comprehending the way of heaven, it was only at this moment that she felt that her life hadn't been lost in vain. In the blink of an eye, the sun had already risen. Sitting in the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She released her divine sense and saw Bai Huan walking over from outside the bamboo forest. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and got up to return to the house. She sat on the chair and waited for the arrival of this senior brother Bai. Not long after, she heard Bai Huan shouting outside, "Junior brother Rin, are you in the courtyard?" Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, "Yes, senior brother Bai. Come in, why are you so polite?" Bai Huan entered the courtyard and said, "Junior brother, you don't know. In the morning, Headmaster Chen had already announced to the brothers of the grass division that if you don't agree, you can't enter this small courtyard. I don't want to be polite with you, but I can't not listen to Headmaster's arrangements." Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and smiled, "I see. Then I'll have to trouble you to shout before you come in." "It's nothing," Bai Huan said, looking around. "Junior brother, I don't want to criticize you, but what's so good about this place? So far away from anywhere. Why don't you move back and live with us?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It's just a temporary residence. Let's talk about it later." "That's right, I knew Headmaster wouldn't leave you here. This place is quiet during the day, but at night it's..." Then he moved closer to Zhang Xiaohua's ear and said, "I also know that you're here for the safety of the Golden Leaf. After this battle, I'm sure no one will have any ideas about the Golden Leaf anymore, right?" How would I know that? Maybe there will be more people? Ahem, junior brother Ren, let's not talk too much. Headmaster asked me to call you. The battle is about to start and they're waiting for you. Alright, you still have to bring this bag with you." After saying that, he looked at the big bag on the table with great envy. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this big bag was Qin Fengxiao's bait. How could she not take it? So she walked to the front, picked it up and said, "Senior brother Bai, please lead the way." The place of the battle seemed not to be in the yard. Bai Huan led Zhang Xiaohua to walk along the mountain road outside the yard. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something and could not help asking, "Senior brother Bai, I have something to ask." Bai Huan asked curiously, "What's the matter? You wanted to ask yesterday. Just say it." Zhang Xiaohua said, "I want to ask senior brother Bai, what is the meaning of the elixir success rate?" Bai Huan asked curiously, "The elixir success rate is used by the elixir department to refine elixirs. How do you know it?" Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly. In the morning, Headmaster said that the elixir success rate of several executives of the elixir department was extremely high. I didn't quite understand and didn't dare to ask more. Senior brother Bai, you've been in our pill expanding hall for many years, so you naturally know it. Of course, there's nothing in this pill expanding hall that I don't know. Bai Huan said proudly. As the name suggests, the elixir success rate is the probability of refining elixirs successfully. Zhang Xiaohua pretended not to know and asked curiously, is there a time when refining elixirs is unsuccessful? Of course, the most important thing in refining elixirs is to control the temperature of the furnace. If you're not careful, all the herbs in the furnace will turn into ashes. Moreover, the time of adding the herbs and the proportion of the mixture will also affect the refining of the elixir. Many times, the elixir produced will have no effect or very poor effect, which is also a failure. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua looked thoughtful and said to herself, it turns out that the executives of the pill expanding hall only have a 50% chance of success when refining elixirs. I haven't failed yet. Zhang Xiaohua's little tail was raised quietly again. Then what about the disciples of our elixir department? Their elixir success rate? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously again. Humph, Bai Huan snorted and said, they don't have any elixir success rate. Look at their arrogant faces. They think that only the elixir department can refine elixirs in the whole pill expanding hall. They just boil the elixirs. Even I can do it. Who can't? That's right. I didn't like them when I came to the dining room yesterday. They all had their noses in the air. Our brothers of the grass department are more low-key. They are the real capable ones. Zhang Xiaohua's little flattery made Bai Huan feel very comfortable. She increasingly felt that this little junior brother was pleasing to the eye. As expected, the place of the gambling fight was not in the yard, but on another vast lawn. At this moment, hundreds of people were sitting on the lawn. They were divided into two groups and surrounded the open space in the middle. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua appeared, the whole messy place immediately became silent. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua. No, they were staring at the huge bag in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously wrapped her arms around the bag and held it in her arms. At this time, everyone reluctantly moved their eyes away and whispered to each other in an instant. Bai Huan familiarly led Zhang Xiaohua to the left side of the open space. There were already a few people who looked very strong sitting on the ground casually. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua coming over, they didn't get up. Bai Huan had to take Zhang Xiaohua to them and introduce them to Zhang Xiaohua one by one. They were the 6 great arhats of the grass department. Those people looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua also snorted a few times and just nodded like them. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, several so-called arhats frowned slightly and expressed their dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Bai Huan panicked and quietly poked Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care and just pretended not to see it. Bai Huan had no choice but to point to the few people in the front row and introduce them one by one. They were the 10 great guardian warriors of the pill department. Among them, Qing Shi was half squatting there with gritted teeth. He was holding a huge dog's tail grass in his hand and biting it fiercely, as if he could vent the anger in his chest by doing so. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and was about to ask Bai Huan when she saw Qin Fengxiao, Qiu Weiqing and Wu Zhouxiu in the distance accompanying 5 hale and hearty old men with white hair and beards walking over. Seeing them appear, the disciples who were sitting casually on the ground all stood up and stood there in an orderly manner to welcome their arrival. These are the 5 consecrators of our pill-spreading hall on Tianmu Peak. They have all been in the inner sanctum before and can be considered the most respected people on Tianmu Peak. All the gambling fights are decided by them. Bai Huan moved closer to Zhang Xiaohua and whispered in her ear. The 5 consecrators, accompanied by Qin Fengxiao and the other 2, walked to the 5 tables on the empty ground. They did not stand on ceremony and sat down skillfully. A few disciples had already served them fragrant tea. Then Qin Fengxiao clasped his hands at the 5 consecrators and nodded at the Wuzhou ruins. He said loudly, "Brothers from the Grass Division and Pill Division, please take a seat. The battle officially begins." Chapter 543. When the disciples below the stage heard the announcement, they all jumped up and cheered loudly as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the front, jumped from the excitement and was instantly drowned in the sea of cheers. Looking at the disciples around her in a very terrifying manner, Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly. AI, people with no aspirations are truly pitiful. It's just a simple gambling fight and they're already so happy. If there's a cheerleading squad. Before she could form her thoughts, she saw a dozen or so disciples dressed in martial attire scurry out from the shadows. Some were empty-handed, some were holding swords, some were holding sabers, and a few were holding wooden sticks that were as tall as eyebrows. When they walked to different positions in the open space, they cupped their hands in salute to the surroundings. They were like entertainers in the Jianghu, performing a routine that looked impressive but was useless. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's train of thought stopped and her mouth almost couldn't close. This gambling fight was a bit too gaudy. However, when she saw the acrobatic disciples, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the entertainer she'd saved in Lu town called Chu Zhigao. This person seemed to know a bit about pills and had given her a shabby pill recipe that seemed to be recorded on silk. What was its name again? At that time she'd only just come into contact with the art of pill refinement and didn't know the meaning behind it. She'd long forgotten the name of the pill and just casually tossed it into her clothes. Later, when she received the money pouch, she threw it into the space and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Now that she'd made some small progress in pill refinement, she should take it out and have a look when she had time. Perhaps there would be an unexpected surprise. That's right, this Chu Zhigao seemed to live in Dragon Mountain. She'd never heard of this place before. She'd forgotten to ask Nye Qinyu when she was in Rejuvenation Valley. Otherwise, if she had time, she could pay a visit. Perhaps there would be some opportunity. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiao's hand couldn't help but touch the money pouch in her clothes. Not long after, the performers bowed and left the stage. The audience cheered again, but this cheering caused Zhang Xiaohua to look at them with disdain. Sai, why don't you read more books about medicinal herbs when you have nothing better to do? It's good to have some self-restraint. Wasting your youth here for no reason, it's so sad. At this moment, Wu Zhouxu gestured with his hands and raised his voice. All right, the highly anticipated battle between the Pill Division and the Grass Division of Tianmu Peak will now officially begin. I believe everyone already knew this morning. Oh, perhaps many of the senior and junior brothers already received the news last night. This battle will not be the same as usual. Why do I say so? To be specific, there are two differences. First, the brothers of the Grass Division have new blood. Just yesterday, yes, to be specific, last night, the Grass Division gained a new fierce general. He is Ren Xiaoyao. Come, junior brother Ren, please rise and let the disciples admire your might. After he finished speaking, he gestured towards Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely helpless. This young master wants to keep a low profile. With your introduction, I still have to lower my head. Also, admire, why does this phrase sound so awkward? Zhang Xiaohua stood up and bowed to the surrounding disciples. Immediately, the Grass Division people cheered while the Pill Division people booed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua sit down, Wu Zhouxu said again. Yesterday when junior brother Ren came, he had a good fight with our Pill Division's Qing Shi. Of course, we are all hot-blooded men. We pay attention to the principle of no discord, no concord. Last night, although our Pill Division's Qing Shi suffered a small loss at the hands of junior brother Ren, Qing Shi has already told me in private. He said that junior brother Ren is a good brother, a true man. At the side, Qing Shi had a toothache expression as he muttered in his heart. De Lang is too good at deceiving people. When did I open my heart to him? When did I reach such a noble state? Good, the Grass Division and Pill Division disciples cheered. No one knew why the Pill Division disciples were cheering. Were they cheering for Zhang Xiaohua for teaching Qing Shi a lesson? Wu Zhouxu liked this kind of atmosphere very much. He straightened his 5-foot-tall body and took half a step forward. Yesterday, junior apprentice brother Ren said that he would let whoever let him eat vegetables eat vegetables. Whoever took his gold, he would let them have their gold back. I agree with this sentence wholeheartedly. Qing Shi offended junior apprentice brother Ren yesterday. There is nothing to say. Bring it over. As he said this, he waved his hand at the disciples of the pill department. A disciple held a tray with a few jade bottles on it and handed it to Wu Zhouxu. Wu Zhouxu took it and showed it to everyone. He said, "Here is a bottle of blood replenishing pill, blood coagulating pill, small bone strengthening pill and small bone congealing pill." Small bone congealing pill? Zhang Xiaohua was startled and thought, this name sounds very familiar. I I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this the pill recipe that Chu Zhigao gave her earlier? He was just wondering what kind of pill it was. Now that she heard it, it was really a coincidence. However, this was the small bone congealing pill. According to alchemy practice, it should be a replica of the bone congealing pill. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was frowning, Qin Feng, who was at the side, asked with a smile, Wudong, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Wu Zhoushu seemed to have known that he would ask this question. He smiled and said, Does Head Qin think that these 4 bottles of pills are not worth enough? Qin Feng smiled and nodded. That's right. Yesterday my grass division's junior brother Ren asked for 50 taels of gold. Wah! Everyone below the stage was in an uproar. Although they had heard about the amount of gold yesterday, no one believed it. Some said it was only 5 taels of gold, while others said it was 50 taels of silver. In short, everyone felt that the 50 taels of gold was just a rumor. Now that they heard Head Qin and Wu Daolong talk about it face to face, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Wu Zhoushu was not surprised. He held up the plate with his left hand and said to everyone, Junior brothers, look at this plate of mine. There are 5 bottles on it. That is to say, there is still a bottle of pills. What kind of pill is that? It can actually be compared to a few dozen taels of gold? That's right. Those 4 bottles of pills, if estimated, are worth at most 10 taels of gold. I can't guess. When will our pill division be able to refine such a valuable pill? Qin Feng frowned. He was only an expert in medicinal herbs and only knew about pills. He really couldn't guess what Wu Daolong was selling in his gourd. He could only smile and say, Daolong, don't keep us in suspense. Let me see a pill worth a few dozen taels of gold. Wu Zhoushu smiled proudly and said, This last bottle contains our fragrance division's famous Yuandan pill. Before Qin Feng could say anything, the consecrators sitting behind the table spat out the tea in their mouths. A few of them even stood up in surprise while coughing and said, Dong, where did you get the Yuandan pill? Someone pointed at Wu Zhoushu and scolded, You prodigal Daolong. This Yuandan pill is a sacred medicine for inner disciples to heal their injuries. How can it be exchanged with gold? How can you lose it to someone else? Qin Feng's face also showed a strange expression, a rare look of greed in his eyes. Seeing everyone like this, Wu Zhoushu became even more arrogant and said loudly, Consecrators brothers, please don't be impatient. Let me finish. If it was the real Yuandan pill, I wouldn't be willing to take it out even if he gave me 100 taels of gold. Although this is a Yuandan pill, it's a wasted pill refined by an inner sect elder. Oh, I see. When the consecrators heard this, they sat down once again. They were all cursing in their hearts. This scoundrel is bad. You should have said earlier that it's a cripple. You've even spat on your clothes. How uncultured. Qin Feng squinted his eyes and listened to Wu Zhoushu. Although this pill is wasted, it was refined by an inner sect elder after all. The herbs used are all full-grown and have sufficient healing effects. Even the herbs used are worth a few dozen taels of gold, right? Then he said to Qin Feng with a smile, Head Qin, do you think these 5 bottles of pills are worth 50 taels of gold? Qin Feng nodded and said, Daolong's explanation means that even the 5 consecrators agree. I naturally have no objections. Wu Zhoushu smiled, That's good. Come, let's invite junior brother Ren to come on stage and take away all these pills, lest you say that the disciples of the Dan department don't keep their words. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Qin Feng, who nodded with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua went on stage and took all 5 bottles of pills. She put them in her arms and said, Daolong is indeed a man of his word. The brothers of the Dan department are good brothers. Let's end yesterday's matter here. Don't. Wu Zhoushu quickly stopped her. Junior brother Ren, this is just the beginning. It's too early to say that it's over. Qin Feng smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, you go down first. You'll know when you go on stage. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to herself, This guy still wants to set a trap for Daolong at this time. Then she nodded and walked down. From the stage to the stage, Zhang Xiaohua felt countless gazes were like sharp swords, piercing into the jade bottle in her arms. Nonsense, this was the Yuandan pill. Although it was a waste, it was still a treasure. After Zhang Xiaohua left the stage, Wu Zhoushu said again, That was the first difference. Next I'll talk about the second difference. That is, in this gambling fight, The prize for the participants of the Dan department and the Grass department is 50 taels of gold. Can only be more, not less. Wow, cheers and surprised voices filled the stage again. The gambling fight between the Dan department and the Grass department of the Tianmu Peak had been going on for a long time. Usually the prize was just a few pills and sometimes even some herbs. It was just for entertainment. Now that they heard Wu Zhoushu's words, how could they not be excited? It was as if everyone could see the dazzling 50 taels of gold in front of their eyes. Qin Feng and Chiu Wei-cheng stood beside Wu Zhoushu without any change in expression. It should have been discussed yesterday. The 5 consecrators beside them also frowned and looked at each other, not knowing if they should speak. At this time the 5-feet-tall Wu Zhoushu coughed a few times, cleared his throat and said, "All right, I'll stop talking about the 2 changes. Next I'll talk about the 4 great disciplines and the 9 precautions." Qin Feng smiled bitterly. Chapter 544. Wu Zhoushu's speech was like an old granny's foot-binding cloth, smelly and long, until all the disciples in the field were drowsy, and the 5 consecrators on the field were dozing off. Only then did he end. Wu Zhoushu said, "All right, my speech ends here, the rest of the time will be handed over to Headmaster Qin." Immediately the drowsy disciples below the field were energized. The 5 consecrators on the field immediately raised their heads, and clapped at the same time, making Zhang Xiaohua confused. Weren't these people all asleep just now? Why were they still listening? Qin Fengshao listened and said loudly, "Thank you Wu Daong for your brilliant speech explaining the importance and necessity of this gambling fight in detail. As for me, I don't plan to say much, but on initiative I would like to add 2 points." Instantly the disciples below the field returned to their drowsy state. The consecrators on the field also returned to their dozing state. Zhang Xiaohua also looked down, and started to comprehend the rabbit talisman in her Naiwen palace. Not knowing how long had passed, Qin Fengshao said, "All right, I will stop here. I wish this gambling fight a perfect, smooth, high-quality, high-value ending." All right, everyone in the field returned to their lively and energetic state. Oh my, Zhang Xiaohua understood this time these people were already used to it. Following that, Qin Fengshao and Wu Zhoushu looked at each other, and their eyes shrunk. They took out a brocade pouch, walked to one of the 5 consecrators and handed the brocade pouch to that person. That old consecrator also stood up solemnly and stretched out his hand to receive it. Then Qin Fengshao and Wu Zhoushu left the field, and returned to the Grass department and Dan department respectively. At this time a disciple walked over from the side, holding a sealed box in his hand, and placed it on the table in front of the consecrator. The consecrator carefully placed the brocade pouch into the box, looked around and laughed loudly. "The order of these 10 matches has been decided. Please place your bets." Bet. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. At this time Qin Fengshao had already sat down beside Zhang Xiaohua. He said in a low voice, "The prize of the gambling fight is taken out by the 2 participants. Whoever wins will naturally get the prize of the other. However, the disciples outside the field won't get any benefits. Therefore they have to open a bet for them to take out their elixirs and choose which side to support. If the side they support loses, they won't get their elixirs back. If they win, they can get the elixirs of those who lose." Zhang Xiaohua understood a little, but she immediately asked curiously, "Boss Qin, there are so many people here. Won't it be troublesome to place a bet? Moreover, if I bet that the Grass division will win, I will only bet 1 elixir, and the others bet that the Pill division will win, everyone will also bet 1 elixir. After the winner is decided, how will the elixirs be divided?" Qin Fengshao pointed at the many disciples who were running around with cloth bags, paper and brushes and said, "Look, these are the disciples who are preparing to record and accept the elixirs. They are all very familiar with this, so there's no need to go through too much trouble. According to what Brother Ren said, if you win, you will win all of the other people's elixirs. However, if you lose, your elixir will be divided equally among the others. As for how to divide equally, we have a set of methods that have been used for a long time, and everyone is very convinced." Zhang Xiaohua understood that the eyes of the crowd were as sharp as snow. If she was the only one who bet to win, she would definitely lose, and the other people's investment would definitely result in very little results. At this time, looking at the many people who were running down the field, she quickly reached the end of the list of disciples. Presumably they had finished counting the bets. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked softly, But before the list of names for the battle is announced, we don't know who will be fighting who. How can we choose the contestant that we like? Qin Fengxiao shrugged and said, if it's not the grass division, then it's the pill division. There are only these two choices. It's up to the heavens. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that this was the only way. If they knew who would be fighting, they would know the level of their martial arts. How could anyone bet that they would definitely lose? Sure enough, after a disciple collected the detailed records of everyone's bets, he directly brought it to the field. Among the 5 consecrated elders, the leftmost one also picked up a small wooden box from the ground and solemnly kept the records. After closing the lid, he took out a lock from his chest and carefully locked it before placing it on the table. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Headmaster Qin, are these 5 old consecrated elders not going to bet? Qin Fengxiao looked at the 5 solemn old consecrated elders on the stage and said with a smile, they are the judges of the battle. Naturally, they can't affect the fairness of the battle because of their likes and dislikes. So they, although they want to participate, they can't be allowed to. Of course, they will take a cut for every battle. Do you think they will work for free? Zhang Xiaohua also chuckled and didn't say anything. Who would like to work for free? When all the preparations were in place, the entire field was silent. Everyone looked at the consecrated elder in the middle. Qin Fengxiao said in a low voice, this consecrated elder's surname is Lei. He is the oldest among the 5 consecrated elders. His alchemy skills are also the best. So, our pill department and grass department unanimously elected him to be the main judge. Consecrator Lei took a sip of tea, cleared his throat and solemnly opened the small box in front of him. He picked up a brocade pouch and took out a slip of paper. After looking at it, he read aloud, Dan Division's first disciple is Yao Ping. At this moment, a tall and sturdy person was picked out from the pill department's disciples. He walked into the field and walked a few steps as if he was demonstrating his power. He shook the muscles on his arms and then cast a provocative look in Zhang Xiaohua's direction. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at him. This look was like casting pearls before swine. Zhang Xiaohua turned and asked Qin Fengxiao, Leader, who is this simple-minded muscular man? Qin Fengxiao looked at the pill department's rising momentum and then looked at Yao Ping, who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He smiled and said, this guy is the number 2 of the 10 great guardian deities. He has some skills. If you go against him, you have to be careful. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and frowned. Leader, I suddenly thought of something. The pill department's 10 great guardian deities and our grass department's 6 great arhats. Are they ranked based on martial arts or age? Of course it's based on martial arts. Qiu Weiqing did not wait for Qin Fengxiao to open his mouth and continued. This Yao Ping used to be the eldest of the 9 great guardian deities. However, Zhou Shuming came and fought with him for 300 moves before Zhou Shuming defeated him and took the title of great guardian deity. Yao Ping had to settle for 2nd place, and the other 8 deities were all ranked behind. Only that Cheng Shi, who was originally called Honest, is worthy of his name. He is the 10th. Qin Fengxiao chuckled. Our 6 great arhats are the same? Yes, most of them were poached from the other peaks of Tianmu Peak. They are all characters who are not willing to submit to others. How can they not compete? Little brother, now that you've come, you have the strength to fight for the title of Great Arhat. Look about 1 zhang to your left, the short and shrewd one is our grass division's Great Arhat, Lu Fengmeng. When he heard about your arrival, he didn't sleep well last night, afraid that you would challenge him. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he released his spiritual awareness and saw that Lu Fengmeng was looking at the stage. From time to time, the corner of his eyes slanted in his direction as if he was observing him. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, what's the point of arguing about the title of Great Arhat? Little brother has just arrived at Tianmu Peak, so you don't know much. Although our Chuanxiang order is not in Jianghu, but the benefits of our disciples cannot be lacking. Although ordinary things like gold and silver have no use here, but pills and other things cannot be lacking. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be too busy? Tianmu Peak's ordinary disciples have the same treatment as ordinary disciples, but the Dan department's King Kong and Grass department's Arhat naturally have different treatment. Moreover, according to the ranking, the treatment is very different. If Lu Fengming's title of Great Arhat is taken by you, his daily expenses and pills will be much less. Do you think he won't argue with you? Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood and said to Qiu Weiqing, Senior Qiu, I have a message for you to pass to Lu Fengmeng. Is it a challenge? Junior brother Ren, if it is so, after this battle, let the head arrange it for you. With your martial arts, the title of Great Arhat will be yours. Yes, little brother. If you didn't tell me this morning, I was afraid that you would drive me away. Qin Feng said half-jokingly. It's not like that. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I want Senior Qiu to tell Lu Fengmeng that I will not fight with him for the title of Great Arhat. Even if it is any other Arhat, I will not fight for it. Why is that? Qiu Weiqing did not understand. Qin Feng smiled and said confidently, Is it because little brother disdains it? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, It's not because I disdain it. The specific reason I think you will know after a while. Qin Feng smiled and looked at Qiu Weiqing. Both of them did not understand. At this time, Yao Ping of the Dan department had shown off enough. He stood on the empty ground and did not move. He got into a stance and quietly waited for his opponent to enter the arena. Lei Gongfeng saw that the atmosphere of the arena had been adjusted. He then stood up unhurriedly and opened the sealed box. He took out another brocade bag and took out a piece of paper. But when he saw the name written on it, he could not help but turn pale with fright. He immediately raised his head and looked at Qin Feng, who was below the arena. Qin Feng seemed to know about this situation. He met Lei Gongfeng's gaze and nodded slightly. After receiving Qin Feng's confirmation, Lei Gongfeng secretly sighed. He raised his head and looked at Wu Zhoushu, who was looking at him with a strange gaze. Thus he cleared his throat and said loudly, The first disciple of the grass department to fight is Lu Quan. What? Lu Quan? How can it be Lu Quan? Only the sixth of the 6 Arhats, Lu Quan, who is the weakest in the grass department. Not only Wu Zhoushu and Yao Ping, even the disciples of the Dan department and grass department were holed up and shouting, Vote for me. Come, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 545. When they heard that the first one to go on stage was not the popular figure of the grass division, Zhang Xiaohua, the whole place was in an uproar. The most important thing was that the disciples who had bet on the grass division were making a big fuss. Wasn't this cheating them? The second King Kong of the pill division, Lu Fengmeng, versus the 6th Arhat of the grass division, Lu Quan. How could the grass division possibly win? Wu Zhoushu also had a strange expression on his face. He walked up to the stage and asked loudly, Leader Qin, shouldn't you give our pill division, oh no, give all of our disciples an explanation? Qin Fengxiao was not afraid at all. He walked up to the stage and said with a smile, Dong, your request is too simple. Even if you didn't say it, I would have come up to explain. Then he raised his voice and said, I have discussed with Daong yesterday to let our grass division's Ren Xiaoyao go on stage. However, this is a bet between our pill division and the grass division. When we arrange for junior brother Ren to go on stage, we have to consider the overall effect and not just junior brother Ren's own interests. Daong, please rest assured that junior brother Ren will definitely go on stage. The conditions that I have promised you will definitely be fulfilled. But, Wu Zhoushu said, but for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. Yes, the grass division had agreed to let Ren Xiaoyao go on stage. However, the order of the battle wasn't like his own wishful thinking. Any battle would be fine. He remembered that when he told Qin Fengxiao about it, he didn't specify which battle it was. Then Qin Feng smiled and faced the disciples of the pill and grass divisions. He cupped his hands and said, Brothers, I'm sure everyone knows that the strength of the grass division is much weaker than that of the pill division. There's no need to hide this. Junior brother Ren's participation will definitely allow the strength of the grass division to grow wings. The order of the battle has always been particular. I'm sure everyone knows this. Therefore, we've arranged for junior brother Ren to fight in the next round or the next round. Moreover, most importantly, our junior brother Ren will participate 3 times. Each time the prize will be 50 taels of gold. This is the agreement between me and Wu Daong, and it is also the agreement between junior brother Ren and the pill department. We will definitely fulfill the agreement. I believe, and you all must also believe, that with junior brother Ren's participation, the most important battle on Tianmu Peak will be even more attractive and interesting. Don't you think so? Nonsense. Since the leader of the grass division had spoken, How could the disciples of the grass division not raise their hands in agreement? Immediately everyone cheered, "Great! Exciting! We want exciting!" When the disciples of the pill department saw that Wu Zhouxu didn't say anything, and then thought about the more exciting battles in the future, they were all eager to give it a try. After everyone had quieted down, Qin Feng turned his head and asked Consecrator Lei, "Old Consecrator Lei, may I ask if this arrangement violates the rules of the previous battle?" Consecrator Lei nodded and said, "Of course not. There are also 10 pieces of paper in the silk pouch. It's no different from before." Then Qin Feng smiled and asked Wu Zhouxu, "What do you think, Dalong?" What could Wu Zhouxu say? Although he gritted his teeth in hatred, Qin Feng's words were reasonable and his actions were reasonable. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Fortunately, he didn't draw lots in the morning. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face. Wu Zhouxu expressionlessly flicked his sleeves and retreated from the arena, sitting down casually. Qin Fengxiao also walked back to his original position. He waved his hand and a short and agile man on his right flashed out from the crowd with a whoosh and jumped straight onto the field. It was the 6th Arhat of the grass sect, Lu Quan. Qin Feng walked to Zhang Xiao's side and said, "Little brother, I let you go up 3 times without your consent. You don't have any complaints in your heart, do you?" "Complaints?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, "You still have the nerve to say that. The one that the pill department wants to challenge is me, not the 6 great guardian deities of the grass division. You guys interfered for no reason and let me earn less pills. Of course I have complaints." However, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Of course not. Yesterday little brother was the representative of the first master. How can I say irresponsible words now?" Qin Feng was very happy when he heard this and said, "Actually, Wu Daong is just coveting little brother's golden leaves. He already gave little brother some pills just now. When little brother goes up later, as long as he wins the first round, even if he loses the next 2 rounds, it will still be a draw. I also thought of this, so I agreed to Wu Daong's suggestion. This was also something that happened in the afternoon, so I didn't have time to inform little brother." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "It's fine, it's fine. It's just 3 rounds. If it really can't be done, I'll admit defeat." Actually, he had already calculated in his heart. 3 rounds meant that he could win 150 taels of gold. It wasn't a small amount. It was equivalent to the salary of a manservant in the Huanxi Manor for many years. However, he immediately thought of a question. "First Master, does this wager have to be taken out in advance for every battle?" Qin Feng pointed at the 2 people who were already fighting and said, "There's no need. Look at these 2 people. They're both going up first. After the battle, they'll hand over the wager." He took out a piece of paper and read, "The grass division's candidate for the second battle is Si Huinan." Then from Qin Fengxiao's right-hand side, a slightly fat man jumped into the arena. Instantly the pill division's Wu Zhouxu's face turned pale. He stared at Qin Fengxiao in a daze and pretended to gnash his teeth. Zhang Xiaohua was about to ask when Consecrated Lei took out another piece of paper and shouted, "The pill division's candidate for the second battle is Su Anong." Instantly the pill division's disciples were in an uproar. The grass division's disciples were excited. Qiu Weiqing explained in a low voice, "Brother Ren, this Si Huinan is our grass division's 4th Arhat. Su Anong is the pill division's 9th Arhat. Si Huinan's martial arts is slightly higher than Su Andong's. In the previous 10 battles, Si Huinan won 7 of them. The first master's foresight is really amazing. He had already guessed that if Brother Ren were to fight, you would definitely not be able to fight in the second battle. We would definitely send the weakest Lu Quan to make up the numbers. They would then send Su Anong, who is just enough to win against Lu Quan. Not only would he win the battle, he would also save his energy. Thus the first master did the opposite and sent Si Huinan, who just won against Su Anong." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and thought to himself, "All of the pill department's arrangements were based on the fact that I was the first to appear. The grass department knew about the pill department's arrangements, so they feinted and let Lu Quan appear first, completely messing up the pill department's plans. This is what they call the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Sure enough, with Qin Fengxiao's confidence and Wu Zhouxu's unwillingness, the 2 of them fought for almost the time it took to eat a meal before the grass division won. Thank you. Calm. Chapter 546. It wasn't until Si Huinan barely defeated Su Anong that Zhang Xiaohua had a better understanding of the martial arts of the grass division. Si Huinan was ranked 4th in the grass division. He was only slightly stronger than Su Anong, who was ranked 9th in the Dan division. In other words, any one of the top 5 of the 10 great guardian deities could easily tie or win against an opponent from the grass division. Could be seen how weak the grass division was on Tianmu Peak. It could also be understood why Qin Fengxiao was pleasantly surprised when he saw that his skills were not bad. It could also be understood why he protected him in every possible way in the dining hall and even offended Wu Dalong from the Dan division. Soon the third battle also began with Lei Gongfeng's loud voice. This battle was even more shocking. The Dan division sent out the great guardian deity Zhou Shuming. As for the grass division, it was still not Zhang Xiaohua. Instead it was Qin Fengxiao the head Qin who surprised everyone. Hearing the names of the two people, Wu Dalong from the Dan division almost foamed at the mouth. He cried out weakly, "Head Qin, how can you be so shameless? You actually want to compete with the people?" Qin Fengxiao had already expected that Wu Zhouxi would ask such a question. He shrugged helplessly and said innocently, "There's no other way. Dalong, you also know that a clever housewife can't cook without rice. There are only so many people in the grass division. If I don't rush to the front, how can I let my brothers rush to the front? At the crucial moment I still have to let them see the power of an example. Furthermore, junior apprentice brother Ren came all the way to our Tianmu Peak and must be exhausted. We can't possibly let him fight right from the start. That would make it seem as if I, as the first master, am not sympathetic towards my brother. Therefore I can only fight this round." Wu Zhouxi was speechless. Although the grass tribe had always been suppressed by the Dan tribe, why was there still the existence of this bet? One of the key factors was that Qin Fengxiao was the #1 expert of the Tianmu Peak. Even the 10 great Vajras were not his opponent. Even Wu Zhouxi was slightly inferior to Qin Fengxiao. Therefore the great Vajra Zhou Shuming, who was enough to shock all the arhats of the grass tribe, was destined to die just like that. The outcome of this battle was already decided even without the need for a duel. The people on Tianmu Peak did not have much interest in watching the duel, but only Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense to carefully observe the fists, kicks and internal energy of these two famous figures on Tianmu Peak. By the time Qin Fengxiao defeated Zhou Shuming, she had already gained a deep understanding of their martial arts. And that's all. Of course, this was understandable. After all, they were both people who had failed to become outer disciples. Even if they had practiced martial arts for many years, how could they enter the eyes of a Qi practitioner of the immortal path like Zhang Xiaohua? The next two duels were also boring. Under Qin Fengxiao's reasonable arrangements, the grass tribe's Wu Zicheng, who was ranked 5th, lost to the Dan tribe's Zhou Peng, who was ranked 3rd. The other duel was great Arhat Lu Fengmeng, who defeated the Dan tribe's Wang Yanhai, who was ranked 4th. The difference in strength between these two duels was rather large. It did not take long for the victor to be decided. Consecrated Lei announced loudly, "This afternoon's duel will end here. We will continue tomorrow. Heads, please come over and seal the records." The disciples of the Dan tribe and the grass tribe all stood up. Qin Fengxiao, who had a proud face, and Wu Zhouxi, who had a dispirited face, walked forward. They each took out a small and exquisite lock from their bosoms and locked the box in front of consecrated Lei. The 5 consecrated elders of the Judgment Division took all the records and left first. After they left, the disciples dispersed. However, the expressions of the disciples of the two tribes were very similar to their heads. Some were full of interest and chatted cheerfully, as if they had just passed an extraordinary afternoon. On the other hand, the other side was listless. Even if they were whispering to each other, their voices were low. They had lost their drive. After the normal disciples had all left, Wu Zhouxi brought the 10 great arhats to Qin Fengxiao. He smiled bitterly and said, "Head Qin, you have played me so badly. In this afternoon there were 5 duels and you actually lost to junior brother Ren in one. I don't even know what to say to you." Qin Fengxiao also brought Qiu Wei Qing, Zhang Xiaohua and the 6 great arhats to welcome him. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win, thank you for letting me win. Wudong, has your Dan tribe not won enough against our grass tribe? It wasn't easy for us to vent our anger and you're so unhappy?" Wu Zhouxi shook his head and said, "If my Dan tribe's martial arts were not as good as your grass tribe's, then so be it. But it just so happened that your grass tribe took advantage of us. Without waiting for Wu Zhoushu to finish, Qin Fengxiao waved his hand and said, Dang, you're wrong. The best strategy is the best strategy. As long as the strategy is right, a weak army can also defeat a strong general. Forget it. I haven't seen you say this before. You only said it when junior brother Ren came. However, the stakes of these 10 duels are really too big. You've really gotten it. To Daolong, it's just a drop in the ocean, isn't it? Hehe, it's not even the end yet. Hetchin, are you so confident? There are still 5 duels tomorrow. My Dan tribe still has 5 brothers who have not fought yet. The outcome is still unknown. Wu Zhoushu retorted without holding back. Qin Fengxiao waved his hand indifferently. The name list has already been given to consecrated lay. Neither you nor I can change it. Let's wait for tomorrow's duel. Well said. Sko. Junior brothers, we may be opponents on the duel, but we're still brothers off the duel. Let's go and have a few drinks? Sure, that's exactly what I was thinking. Junior brother Ren has just arrived and hasn't met all of you senior brothers yet. This is a good opportunity. Drink? Zhang Xiaohua's head hurt when she heard this. What was so good about that? It was unbearably spicy and smelled bad. She really wasn't interested. Zhang Xiaohua tugged on Qin Fengxiao's sleeve and bowed to the others. Senior brothers, it's my first time here, so I should toast to all of you. However, I'm still young and haven't drunk yet. I really don't like it. Moreover, the senior brothers of the Dan tribe must also know that the Great Master and Daolong have arranged 3 duels for me tomorrow. Each duel has a prize of 50 taels of gold. Do you think I won't feel burdened? Therefore I won't accompany you. I'll go back early to rest and recover my energy. I'll seek advice from my senior brothers tomorrow. Moreover, I'll be living on Tianmu Peak in the future. We'll be together every day and there'll be plenty of opportunities to drink. When I grow up, I'll properly toast all of you senior brothers. How about that? Hearing this, Qin Fengxiao slapped his forehead and looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He explained to Wu Zhoushu, Dong, we were in a hurry yesterday and didn't make it clear. Junior brother Rin is a medicine boy selected by Rejuvenation Valley. Don't look at his adult figure. He's still young. If he doesn't drink, then there's no need to force him. Zhang Xiaohua's reason was sufficient. Qin Fengxiao also defended her from the side. The people of the Dan tribe naturally couldn't force her. Thus they let Qiu Weiqing send Zhang Xiaohua back. The others went to have fun. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small courtyard and didn't waste any time. She threw her bundle on the bed and took out a straw cattail hassock. She sat cross-legged and took out the medicinal pills that she had obtained from the Dan tribe in the afternoon. He carefully examined them. When she opened the corks of the 4 bottles of medicinal pills, a strong medicinal fragrance assailed her nostrils. With one sniff, she knew that they were top-notch medicinal pills. Unfortunately, when this smell landed in Zhang Xiaohua's nose, she had already labeled these medicinal pills as inferior. Zhang Xiaohua had refined the blood-replenishing pill before. She had only smelled it slightly before putting it down. Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of the blood coagulation pill and the small bone-strengthening pill. But after smelling the medicinal fragrance, she roughly knew what medicinal herbs were used to refine them. However, they were also ordinary medicinal pills, so she put them down. Only the small bone-strengthening pill, because it was a replica of the bone-strengthening pill. Zhang Xiaohua took a special look at it. However, just from looking at this medicinal pill, it didn't seem to be much different from the small bone-strengthening pill. They were both medicinal pills used to treat bone injuries. As for the useless Yuandan pill, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even have the interest to open the bottle. She still had a bottle of the real Yuandan pill in her purse. How could she look at this useless medicinal pill? Moreover, this medicinal pill was useless. Even if she wanted to refine it, it would take a lot of effort. Not to mention that she didn't have the prescription of the Yuandan pill. After checking today's harvest, Zhang Xiaohua took out the purse. The first thing she needed to do was to put all the valuable golden leaves in the bag into the space. Of course, this was Nie Qianyu's kind intention. She couldn't ignore it. Then she put the 5 bottles of medicinal pills together with the clothes and medicinal pills sent by Nie Qianyu in the bag again. Anyway, there were medicinal pills worth 50 taels of gold. Presumably, the golden leaves didn't need to show up in the future. After tidying up the golden leaves, Zhang Xiaohua took out the pill formula that he had long forgotten and left in the corner of his coin pouch. The prescription that Chu Zhigao gave to Zhang Xiaohua was very thin. It recorded a few prescriptions, The one at the very front was the prescription for the bone-strengthening pill. Inside, it recorded the few main ingredients and supplementary ingredients needed for the bone-strengthening pill, as well as the detailed steps to refine it. However, the name of the medicinal herbs was the name of an ancient medicinal herb. The steps to refine it were also close to the method of refining immortal pills. It must have been learned from the jade slips by the ancestors of the Dragon Mountain. Looking at the familiar refining method, Zhang Xiaohua understood that no matter what, the lineage of the Dragon Mountain would not be able to refine the real bone-strengthening pill. It was no wonder that Chu Zhigao couldn't figure out the contents of the prescription and had to give it to her as a favor. In the prescription, the effects of the bone-strengthening pill were described to be a little exaggerated. However, thinking about the medicinal paste that Chu Zhigao improved based on the prescription and the fact that the fragrant religion actually refined the imitation small bone-strengthening pill based on the prescription, she knew that the prescription wasn't false. If the real bone-strengthening pill could be refined, it might not be any worse than the Yuandan pill. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if she could find the medicinal herbs needed to refine the bone-strengthening pill on Tianmu Peak. She could only memorize the prescription first and think about it when she found the right medicinal herbs in the future. Putting away the prescription, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and began to cultivate. When the sky had turned dark and the moon had risen, Zhang Xiaohua's mind suddenly moved. She released her divine sense. Sure enough, outside the bamboo forest she saw two people whispering about something. Please give me a monthly vote, a recommendation vote. Chapter 547. Under the faint starlight, Zhang Xiaohua could see clearly that it was Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxu. The two were talking about something, and occasionally Wu Zhouxu would gesticulate as if he was objecting to something. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. These two were not talking in their own territory. Why did they run to the side of the bamboo forest? If it was a man and a woman she could understand, but these two men? Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down her spine. Not long after, the two seemed to have reached some agreement. Wu Zhouxu cupped his hands and turned to leave. Qin Fengxiao looked at Wu Zhouxu's back and did not move. Only when Wu Zhouxu was far away did he turn and walk towards Zhang Xiaohua's small courtyard. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see the slight smile on Qin Fengxiao's face. Retracting her divine sense, not long after she heard the sound of Qin Fengxiao knocking on the door. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and pretended to be surprised. Smiling, she said, "Leader Qin, aren't you drinking with them? Why did you leave so early?" Qin Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "That group of brats, when they start drinking they don't know where to start. How can they leave so early? I was just thinking about little brother's fight tomorrow, so I specially came to take a look." "Leader, thank you for your concern. It's nothing much. After watching the brothers fight today I have more or less confidence." Qin Fengxiao's eyes lit up. "You're too kind. Little brother is now carrying the heavy responsibility of our grass division. If I don't show more concern, what will I do?" "That's right, after hearing little brother say that you have more confidence, how confident are you in tomorrow's fight?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't even need to think before he asked, "Shouldn't I be the one asking first, master, this question?" Qin Fengxiao was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Little brother is really smart. You immediately saw the subtleties. Haha, although our grass division will be able to wash away our shame this time, of course at the very least, we will be able to win 20%. But this 20% is comparable to the earnings of the previous 10 fights. This is all thanks to little brother." Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips in amusement and said, "Don't. I can't contribute much. It's all first master's planning. I haven't even gone up to the stage and you've already defeated Wu Daong." "Heh." Qin Fengxiao did not hide his pride and said, "That was also because of little brother's deterrence yesterday. So, I still want to ask little brother about the situation. Don't let our grass division benefit and let's not benefit." Zhang Xiaohua did not think much of it. He was no longer the young and inexperienced youth who had just left the Guo Manor a few years ago. It was not as if he had never shown his martial arts before. Qin Fengxiao's words were only to express his concern for him. As for whether he would be able to gain any benefits or not, it was actually not something he was concerned about. And it could also be said that Qin Fengxiao had already estimated the areas where Zhang Xiaohua would be able to gain benefits. In the fight this afternoon, Wuzhou ruins had fallen into Qin Fengxiao's trap. He had sent out all the elites that he had confidence in. Those that could fight tomorrow or those that could compete with Zhang Xiaohua were not many. Under these circumstances, Qin Fengxiao did not believe that Zhang Xiaohua did not have some confidence. Zhang Xiaohua then said, Headmaster Qin has arranged the plan so carefully. If little brother does not benefit from it, then it is little brother's own matter. I will not blame headmaster in my heart. Qin Fengxiao heard this and hurriedly waved his hand. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua had misunderstood his intentions. He said, actually with little brother's martial arts, even if you fought this afternoon according to Wu Dalong's plan, you would still be able to win. I don't dare to say anything else, but I have some confidence in my ability to judge people. I also have other plans for this arrangement. Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. He frowned and said, I ask for headmaster's advice. Qin Fengxiao thought for a while then said tirelessly, when I was young my mother told me a story. A long time ago there was a fool who did not know anything. He could not even distinguish copper coins from silver. Whenever someone threw a copper coin or a piece of silver he only knew how to pick up the copper coin and never look at the silver. Thus many people took pleasure in this and threw copper coins to him in front of others. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. He smiled and said, this child is really stupid. If it were me I would have already put the silver in my bosom. Yes, the people in the village all said so and they all enjoyed playing this game with him. It was not until this child grew up and suddenly disappeared from this village. Then a few years later he achieved great things in another village and returned to the village. Only then did the villagers realize that it was not that child who was stupid, but them. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, why is that? As soon as his voice fell Zhang Xiaohua could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and said, so that's why? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's quick reaction, Qin Fengxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. However, he immediately concealed it and said with a smile, that's right. If that child was more like an ordinary person and could distinguish copper coins from silver, who would throw copper coins to him day after day to play with? If he picked up the silver in one go, how could he accumulate copper coins in the future? Headmaster Qin, you mean? Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood Qin Fengxiao's meaning. I think little brother already knows what I mean. Why don't I arrange for little brother to be the first to fight against the experts of the pill department? On one hand I want to disrupt Wu Dalong's subordinates and win his elixirs. On the other hand I don't want little brother to reveal his true strength at the beginning. I know little brother will have no problem taking down first and second King Kong, but what about after that? Not only will the battle lose a lot of suspense but little brother will also lose a lot of benefits. Headmaster Qin, little brother does not understand what you mean. Concealing one's strength can naturally conceal one's strength and catch them off guard. However, the battle only seals the order. Others will not know who is fighting. What does this have to do with strength? Qin Fengxiao said with a smile, this is just a method of battle. Our Tianmu Peak has other methods of battle for the grass department and pill department to choose from. For example, we can name names and so on. However, our grass department has always been at a disadvantage, so we do not dare to casually agree to these methods. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood and said to himself, wow, Headmaster Qin is indeed the headmaster. He thinks so far ahead. However, I have never planned to waste time on this battle. Why would I care about concealing one's strength? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, thank you for your guidance, headmaster. Little brother has never complained about headmaster. Qin Fengxiao shook his head and said, little brother still does not understand what I mean. Isn't it concealing one's strength? What I mean to say is, don't you have 3 matches tomorrow? I've already asked Wu Dalong about it. Although he didn't want to say anything, I can tell from his expression that the opponents in these 3 matches aren't very skilled. What I want to say is, little brother, don't go up and knock out the opponent's teeth. You should at least let the crowd watch the show and let the opponent feel that you're a little stronger than him, or that your martial arts are on par with his and you're just lucky. Fainting headmaster, this seems to be quite difficult. Qin Fengxiao smiled slyly and said, don't worry and do as I say. You will naturally know the benefits in the future. I see. Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought and thought to himself, anyway, it's fine as long as I don't lose. This is an elixir worth 50 taels of gold. I don't want to throw it away. After a moment of silence, Qin Fengxiao coughed and said, little brother, this place is a little simple and crude. Are you used to it? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, headmaster is joking. I just slept last night. It's not that I am not used to it. Qin Fengxiao smiled awkwardly and said, actually, I came to find little brother so late because I have something to ask you. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, what is so important? You could have just sent Senior Bai or Senior Qiu over. Why did you have to come personally? It's like this little brother. I heard that you told Qiu Weiqing to tell Lu Feng and the others that you will not fight for the title of Arhat with them. I know that this is little brother's noble character and unquestionable integrity. But little brother, are you not going to participate in such battles in the future? Of course I will. Why don't you participate? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback and blurted out, thinking to himself, nonsense, if you can get benefits without any effort, why wouldn't you participate? Although there may not be so much in the future, but flies are also meat. If I don't even pick up the copper coins, then I am an idiot. When Qin Fengxiao heard this, his face lit up and he said happily, since little brother has replied like this, then my heart is at ease. To be honest, when you said that you are not going to fight for the title of Arhat, I thought that you were not interested in these battles. Just like those old consecrators, they are obviously greedy and want to fight, but because of their face they are not willing to put down their status. They can only be the judges and watch us eat the meat while they drink the soup. Looks like little brother is not one to fish for fame. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Headmaster also does not have the title of Arhat. Aren't you also participating in the battles? When he heard this, Qin Fengxiao's face changed slightly. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he hurriedly said, little brother's analogy is not quite right. Headmaster, don't worry. When this battle is over, I will go to the top of Tianmu Peak to find a secluded medicine field and concentrate on growing medicine. I will definitely not get involved in any of the matters of the grass division. Oh, that's right, this battle you can arrange it. When the time comes, just call me. I will definitely not decline. When he heard this, Qin Fengxiao's face softened a little. He laughed and said, little brother, if you can help me, I will be more than happy. Why not let you be the second master? How about it? Don't, this famous title should be left to others. That's right, I think senior brother Qiu is very suitable. Qiu Weiqing. Qin Fengxiao was stunned and said, little brother's suggestion is not bad. If one day junior brother Qiu becomes the second master, I will let him thank you personally. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say much. He was just joking. Who was the headmaster had nothing to do with him. After that, Qin Fengxiao kept his smile and said seriously, little brother, I came over so late because I have an important matter to discuss with you. Come. Chapter 548. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua almost scolded him. You've been dawdling for an entire night. You've said comforting words and given me a picture. So it's just a prelude. Sai headmaster, do you have to be like this? Do you know that my time is very precious? Who knows how many mysteries of the heavenly Tao I've comprehended with just one rise and fall. However, the mature Zhang Xiaohua still smiled and said, looks like it's a very important matter. Headmaster Chen, just say it. Although I've only been at Tianmu Peak for a day, your peerless leadership skills have already won me over. As long as headmaster has something that doesn't make things difficult for you, I'm willing to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire for you. A sea of fire is not a problem. There's the fire escape technique. But a mountain of swords doesn't seem right. We have to find the gold escape technique first. Just listen to me first. Zhang Xiaohua muttered secretly. Qin Fengxiao looked a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, actually, it's not that difficult. It's just that, it's a little hard to say. Looking at Qin Feng's bashful expression, Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly moved a few inches away as if nothing had happened and said seriously, this is not First Master's usual style. If you stomp your feet on Tianmu Peak, the entire peak will tremble. What's wrong with saying it out loud? Qin Fengxiao thought for a while and said, Sai, this is really, really embarrassing. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Then she suddenly understood and said softly, why? Headmaster Chen, did you find Wu Daolong of the pill department an eyesore? Do you want me to teach him a lesson? Boss, I can't bring myself to say this and it's quite embarrassing. However, it's normal. Their pill division has been suppressing our grass division for such a long time, and it's all because of you. Although this is a little difficult and I might not be able to do it well, as long as boss asks, I'll definitely do it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's resolute action, Qin Fengxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Stop, stop, stop. Little brother, what are you thinking? I'm only here to ask you to give me that Yuandan pill." Zhang Xiaohua was really stunned this time. Yuandan pill? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression, Qin Fengxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Little brother, I knew it. Little brother, just pretend I didn't say that." "Don't, boss, what are you doing? Isn't it just a ruined pill?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately put on a righteous appearance and patted his chest. Besides, this junior brother came to Tianmu Peak and caused trouble for the first master, causing the first master to worry endlessly. There will be a lot of things to do in the future. Although the first master's request is somewhat difficult for this junior brother also needs this pill. But since the first master has spoken, how can this junior brother let his words fall? Not to mention a ruined pill, even if it's the real Yuandan pill. Why can't I give it to Headmaster Chen? Oh right, how does Headmaster Chen plan to let me sell this pill? Qin Fengxiao was smiling as he listened to Zhang Xiaohua's flattery. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and brought up how to sell the pill. He couldn't think straight and was stunned. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that things weren't good. She had flattered him too much. What if Qin Fengxiao didn't give a good price? Fortunately, Qin Fengxiao immediately realized and thought, this guy is realistic. However, he's from Rejuvenation Valley after all. How would he know the wonders of this Yuandan pill? Even if it's ruined, it's still a treasure. Therefore, Qin Fengxiao asked, "Then what do you think will make you sell this pill, little brother?" This, Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. How could she know what Qin Fengxiao saw in this broken pill? She also didn't know what use this Yuandan pill had in the incense cult. She could only cup her hands and say, "Headmaster, don't make things difficult for me. Just tell me what you think. As long as it's reasonable, I will definitely agree." She emphasized the word reasonable and believed that Qin Fengxiao would understand. "Little brother, to be honest, our Tianmu Peak's grass division has been struggling these past few years. I don't have any particularly rare pills here." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression change slightly, Qin Fengxiao immediately explained, "However, don't worry, little brother. I can still take out something worth 50 taels of gold." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said generously, "Look at what the headmaster is saying. Even if you can't take out something of equivalent value, how can I not agree if you ask? It's good that little brother is in such a good mood. As the headmaster, how can I take advantage of little brother? It's just that Wu Daolong suddenly took out this jade rejuvenation pill in the afternoon, which caught me off guard. So, I took advantage of the fact that the banquet hasn't ended yet to inform you. I haven't prepared the specific pill yet." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled and asked in confusion, "If the Yuandan pill is so important, why would Wu Daolong take it out as a prize? Moreover, it's not a prize for the battle but a reward for me. Headmaster, don't you think this is strange?" Qin Fengxiao nodded and said, "That's right." Qin Fengxiao also nodded and said, "That's right. To tell you the truth, Wu Daolong also came out of the banquet just now. He also came to look for you. I asked him about it on the way here and he also said that it was for this jade rejuvenation pill. But no matter how I asked him, since he valued it so much, why did he take it out as a prize? He just wouldn't tell me. However, judging from his remorseful look, he must have used this jade rejuvenation pill as bait to force you to take out the golden leaf as the prize." "I see." Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand. He was too smart for his own good. He thought he could win the Yuandan pill back in the first round, but he fell into Head's trap. He could only wait until tomorrow to win the Yuandan pill back. However, he obviously wasn't confident tomorrow, so he thought of coming to discuss with me tonight? Qin Fengxiao nodded and said, "I think so. However, little brother, don't worry. I've already sent him away. Since the Yuandan pilk has fallen into the hands of the grass division, we naturally have the right to speak." "How could he have the right to speak?" Zhang Xiaohua also nodded. She understood the argument between the two in the bamboo forest earlier. Qin Fengxiao continued, "Blood replenishing pill, blood coagulation pill, small bone congealing pill and small bone strengthening pill. Each bottle is worth 10 taels of gold. One Yuandan pill is worth 40 taels of gold. Little brother, I have 15 bottles of pills that are similar to the ones mentioned above. I'll use them to exchange for your Yuandan pill. What do you think? Oh, of course, if little brother agrees, you can keep the Yuandan pill first. Tomorrow morning I'll bring those pills over to you." Hearing this condition, Zhang Xiaohua was greatly disappointed. She frowned and said, Head's condition is so good, how can little brother not agree? But why don't you use gold to exchange for it? Qing Shi and the others don't have it. Don't tell me you don't have it too? Yes, I don't have it. Qin Fengshao didn't leave any room for negotiation. He said, gold and silver are basically useless in the fragrance division. Only the hall leaders have the channels to obtain them. I'm just a small steward. How can I have it? If I had it, Wu Daoang would have it even more. He wouldn't have taken out this Yuandan pill. But what use do I have for so many broken pills? Zhang Xiaohua secretly muttered. Then her eyes lit up. She said with a smile, Head, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you'd like to hear it. Qin Fengshao was quite interested. He asked, Little brother, quickly say it. Head, as you can see, I have some pills in my bag. Today Wu Daoang also lost some. If you give more than 10 bottles of pills, won't it be too much? To be honest, I don't need them. Why don't you see if you have any 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs? What do you think about exchanging them? 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. When Qin Fengshao heard this, he almost stood up in fright. He said in his heart, It's easy for you to say that. 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs, you dare to say that. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, Qin Fengshao said with a bitter smile, Little brother, you're new here and don't know. Although our grass department specializes in growing medicinal herbs, but we only grow ordinary ones. Even if there are some rare herbs, we have a record of them. How can you and I get our hands on them? Not to mention 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs, even 100-year-old ones are rare. So it's like this. Zhang Xiaohua blinked and said, Our Tianmu peak doesn't have any, but the 19 peaks of the fragrance division are so big. Who can guarantee that there aren't hundreds and thousands of years old medicinal herbs? Maybe one of the senior brothers has such a medicinal herb? Qin Fengshao shook his head and said, Although the fragrance division is vast, there are also many wild medicinal herbs. There are even many places that are rarely visited. Maybe there are medicinal herbs that little brother is talking about. However, our grass department brothers' martial arts are weak and their lightness skills are even worse. Even the outer disciples can't easily enter those places, let alone our brothers of the pill expanding hall. Those places. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes. He really wanted to ask where it was from, but then Qin Feng smiled and said tentatively, Little brother, if you can give me an age limit, for example 50 to 60 years old, maybe I can look for it. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua was happy in her heart, but still frowned and said, If it's difficult for head, 50 to 60 years old medicinal herbs are also fine. However, do you think Wu Daoang of the pill department has 100-year-old medicinal herbs? Qin Fengshao listened with a displeased face. Little brother is a brother of our grass department. How can you help an outsider? Of course not. Little brother was just curious and asked Wu Daoang if he had it. Since Head has taken a fancy to this pill, of course I won't give it to Wu Daoang. Please don't worry about this. Well, little brother, keep the Yuandan pill first. Remember, no matter who comes, don't sell it. Just tell them that you're keeping it for me. I'll go back and take a look at the medicinal herbs. I'll bring it over tomorrow. Thank you. Come to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 549. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up. She said, Boss, why are you being so courteous? Take your time searching. I'll keep the Yuandan pill for you. Qin Fengshao cupped his hands and said, Thank you, little brother. I'll take my leave now. I'll go back and search carefully. To be honest, I have quite a lot of medicinal herbs. Although I lost a lot to the pill department, it's still very little after so many years. After saying this, Qin Fengshao stood up and turned to leave. However, he didn't forget to remind her, Little brother, if anyone comes looking for you, don't give the Yuandan pill to them. Zhang Xiaohua was immediately unhappy when she heard this. She thought to herself, Is my character that bad? I just promised you that I'll get the medicinal herbs tomorrow morning. How can I give it to someone else? Therefore Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, Boss, please wait a moment. After saying this, she walked to the table next to her and opened up the bundle that she had packed. She took out the Yuandan pill that Qin Fengshao was determined to get. She casually threw it to him and said, If boss doesn't trust me, or if you're afraid that someone else will take it away, then you can take the pill first. Qin Fengshao hurriedly caught the jade bottle that Zhang Xiaohua had thrown to him. He was very happy in his heart. This guy has finally been enlightened. I'll have a bright future in training him. However, he declined, this isn't good, little brother. Even blood-related brothers settle accounts clearly. If you do this, you'll make things difficult for me. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, what kind of person is boss? If I don't trust you, then there won't be anyone on Tianmu Peak worth trusting. Good little brother. Well said. I'll remember your feelings. It was rare for Qin Fengxiao to be so happy that he even blurted out the name Qin. Presumably he would wake up laughing even in his dreams tonight. Qin Fengxiao carefully tucked the jade bottle into his bosom, cupped his hands and quickly walked out of the small courtyard. His footsteps were so light that they didn't seem to touch the ground at all. Behind him, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. He really didn't feel that this ruined Yuhuandan pilk was of any use. Otherwise he would have taken a look at it back then. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua sat down again and prepared to use the remaining time to work harder. But at this moment, a voice called out from outside the courtyard. Junior brother Ren, are you in the courtyard? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It was almost midnight. Who would be screaming? When she looked with her divine sense, she saw two people standing outside the courtyard. One was senior brother Bai Huan, and the other was an old consecrator who made the ruling in the gambling arena during the day. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised at first, but then she muttered, is it because of this Yuandan pill again? Therefore she didn't dare to be negligent. As she walked out, she answered loudly, which senior brother is looking for me? Please come in for a chat. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's response, Bai Huan led the old consecrator into the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly bowed. Consecrator, Bai Huan explained, Junior brother Ren, this is the old consecrator of our pill repository hall. His surname is Feng. He's very popular on Tianmu Peak and is best at guiding the younger generation. Zhang Xiaohua bowed again and said, Consecrator Feng, how are you? If there's anything, just send someone to call for me. How can I let you come here personally? Consecrator Feng had heard of Zhang Xiaohua's fierce behavior last night and was afraid that she wouldn't give him face. Now that he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was respectful and courteous like a well-educated and well-behaved child, he couldn't help but feel happy. Therefore he supported her, stroked his beard and said, Junior nephew Ren, although I'm considered an elder of the sect, I'm from the pill division and I'm from the grass division. We don't know each other well, so I don't dare to act rashly. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly invited Consecrator Feng into the room and sat down. Then she asked carefully, May I know why Consecrator Feng is looking for me? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua went straight to the point, Consecrator Feng nodded secretly and glanced at Bai Huan. Bai Huan woke up and said, Junior brother Ren, didn't Wu Daolong of the pill division compensate you with the Yuandan pilk at the gambling arena earlier? Consecrator Feng is very interested in this pill and asked me to bring him here to ask you if you can transfer the pill to him. Then she glanced at Consecrator Feng and added, He's willing to pay a high price and will definitely satisfy Junior brother Ren. As expected. Zhang Xiaohua nodded secretly. However, she was also puzzled. Was there any secret about this Yuandan pill that she did not know? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, although I've only met Consecrator Feng once, since senior brother Bai brought him here and he's a consecrator of the hall, there shouldn't be any problem with this matter. But, Consecrator Feng frowned and could not help but ask, what? But before Consecrator Feng arrived, Headmaster Chen took the pill away first. This Consecrator Feng was a little anxious and said, How can it be so coincidental? I saw them drinking together, so I hurriedly called Martial Nephew Bai over. Could it be that I was still a step too late? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I don't dare to deceive Consecrator Feng. After speaking, she opened her bag and the pill inside was revealed. Although Consecrator Feng was a little embarrassed, he still took a closer look. The Yuandan pill was indeed not there. They came here rashly and Zhang Xiaohua definitely did not have the ability to foresee the future, so she would not have hidden it in advance. Consecrator Feng was already somewhat convinced. He then saw Zhang Xiaohua say, If Consecrator Feng needs it urgently, you can chase after Headmaster Chen now. He also just left and may not have returned yet. Consecrator Feng's face was full of disappointment. He shook his head gently and said, No. Sai, if I had known, I would have stopped you on the spot. Alright, Martial Nephew Ren, thank you very much. I'll take my leave. After speaking, he cupped his hands and walked out of the house without staying any longer. Bai Huan, who was sitting on the chair, also quickly stood up. She waved her hand at Zhang Xiaohua and chased after him. Nonsense, the bamboo forest outside was so gloomy. He did not dare to stay alone. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to send him off. When she reached the door, the two had already left the courtyard. Standing under the water like moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. A defective Yuandan pill was enough to make them fight over it. What about the real Yuandan pill? He. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. She still had a few pills in her money pouch. Qin Fengxiao had been here, Bai Huan had been here, and Consecrator Feng had also been here. Presumably, the news that the Yuandan pill was no longer with her would soon spread throughout the entire Tianmu Peak. In the future, no one would come to trouble her. However, using the Yuandan pill to exchange for medicinal herbs reminded Zhang Xiaohua. Pills were hard currency on Tianmu Peak, but medicinal herbs were worthless. It should be very easy to exchange pills for medicinal herbs. Should she exchange all the pills she won tomorrow for medicinal herbs? It seemed that tomorrow's gambling fight was not a gambling fight, but a welcoming party for her by the pill department. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and roughly scanned her surroundings. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, she closed the courtyard door and set up a restriction. She then concentrated on practicing the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua had just finished practicing the Fist of the North Star, when she saw Qin Fengxiao walking over with a smile. Behind him was still Qie Weiqing. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua walking over from the cliff, Qin Fengxiao laughed loudly and said, "Little brother, you are indeed a diligent person. I thought you had not woken up yet. Who knew that you had already practiced martial arts once?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The early bird gets the worm. This is what my mother told me when I was very young. I have been stupid since I was young, so I had to wake up earlier than others." Hearing this, Qin Fengxiao's expression was not happy. He said sadly, "Sai, my mother also said this when I was young. It's just that our little brother is still young and has a lot of time. You must practice your martial arts well. When you travel the Jianghu in the future, you must remember to visit your mother more often." Seeing Qin Fengxiao reveal his true feelings, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Regardless of whether this person was good or bad or whether his actions were right or wrong, at least when he talked about his mother he was filial. This person had his redeeming qualities. Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "Leader, please don't blame me. I spoke inappropriately and made you think too much." Qin Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite, little brother. Yesterday I made it clear that you are my brother. In front of your own brother, why do you care so much?" Then with a wave of his hand, Qie Weiqing, who was behind him, passed a small bag to Zhang Xiaohua. Qin Fengxiao smiled and said, "Little brother, in this bag are the medicinal herbs that I promised you yesterday. Take a look, there is one iron bone grass that is almost 70 years old. The other herbs are not as good, but they are still around 30 years old." Iron bone grass. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, "Isn't this the main ingredient of the bone-solidifying pill?" Zhang Xiaohua took the bag and said, "Leader, you said that you were my brother and that there was no need to be so polite. Why are you being so polite? Didn't you say that there was only one herb yesterday? Why are there more herbs today?" "Little brother, you are wrong. This Yuandan pilk is something that I have been coveting for a long time. Not to mention these herbs, even if there were more, I would be willing to take them out. I am taking advantage of little brother by doing this." "Oh, right." Saying this, Qin Fengxiao took out a jade bottle from his chest and passed it to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "This is the blood-replenishing pill. Perhaps it will be useful in today's battle. Take it." Zhang Xiaohua declined and said, "This thing has already been compensated by Wu Daoang yesterday. I also brought some from Rejuvenation Valley. Furthermore, you have already given me so many herbs, this is not necessary." Qin Fengxiao stuffed it into his hands and said with a smile, take it. This way my heart will be at ease." Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to accept it. However, holding the warm jade bottle, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked, "That's right, leader, I have a question. Look, this jade bottle is originally made of jade, and this jade seems to be about the same as the golden leaf. Why did you casually give away this jade bottle that contains the pills and become flustered when you see the golden leaf? Isn't it a bit like buying the casket and returning the pearls? Please vote for me, recommend me. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 550. When Qin Feng heard this, he shook his head and said, "Little brother is right. I remember when I was a child outside, jade was very precious. It was no less valuable than gold. But little brother only saw one side of it and did not see the other side. Generally speaking, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. In this fragrant religion there are countless jade stones just like ordinary stones. Why would you care about it? Even if others see them as treasures, they are nothing but rubble in our eyes." Countless? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "How did Chuanxiang cult get so many jades?" This. Qin Fengxiao pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, "Chuanxiang cult has a special Shuyu hall that mines jades from Jiuhua Peak. It is said that in these thousands of years there hasn't been much mining, but there is still an inexhaustible supply of jades. Tell me, in our eyes, can jades be compared to gold leaves?" "Oh, so that's how it is." Zhang Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. Presumably there was a jade mine beneath 9 Radiance Peak. That was why it was able to provide an endless supply of jade for the incense cult to use. No matter how precious a jade was, it wouldn't be worth much and could only be used as a bottle. "Oh right, Headmaster Qin, yesterday Feng." Zhang Xiaohua told Qin Fengxiao about Feng's visit last night. Qin Fengxiao nodded. "Yes, Bai Huan already reported this to me last night." It's already the middle of the night." Qin Fengxiao chuckled. "When he heard that I was the one who took it, he was afraid that he would violate my taboo by bringing Feng here. Do you think he would be so diligent?" Qiu Weiqing also laughed. "After Headmaster Qin knew about this, he immediately told me to spread the news of him taking the Yuandan pill. Junior brother Ren, don't worry, no one will disturb you in the future." Zhang Xiaohua thanked him. "Headmaster is very considerate." Qin Fengxiao looked at the rising sun and said, "Little brother, it's time for breakfast. Let's go, don't let anyone send you food. Eat with me." "Deliver food." Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and smiled bitterly. She had lived here for 2 days and had forgotten to eat. She had fasted for a long time and didn't want to eat. Bai Huan thought that Qin Fengxiao would arrange it for her, and Qin Fengxiao thought that Bai Huan would arrange it for her, so no one sent her food. Zhang Xiaohua followed Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing to the place where they were eating. It was an exquisite small hall. On a huge table, the 6 great arhats and the other managers of the cottage were already seated, quietly waiting for Headmaster Qin to come over. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua behind Qin Fengxiao, their eyes lit up and they stood up. Walking into the small hall, Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing sat down. Zhang Xiaohua bowed to everyone and also found a place to sit. Just as he sat down, Lu Quan, who was beside him, came over and said in a low voice, "Little brother, I was just about to look for you. But before the battle, if there was nothing urgent, I could not disturb you, so." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Senior Lu, what's the matter?" Lu Quan raised his head and looked around. He lowered his voice and said, "Junior brother Ren, can you give me a small bone-solidifying elixir?" "Oh yes, I will not take it for free. I will give you herbs to exchange for it." Then he smiled apologetically. "I know this is not appropriate, but this small bone-solidifying elixir is useful to me. Since you were able to let the headmaster exchange herbs for elixirs yesterday, can you also give me some face?" Zhang Xiaohua was happy, but his face was extremely awkward. He said, "Senior Lu, you are putting me in a difficult position. This elixir can only be made by the offerings of the Dan department, and all of them have to be turned in. I only have 1 bottle of small bone-solidifying elixir in my hand now. If I use it up, I will have no more. Although the herbs are good, they are not elixirs after all. Difficult, haha, difficult." Lu Quan frowned. "Little brother, your martial arts are high. This small bone-solidifying elixir may not be of use to you. Moreover, if you can exchange it with the headmaster, why can't you exchange it with me? This is the first time senior brother has spoken. Won't you carefully and seriously consider it?" Zhang Xiaohua was still secretly happy. He only asked, "Then senior brother can't exchange it with other elixirs?" "Elixirs? If I have elixirs, why would I exchange it with you? The elixirs of our grass department have already been lost to the Dan department, and the elixirs of the Dan department are all in the hands of the 10 great guardian deities. Where do you want me to get elixirs?" Zhang Xiaohua understood and also said in a low voice, "All right, since this is the first time senior brother Lu has spoken, I can't let him lose face. However, senior brother, you must listen carefully. You must not tell anyone about this, otherwise. Lu Quan interrupted him in a low voice. How can I not know about this? I won't tell anyone, don't worry. After saying that, he carefully looked to the side. The others who were accompanying Qin Fengxiao and chatting had already pricked up their ears. Although they spoke softly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe that they didn't hear it. Moreover, looking at Lu Quan's appearance, although he said that he wouldn't, who knew if he would turn around and tell anyone? Sure enough, after Zhang Xiaohua and the rest had finished their breakfast, just as they walked out of the small hall, Si Huinan pulled Zhang Xiaohua to one side sneakily. He also wanted to exchange herbs for elixirs, but what he wanted was the blood coagulation pill. Zhang Xiaohua sighed helplessly. Under Si Huinan's persuasion, she had no choice but to agree to his request. She used a 40-year-old blackwood fruit to exchange for a blood coagulation pill. This blackwood fruit was the other main ingredient in refining the bone coagulation pill. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly reminded Si Huinan to not tell anyone about her exchange of elixirs. As for whether Si Huinan would say it or not, that would depend on his character. Or rather, it would depend on Zhang Xiaohua's character. Zhang Xiaohua had already been to the gambling arena yesterday, so she didn't need anyone to lead the way. When she took her bag and arrived at the arena, there were already many disciples sitting there. It was actually 30% more than yesterday. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She walked to Qiu Wei Cheng's side and asked him. After hearing about the gambling match between the grass and pill divisions yesterday, as well as the fact that he, a popular disciple, would definitely be on stage today, many disciples who usually didn't pay much attention to the gambling match became interested and came here early in the morning to fight for a seat. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. This person's curiosity was really strong. Not long later, Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu accompanied the 5 consecrators into the arena. Old consecrator Lei placed the sealed box on the table. The two of them took out their keys and unlocked the box before returning to their respective sides. Old consecrator Lei looked at the crowd and smiled. Yesterday, Qin Fengxiao from the grass division gave us a very big surprise. I just don't know if Wu Zhouxiu from the pill division can reverse yesterday's decline. Disciples of the grass division and pill division, please place your bets. However, when old consecrator Lei said this bet, he lacked confidence. Everyone knew that yesterday, in order to seize the initiative and obtain the real object of 50 taels of gold, not only did the Dan division take out the Jade Rejuvenation pill, they even sent out the 4 absolute main forces, the Great Vajra, the Second Vajra, the Third Vajra and the Fourth Vajra. Although they obtained 2 victories, their opponents were only the 5th Arhat and the 6th Arhat. Today the Dan division only had the 8th Arhat and the 10th Arhat, but the grass division still had the 2nd Arhat, the 3rd Arhat and Zhang Xiaohua, this mysterious contestant whose martial arts level was unknown. The 3rd King Kong and 6th King Kong's martial arts were basically on par. They were slightly weaker than 5th King Kong. These 2 King Kong had a good chance of winning against the 5th King Kong. Since Zhang Xiaohua was able to beat 10th King Kong until his teeth fell out, his martial arts should be about the same as the 3rd King Kong. Therefore, the pill division's future was worrying. However, Qin Fengxiao's arrangement had some flaws. This morning he actually let Zhang Xiaohua fight 3 times. This was something that had never happened since the beginning of the gambling fights on Tianmu Peak. It should be the only chance for the pill division to even things out. When the disciples below the arena heard the bets, they were also in a difficult position. The first round was most likely the mysterious grass division disciple. If he met 5th King Kong and 6th King Kong, there was still a chance of winning. If he met 10th King Kong and 8th King Kong, not long after the bets were placed, old consecrator Lei smiled and took out a brocade bag. He shouted, "The 6th round, the grass division will fight Ren Xiaoyao." The morale of the grass division disciples was greatly boosted. They all raised their arms and cheered. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and waved to the disciples behind him. He walked slowly into the arena. He didn't show off or say anything. He just stood there quietly. Old consecrator Lei was also stunned. He thought to himself, this brat can keep his composure. Then he took out another brocade bag. When he opened the note inside, he couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Then he held back his laughter and shouted, "The 6th round, the pill division will fight Qingshi." Not only was the pill division surprised, but the grass division also cried out. Why was Zhang Xiaohua famous? Wasn't it because he taught Qingshi a lesson? He knocked out Qing Shi's teeth and even accepted the pill division representative's compensation worth 50 taels of gold. Now that the two of them met, was it because they were enemies? Or was it because they were once bitten by a snake, twice shy? Everyone was excited. There were also many people who secretly complained. They had bet on the pill division to win. When he heard his name being called, Qing Shi stood up. Yesterday, when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not appear in any of the matches, and that he had to appear in 3 matches, and he was the first match today, Qing Shi knew that he would most likely meet Zhang Xiaohua. As he was not surprised. He stood up confidently, picked up a Qi Mei staff from the ground and entered the arena. Although swords and sabers weren't prohibited in Tianmu Peak's gambling matches, this was still a gambling match between pill division disciples. It wasn't good to be injured. Therefore, everyone wisely didn't bring any weapons. Qing Shi's weapon was the Qi Mei cudgel. It was suitable for him to use it now. Qing Shi held the Qi Mei cudgel and made a stance. He called out, "Junior brother Ren, we meet again." "Yes, I'm very honored to be able to experience senior brother Cheng's skills again. I've already experienced your punches and kicks. Today I would like to ask junior brother Ren for advice on weapons. I hope junior brother will not be stingy." Qing Shi squinted his eyes and said. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. "Then I'll have to disappoint senior brother Qing. I don't know anything about weapons. It's better to fight bare-handed." When the audience heard this, there was an uproar. "Please vote for me." Chapter 551. Everyone had seen carelessness before, but none of the disciples of the Grass Division and Pill Division had ever seen such carelessness before. In the previous battles, there were times when the great guardian deity of the Pill Division met the 6 arhats of the Grass Division, and there were times when he would be careless. However, he had never used his bare hands to fight against a weapon like this. Moreover, this was a battle with a stake of 50 taels of gold. Even the great guardian deity Zhou Shuming wouldn't dare to be so careless. When Qing Shi heard this, a brilliant expression appeared on his face. Even though he had lost a few teeth after being beaten up by Zhang Xiaohua 2 nights ago, he was still one of the 10 great guardian deities. Cough cough. Even though he was at the bottom, he still had some unique skills, especially this staff technique. He had received guidance from an inner disciple in his early years, and had also devoted himself to practicing it for a period of time. Even Zhou Shuming of the pill department would praise it endlessly when he saw it. It was one of Qing Shi's trump cards. When the name of the last battle was announced, his first reaction was that he would meet Zhang Xiaohua the next day. His second reaction was to seek revenge, and his third reaction was naturally to use the Qi Mei staff. That day, Qing Shi had suffered a loss at the hands of Zhang Xiaohua. He had always felt that Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet were only average. It was because he didn't take him seriously that Zhang Xiaohua's sneak attack succeeded. Of course, Qing Shi also knew that his hands and feet were only average. Only with a staff would he have the confidence to get back the hatred from Zhang Xiaohua. Yes, and that 50 taels of gold. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua say that he wasn't good at using weapons, Qing Shi felt as if he was dreaming. It was as if there were 50 taels of gold hanging above his head. He laughed and said, "Junior brother Ren, are you sure you don't want to use a weapon?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Could it be that there is a rule in our Tianmu Peak that if you use a weapon I must use a weapon? If that's the case, then I can only reluctantly find a weapon." Qing Shi hurriedly waved his hands. "No, our Tianmu Peak's duels are quite humane. If you don't want to use it, others won't force you. However, junior brother Ren doesn't use a weapon and I, as his senior brother, use a weapon instead. Wouldn't others say that I'm bullying him? Oh no, it should be bullying him, though it's still not right." Seeing Qing Shi so conflicted, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then does senior apprentice brother Qing not want to use weapons?" Qing Shi tightened his grip on the Qi Mei staff and said nervously, "I did have such an idea, but since I'm going to fight with a strong opponent like junior brother Ren, I naturally have to use my most powerful move. Only then will I be worthy of you, junior brother Ren. Don't you think so? If I'm also empty-handed, I'll tell you later that I'm best at staff techniques. Even if you win, isn't it a little unfair?" These words were said very smoothly. Perhaps he had already thought of the wording last night. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and cupped her hands. "Then I thank senior apprentice brother Qing for valuing me. Can we start now? Look, old consecrated Lei has been impatient for a long time." Of course, You took a weapon and still dawdled to explain to the other party that you're empty-handed. Seemed like you had no choice. How could the others not frown when they saw this? Qingshi smiled awkwardly and twirled his staff in the air. He shouted, "Since that's the case, junior brother Ren, pay attention. I'm going to make my move." After he finished speaking, he raised his leg and pounced over, striking his staff at Qingshi's head. "Sigh, senior apprentice brother Qing, you've already taken advantage of the weapon, but you still won't let me make a few moves? You actually want to make the first move. Looking at your bearing, it's not something an expert should have." Zhang Xiaohua secretly criticized in her heart. Although she thought this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to test the results of her cultivation of the Big Dipper Divine Fist with the top of her head when she saw the Qi Mei staff smashing down with a whoosh. Therefore she still released her divine sense. When the Qi Mei staff was about to finish its move, she dodged to the side and then grabbed with her hand, directly grabbing the head of the staff. When Qingshi saw this, he was secretly delighted. His hand shook and the staff flew out, striking towards Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Although the staff looked good in the divine sense, it was flashy but not practical. Zhang Xiaohua slightly tilted her hand, grabbing the place where the Qi Mei staff was about to hit. But just as she was about to grab it, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered what Chen Fengxiao said last night. She unconsciously smiled and said, "Loosening the reins only to grasp them better." Oh, or in other words, casting a long line to catch a big fish. Who doesn't know how to do that? Therefore she clenched her hand and used her fist to hit the Qi Mei staff. She immediately retracted her hand with a painful expression on her face, as if she was really hit by the Qi Mei staff. She even sucked in a breath of cold air. That resemblance. Even Chen Fengxiao, who was watching the battle from the side, felt his heart tighten. He secretly said, "Oh no, this guy is too arrogant. He's going to suffer." Since even Chen Fengxiao was fooled, there was no need to say anything more about Qingshi. His heart was filled with joy. That staff of his danced with a whistling sound, sweeping horizontally towards Zhang Xiaohua's waist. Zhang Xiaohua retracted her hand into her sleeve. Like a sparrow hawk, she somersaulted and soared into the air. Once again she evaded the attack. She stretched out her left fist and punched towards Qingshi's face. Qingshi's move did not stop. He quickly withdrew the Qi Mei staff and held it horizontally in front of his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's left fist landed on the Qi Mei staff. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua's punch would have a force of 10,000 jin. Not to mention a wooden staff, even an iron staff would be smashed. Wouldn't Qingshi vomit blood and die? Since Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stab a pig's nose with scallions, of course she couldn't use her strength. She only knocked on the staff and immediately used the force to somersault backwards. After staggering a few steps, she steadied herself. Alarmed, she said, "Senior martial brother Qing, how can your martial arts be this high? Little brother was quite lucky the day before yesterday." Qingshi's face lit up as if 50 tails of gold were shining. He shouted, "Haha, now you know how powerful I am. Why haven't you admitted defeat yet?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. "Don't. If I admit defeat now, I won't be able to see the elegant demeanor of your Dan Department's Jin Gang. It's better to give little brother a chance. Let me admire you a bit more." This brat was still teasing others at this time. However, the ecstatic Qingshi might not be able to hear the word admire in his words. Just look at how he swung the staff in its sweeping away 1,000 army posture. He did not give Zhang Xiaohua a chance to catch her breath. Zhang Xiaohua was also helpless. She could only restrain her temper and fight with him. She had to praise Zhang Xiaohua. This brat's martial arts had reached an extremely high level. He was no longer limited to using the fixed fist of the North Star, but just according to Qingshi's moves, she casually came up with a stance to deal with him. Every move was derived from the fist of the North Star. Only some angles and the height of some arms were not the same. He consciously knew that these moves were derived from the 108 moves, or it could be said that there were a total of 216 moves. But in the eyes of others, different moves were constantly appearing. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's ethereal steps was slightly activated, her whereabouts were erratic. Her fists and palms were also untraceable. Qingshi's Qi Mei cudgel danced like a dragon swinging its tail as it chased after Zhang Xiaohua, but it could not even touch the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. Some people whose martial arts were slightly higher, such as the 5 consecrators, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu, seemed to have noticed something strange. Although they could not truly estimate Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts, but from Zhang Xiaohua's ordinary moves that could turn something rotten into something magical, they could already feel that Qingshi was definitely not her opponent. As for whether Zhang Xiaohua could win against the 8 Vajra and the others, they also did not know in their hearts. As the saying goes, those who are closely involved cannot see clearly. Now it could not be more appropriate to describe Qingshi. Seeing Qingshi's cudgel strike after strike, he always felt that he could knock down or force Zhang Xiaohua out of the circle. But Zhang Xiaohua was always like Xiaohua in the wind. No matter how strong or weak the wind was, he would always sway in the same posture, big or small, but he did not stick to the ground. Even if the wind was blowing to the point that it was about to break, but when the wind was weak he would immediately stand up straight. Thus Qingshi became more and more attentive and used more and more strength. He had long put aside his gradually disordered inner breath and gradually long breaths. Under his single-minded focus he took the initiative to attack. Zhang Xiaohua's unbearable strength. As he fought and retreated at the same time, the two people's battle group gradually moved to the side, gradually moving towards the Grass Division disciples. And the sound of the Chi Mei cudgel swinging out made the Grass Division disciples tremble in fear even from afar. And when Qiu Wei Qing, who was standing in front of the disciples, saw Zhang Xiaohua coming back, the corners of his mouth curled up. He pulled Qin Fengxiao's sleeve and pointed at his feet. Qin Fengxiao immediately understood. He turned around to look at the disciples and waved his hand. The dozens of disciples in the front row also had a face of joy. They bent their waists and carefully retreated to the back. When the back row rose into the air, Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Qing brought the 6 great Luohan and moved back a lot, creating a large space in front of them. When the Pill Division disciples opposite them saw this, they all stuck out their middle fingers and gestured towards the Grass Division opposite them. Then they loudly cheered, hoping that Qingshi could hear them. Unfortunately, Qingshi had long taken the Pill Division disciples' reminders as encouragement. When he swung his cudgel at Zhang Xiaohua, he didn't even let them look towards the Pill Division. He swung his hair very confidently, and didn't even notice the problem of walking out of the arena. Nonsense, the Grass Division disciples were still some distance away. Moreover, wasn't Zhang Xiaohua in front of him? Even if he walked out of the arena, Zhang Xiaohua would be the one to do it first. What was he afraid of? Actually, even Qin Fengxiao and the rest were sweating. Zhang Xiaohua kept retreating, obviously wanting to drag Qingshi out of the arena. But there were no eyes behind him. How could he see the sidelines? If he accidentally crossed the line first, wouldn't that be self-defeating? At this time even old consecrator Lei and the rest stood up and walked to the side of the table together, carefully anticipating the end of this battle. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and had long seen the sidelines carefully. When she was almost there she reached out and grabbed the Chimei cudgel. Qingshi was secretly delighted and swung his cudgel again. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and hit it. She pretended to be in pain and her other hand immediately reached out and grabbed the Chimei cudgel with both hands. With a little force Qingshi couldn't help but rush forward. Zhang Xiaohua let go and her hand went through the roots. Without looking back she kicked that guy's butt. She didn't use much strength, but it was enough to make Qingshi take a few more steps forward. Vote for me. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 552. Qingshi stood still and revealed a smile of success. He had used quite a bit of strength in that strike just now, and it had hit the back of Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Looking at his expression just now, he must have been seriously injured. Both of his hands were injured. Let's see how he's going to deal with it. Thinking of this, he turned around and brandished his staff to attack again. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua just stood there motionlessly with her hands tucked behind her back. Qingshi was surprised. The staff was already in the air. Could it be that she wasn't afraid? At this moment, old consecrator Lei shouted, "Stop! Qingshi of the Pill Division has already left the sidelines. Ren Xiaoyao of the Grass Division wins." What? Qingshi was immediately dumbfounded. That was 50 taels of gold. He should have paid Zhang Xiaohua 50 taels of gold earlier, but Wu Zhoushu had taken out a few bottles of pills and a yuandan pilk for him in order to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Originally, Wu Zhoushu didn't plan to let him participate in this competition, but Wu Zhoushu's calculations were not as good as God's plans. In the first round he wasn't chosen. Thus he wasn't sure which round he could truly catch Zhang Xiaohua in. Furthermore, the 10 great guardian deities unanimously objected to him competing with the people, so he gave up on participating. Of course, Qing Shi's basic requirement for participating in the battle was that the pills worth 50 taels of gold must be taken out from his own pocket. The pill division wouldn't bear half a pill. Thinking that he had to take out a pill worth 50 taels of gold, and also didn't know why he lost the battle. This was clearly still far from the sidelines. Thus, Qing Shi couldn't help but be distracted. The Chimay cudgel in his hand didn't stop because of old consecrator Lei's shout, and directly smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua stood with her hands crossed and looked at him quietly. Seeing that he didn't stop and that the strength of the cudgel was still sufficient, she couldn't help but frown slightly. At this moment, if she kicked it away or grabbed it with her hands, it would be effortless. But if she did so, her previous act would be wasted. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua exerted force on her feet and retreated a few steps. She accidentally tripped over her right foot and fell to the ground. Qing Shi's Chimay cudgel also smashed onto the ground, injuring a patch of flowers and grass. Qing Shi pitifully looked at Wu Zhouxiu, who had a look of disappointment on his face, as well as the many Pill Division disciples who had looks of pity on their faces. He felt as if he had been wronged. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, he saw Wu Zhouxiu point at his feet, indicating for him to look carefully. Thus Qing Shi shut his mouth and looked left and right carefully. It didn't matter if he looked closely, but his lungs were about to explode from anger. Not far in front of him was a thin line. Wasn't that the sidelines of the battle arena? And the Grass Division disciples who were supposed to be sitting beside the thin line were now sitting far behind him. Their faces were solemn and extremely upright, but their eyes couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. Qing Shi looked at his feet and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. He really didn't know what to say. Zhang Xiaohua clasped his hands and said, "Senior Brother Cheng's martial arts are really powerful. This Chi Mei staff technique is abnormally wondrous. I really am not a match for it, so I had to resort to trickery. I hope Senior Brother Cheng can understand. Right, what is the name of this staff technique? I have never seen it before. Furthermore, Senior Brother Cheng's strength is boundless. When you use this staff technique, it is as if the Vajra of the 9 heavens has descended to the mortal world. It makes me feel as if I can't resist it." Zhang Xiaohua spoke as he walked. Qing Shi was elated. "See, it's not that my martial arts are not good enough. People make mistakes, horses stumble too. It's just that this fellow's evil plan succeeded this time. I'll deal with him next time." Qing Shi's face was that of a senior brother. "Junior brother Rin, a battle depends on real ability. You can survive for a while with petty tricks, but you can't survive for a lifetime. If you want to establish yourself on Tianmu Peak, you can't always be like this. You can't always be like this." Zhang Xiaohua bowed. "I understand." Qing Shi took the opportunity to ask in a low voice, "Then, is the wager for the battle?" Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Senior Brother Qing, weren't you just lecturing me not to be sneaky? Since that's the case, we can't break the rules of the battle. As for the wager, I'll keep it for you. When you challenge me next time, I'll give it back to you. How about that? Won't Senior Brother Qing have a clear conscience if you use your own ability to win it back?" When Qing Shi heard that, he wished he could slap his own mouth. But thinking that he would be able to win it back next time, he could accept it in his heart. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You said it yourself. In a few days I'll name you and challenge you. You must accept the challenge." Zhang Xiaohua's heart was already blooming with joy. But he still panicked and said, "All right, Senior Brother Qing, don't worry. I'll definitely use my true ability. But you must show mercy." Qing Shi snorted and waved his hand. He walked down as if the winner of this battle was him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled as he watched Qing Shi leave the arena. He walked towards the Grass Division disciples. At this time, Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing had already returned to their original seats. They heard the conversation clearly. Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing both smiled and secretly gave Zhang Xiaohua a thumbs up. They thought, "This guy is really AI. I don't know if he's smart or cunning. He just won this battle and won the wager for this battle. Now he's eyeing the wager for the next battle." Not to mention that the two of them were resting. Old consecrator Lei opened the box again. For the 7th battle, the Grass Division had drawn another good lot. It was the 2nd Arhat Heir Du Mu against the 6th Guardian Deity Jing Su. According to the records, The martial arts of the grass division's arhats were generally lower than that of the Dan division's arhats. But the arhats who were ranked at the top were able to take on the arhats ranked at the bottom. This air Dumu against Jing Su was more likely to win than lose. When they were drinking last night, Pill Division's Wu Daong had asked Grass Division's headmaster Chen several times about the order of today's battle formation. However, Qin Fengxiao had gritted his teeth and refused to say anything. When Wu Zhoushu heard about the two people who would be fighting, he almost felt indignant that the heavens were unfair. If you say that they were unlucky, then they were unlucky, but they shouldn't be so unlucky. Moreover, the stakes were unprecedentedly high. Vomit blood, vomit blood. Wu Zhoushu only had this premonition. The gambling fight between Air Dumo and Jing Su was the same as the previous few fights. It was extremely boring. Both of them were familiar with each other. Their martial arts moves, the habits of their moves, and the degree of their internal energy were explained clearly. It was just that in order to fight over this medicinal pill that was worth 50 taels of gold, both of them took out their trump card. After fighting for nearly the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, the winner was finally decided. Indeed, as everyone expected, Air Dumu obtained the final victory. At this point, not only was Air Dumu overjoyed because he obtained the wager of 50 taels of gold, even Qin Fengxiao, Qiu Wei Qing and the other Grass Division disciples were overjoyed. Because after the 7th battle, the Grass Division had already obtained 5 victories, while the Dan Division only had 2. The Grass Division definitely didn't need to take out a large portion of their already meager stock of pills to lose to the Dan Division. In 3 battles, if they could win 1 battle, they could obtain 20% of the 500 taels of gold. If they could win all of the battles, wouldn't that be 60%? That was a pill worth 300 taels of gold. Thinking about this, Qin Fengxiao had the urge to pinch his own thigh. On the other hand, Wu Zhoushu's mouth was full of bitterness. The Dan Division still had 5, 7 and 8 warriors who hadn't fought yet. The Grass Division had 3 arhats and Zhang Xiaohua who hadn't fought yet. Seeing how Zhang Xiaohua had defeated Qing Shi, the 7 and 8 warriors were most likely not her opponent. In other words, the 5 arhats could only win 1 battle. The remaining 2 battles would be lost if there were no accidents. Calculating, the Grass Division would probably lose 200 taels of gold worth of pills. Bitter, it was even more bitter than Coptis gold thread. The 8th battle officially began with old consecrator Lei's loud voice. However, Wu Zhoushu's attention was no longer on the battle. Because in this battle he had arranged for the 8-warrior Yue to fight. He was most likely not a match for Zhang Xiaohua. But when he heard the name of the Grass Division's 3rd Arhat Qian Zibi, hope rose from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Yue wasn't a match for Qian Zibi. This was for sure. Yue's martial arts were a level lower than Qian Zibi's. Even in his previous battle records he had been completely defeated. But the remaining 2 battles were different. Firstly, Zhang Xiaohua had to fight 2 battles in a row. Her physical strength might not be enough. Secondly, Wu Zhoushu was clear in his heart that he had sent out the 5th warrior Yi Qingliao for the 9th battle. He should be able to take down Zhang Xiaohua for sure. And after Zhang Xiaohua had fought with Yi Qingliao, she directly entered the 10th battle. Although it was the 7-warrior Qi Yuntian, Zhang Xiaohua was already exhausted. She might not necessarily lose. If it was calculated like this, the Dan Division would only lose 1 battle. The 20% stake was 100 taels of gold. It was also acceptable. He could just treat it as if he had worked hard for the past few years for nothing and returned all the pills he had won from the Grass Division. As expected, the 8th battle ended very quickly. If it was before, Qian Zibi might have allowed Yue to make 2 moves. The 2 of them could be friends for a while and let the surrounding disciples enjoy themselves. But today it involved 50 taels of gold. Qian Zibi was afraid that he would fail miserably. After just 10 rounds he showed a flaw. He grabbed Yue's acupoint and threw him to the ground. Seeing this, Qin Fengxiao grabbed his sleeve and said softly, "Little brother, our Grass Division has already won a match. We've obtained 100 taels of gold. It's already made up for all the pills we've lost to the Pill Division over the past few years. You don't have to feel burdened. You've already won a match, so if you lose another match, we'll call it even. If you lose 2 more matches, just give all the pills you've lost to the Pill Division. Of course, our Grass Division can also take out these pills on your behalf. Little brother, you don't have to worry." Afterwards, Qin Fengxiao looked at Wu Zhoushu opposite him. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He said softly, Also, if we win too much, the Dan division's Wu Dong. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she smiled and said, Boss arranged my last 2 battles together. I already understand what's going on. Don't worry. Chapter 553. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already thought it through. If Qin Fengxiao wanted her to win 3 rounds, then today's battle order would definitely be the 1st, 3rd and 5th round. In the middle of the 2 rounds she would be able to rest a bit, adjust her Jinqi and recover her strength. But Qin Fengxiao arranged for her to fight the 4th and 5th round together, which meant that he didn't plan on letting her win the last round. As for why Qin Fengxiao had such a plan, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood, but also somewhat didn't. However, right now she was already standing in the arena, so she didn't have much time to think about this problem. In front of Zhang Xiaohua stood the Pill Division's 5th guardian deity Yi Qingliao. The term guardian deity gave people the impression that it was a person with big shoulders and a round waist, with an appearance of infinite strength. However, Zhang Xiaohua had seen all of the 10 guardian deities and only a few people could bear this title. For example, Qing Shi, who was completely blasphemous to be called a guardian deity. Yi Qingliao was the one who was most worthy of this title among the 10 guardian deities. Standing in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he was almost a head taller than Zhang Xiaohua, and the muscles on his body bulged one by one. Just casually walking around the arena would make the ground tremble a bit. Seeing him, Zhang Xiaohua almost had the feeling of seeing a Misty School's stone cow. When old consecrator Lei gave the order, Zhang Xiaohua bowed. Grass Division's Ren Xiaoyao, please advise me, Senior Brother Yi. Seeing this, Yi Qingliao took 2 steps back for no reason. He looked at Ren Baqian suspiciously. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he cupped his hands and said in a low and muffled voice, Well said, Junior Brother Ren, let's begin. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Senior Brother Yi, why did you retreat just now? This little brother hasn't attacked yet. He Daoang said that you're full of tricks, so I have to guard against you. In the previous round I didn't see you give any gifts. This time you suddenly did this to me, so of course I have to guard against you. OMG, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, my character isn't that bad, is it? Then he explained, Senior Martial Brother Yi is right. However, a few days ago Senior Martial Brother Qing provoked me and I didn't want to see him. This is our first time fighting, so of course I have to be polite before resorting to force. Yi Qingliao waved his hand and said, Don't talk about etiquette and weapons, hurry up and fight. You just have to hand over the 50 taels of gold leaf to me. After saying that, he shouted, Junior Brother Ren, since you're not using a weapon, then this Yi will also fight you empty-handed. Be careful. After saying that, he waved his long arm, and that bowl-sized fist smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Before the fist reached her body, the wind of the fist arrived first. Looking at the power of the fist, it was no less than Qing Shi's Qi Mei cudgel. Zhang Xiaohua was the least afraid of fighting empty-handed, especially when it came to external martial arts. Therefore she also took a step forward. Taking advantage of the fact that Yi Qingliao's arm had not straightened, and his whole body's strength had not reached 100%, she immediately clenched her right hand into a fist. With a hook sound she stepped forward and only used 40% of her strength. Seeing this, Yi Qingliao was overjoyed. He practiced external martial arts, and when he fought with other grass sect opponents, there were very few people who would fight him head-on. Now that Zhang Xiaohua came up and fought with him, how could he be happy? However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's frail body, Yi Qingliao could only use 80% of his strength, so he quickly withdrew 20%. With a ping sound, the two people's fists collided. Yi Qingliao only felt his arm go slightly numb and a huge force hit him. He couldn't help but ting back a few steps before he could steady himself. On the opposite side, Zhang Xiaohua was even worse. She retreated more than 10 steps before she managed to not fall. The two people steadied themselves and looked at each other, not easily taking a step forward. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua quickly ran in front of Yi Qingliao, jumped up, raised her left leg and kicked towards Yi Qingliao's armpit. Although Yi Qingliao was surprised by the huge force just now, seeing Zhang Xiaohua's sorry state, he was slightly relieved. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's kick coming over, he raised his arm and used it to block. Zhang Xiaohua's left leg kicked Yi Qingliao's arm, but she didn't use too much strength. Instead, she put her leg on Yi Qingliao's arm, twisted her waist, and her right leg immediately kicked over like lightning. Yi Qingliao didn't dare to be negligent. He raised his left hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's right ankle. Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't let him have his way. Her right leg deftly changed direction in the air and kicked from another angle. Yi Qingliao also had a card up his sleeve. He pushed his left arm and blocked with his left fist, so the two people started fighting. Yi Qingliao was ranked 5th in the top 10 King Kong. His kung fu wasn't weak. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua deliberately showed weakness, so the two people's punches and kicks were very exciting. However, no matter how big of an advantage Yi Qingliao had, even if he sent Zhang Xiaohua flying, knowing that he could chase after Zhang Xiaohua and defeat her, Yi Qingliao still guarded the surrounding few feet and didn't move forward. After a few times, Zhang Xiaohua understood in her heart that she had lured Yi Qingliao into a trap. This guy must have received Wu Dalong's orders. No matter how much she pretended, he wouldn't chase after her and let her kick him out of the line. Since it was like this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little worried. If it was to say that defeating this Yi Qingliao wasn't a difficult thing, but if she could defeat him very accidentally and make him unable to see through her true martial arts, then it would be a very troublesome thing. However, if she wanted to lose to Yi Qingliao and give away the 50 taels of gold pill, then it would be better to directly defeat Yi Qingliao. The two people exchanged punches and kicks for the time it took to eat a meal. Even when the sun was already high up in the sky, Yi Qingliao still stood in the distance and didn't move much. Naturally, no one could see who won or lost. But even so, the surrounding disciples were dumbfounded by what they saw. Last time when Zhang Xiaohua defeated Qingshi, to be honest, it was a bit of an unfair victory. She only relied on tricks and didn't have any real ability. Therefore, everyone was like Qin Fengxiao's prediction. They lowered their attention on Zhang Xiaohua again and again, thinking that there was nothing special about Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. There were even some disciples who didn't know their place and had thoughts that they shouldn't have in their minds. Of course, there were even more disciples who placed their bets on the Dan division. They originally thought that the Dan division's 5 taels of gold would easily end the bet. But after fighting for almost half a day, it was actually a situation of neither winning nor losing. This frail grass division youth actually didn't fall behind by half a point. Yi Jinggang is simple and honest. Maybe he didn't kill him and gave Ren Xiaoyao some face? Maybe Yi Jinggang wants to exhaust Ren Xiaoyao's strength. When he runs out of strength, then wouldn't he be casually thrown out of the line? The people outside the line kept guessing. But just when everyone was guessing when Yi Qingliao would exert his strength and defeat Zhang Xiaohua, the situation on the field changed again. They saw Zhang Xiaohua once again leaping high into the air, her legs interlocking with Yi Qingliao's face. Yi Qingliao seemed to have already seen through Zhang Xiaohua's moves and wasn't nervous at all. He clenched his fists and punched out continuously, turning all of Zhang Xiaohua's attacks into nothingness. And when Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground, it was as if she had stepped on something. Zhang Xiaohua's body was like an arrow leaving the bowstring, pouncing towards Yi Qingliao. And because Zhang Xiaohua didn't have a good grasp of her balance, her two hands were randomly grabbing at the air. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, Yi Qingliao was stunned. Just when he was about to dodge, Zhang Xiaohua's 2 arms were already in front of him, grabbing at the place where his 2 arms were. Yi Qingliao didn't dare to be slow, afraid that Zhang Xiaohua had a trick up her sleeves. He also raised his arms to block Zhang Xiaohua. In a flash, 4 arms crossed together. Zhang Xiaohua very casually pushed Yi Qingliao's arms to the left and right, as if she was just randomly bumping into something. Could it be that this junior brother Ren really fell down? At this time Yi Qingliao naturally thought. Unfortunately, this was the only thought Yi Qingliao had before he woke up. He saw Zhang Xiaohua push Yi Qingliao's 2 arms apart, and her entire body was already in Yi Qingliao's embrace. Her head that was flying in front, before Yi Qingliao could react, hit his chest's Shanzhong point. Yi Qingliao couldn't catch his breath and fainted on the spot. And the initiator of this, Zhang Xiaohua, seemed to be dazed from the impact. Like Yi Qingliao, she fainted and fell straight to the ground. In an instant, the entire place was dead silent. Even the sound of breathing stopped. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Then they looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. And it wouldn't be right if they didn't know what had happened. Chapter 554. Zhang Xiaohua sat up from the ground very puzzled as he looked around, then rubbed his head as if it hurts. Then he stood up, looked into the distance and did something that no one on Tianmu Peak would have imagined. This guy walked to the side of Yi Qingliao, who fainted on the ground, lifted one of his legs from the ground, and like pulling a dead pig, dragged him to the side of the field. In an instant the whole field returned to dead silence. Then when everyone understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant, a burst of laughter resounded. The people of the grass division all laughed, constantly applauding. It seems that this guy also doesn't know whether he lost or won. Therefore, for the sake of insurance, it's better to drag him to the side of the line and see what the 5 judges decide. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua dragging Yi Qingliao out while panting, Wu Zhouxiu sighed and stopped in his tracks. Originally, the two of them had fainted at the same time. After all, there was no such rule in the current rules and there was no such precedent before. He went to the 5 consecrators and for the sake of 100 taels of gold, he did not care about his face. It was also appropriate to make a draw. But he didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohua would wake up first. Oh, of course, even if he woke up he might be able to make it a draw. However, he, like all the other disciples, did not expect that Zhang Xiaohua would do such a thing. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's tired appearance, Wu Zhouxiu's heart was bleeding. Fine, why do I have to go to the elders? It doesn't matter who fainted first, as long as they leave the side of the line, they lose. This guy doesn't know other things, but he remembers this rule very clearly. Sai, how is this dragging a dead pig? It's simply dragging gold home. The disciples of the pill division opposite the grass division could not stand it and also shouted loudly. What's the reason? Isn't it just to wake up the fainted Yi Qingliao? Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua sealed his acupoints. How can he wake up by himself? It seemed extremely impossible. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be exhausted. She took a few steps to rest and then took a few more steps to rest again. She thought to herself, this way I can finally act like it. I Xiaoxia am also a wise and powerful man. How can I? Ahem, for 50 taels of gold I can do some acting for others. It's possible. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the sidelines, Qin Fengxiao, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, actually still had some confidence that Zhang Xiaohua could defeat Yi Qingliao. But he also never thought that Zhang Xiaohua would end up like this. Looking at Yi Qingliao behind Zhang Xiaohua with his eyes tightly closed, Qin Fengxiao couldn't help but think. If Yi Qingliao, known as one of the 5 guardian deities, woke up now, how would he resist? He wondered how junior brother Ren would deal with it. We're already at the border. If Yi Qingliao wakes up and sees himself outside the border, how will he react? No matter how Qin Fengxiao thought, he immediately saw Yi Qingliao's expression. Zhang Xiaohua had already dragged Yi Qingliao to the side of the border. She put down Yi Qingliao's legs, walked to the other side of Yi Qingliao's body, and used her strength to flip him over bit by bit. After a few more rolls, Yi Qingliao's body just happened to cross the border. And at the same time that Zhang Xiaohua flipped him over, a wave of Jinqi was sent over, unsealing Yi Qingliao's sealed acupoints. Then, as if nothing had happened, she clapped her hands and turned back to the field. Old consecrator Lei and the other 4 judges also smiled bitterly as they watched Zhang Xiaohua like a hard-working ant, slowly pushing Yi Qingliao out of the field. When Yi Qingliao's body was out of the border, they immediately shouted at the top of their lungs, Tianmu Peak's 9th battle, Grass Division's Ren Xiaoyao wins. Just as this voice landed, Yi Qingliao, who was outside the border, also opened his eyes. Similarly, he looked around in confusion. When he heard old consecrator Lei's announcement, his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly looked at the ground and an expression of shock appeared on his face. His mouth was wide open and he used his finger to point at Zhang Xiaohua, who had just walked far away. This. Then he saw a long trail of dragging on the field. Thus he didn't say anything else and just stood there dumbly. After a while Yi Qingliao slapped his head hard and said regretfully, "Why didn't I wake up a little earlier? If I woke up a little earlier it would be enough to kick this guy out of the border." That's right, why did he wake up early? Wu Zhouxiu thought so, and so did everyone in the Dan division. At this time old consecrator Lei shouted again, Tianmu Peak's 10th battle is now ready to begin. Due to the fact that Grass Division's Ren Xiaoyao has gone up consecutively, according to the rules, the last disciple of the Dan division to go up is Qi Yuntian. Therefore the 2 divisions' disciples, please place your bets now. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the field and when she heard consecrator Lei asking her to rest, she secretly shrugged and laughed secretly. Is there a need? I don't think it's necessary, but since the rules of the battle are so humane, then I should rest for a while. Zhang Xiaohua walked back to the grass division. From afar, Qin Fengxiao and Qiu Weiqing gave her a thumbs up. Qin Fengxiao laughed and said, "Little brother, I don't know how to praise you, it's really..." Qiu Weiqing, who was beside him, laughed, "It's really wise and your luck is through the roof." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged again and said, "It's not wise but my luck is through the roof." She then turned to look at the field and said, "I don't know who is so inconsiderate and doesn't care about our Tianmu Peak's environment. He actually threw peels and confetti at such an important place. Hee, but if it wasn't for these peels, I wouldn't have been able to beat the 5th-ranked King Kong so easily." Beat the field? Qin Fengxiao couldn't help but laugh and said, "You dragged the field, okay? And indeed, but this Yiqing Liao is really too heavy, heavier than half a piece of pork. Dragging him down is really difficult." "Oh? Little brother has dragged pork before?" "That's right, little brother's family is poor and I have a relative who sells pork. When little brother was young, little brother worked for that relative. This business of dragging pork is very common." "Ha, no wonder little brother's posture is so familiar. It's because you've already practiced before." Zhang Xiaohua only had one relative, Butcher Lu, who sold meat. However, he had never met Zhang Xiaohua, and he had worked at Butcher Lu's house for a day. Who the hell knew who this relative of his was? While chatting, Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently glanced at the pill division opposite him. It was abnormally lively there. When he took a closer look, he realized that they were all calling for disciples to place their bets. When he looked behind him, the grass division disciples also had strange expressions on their faces. They were peeking at him while secretly calling for bets. It was as if they were doing something that was condemned by their conscience. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand. She pulled on Qin Fengxiao's sleeve and whispered, "Headmaster Qin, can I place my own bets?" "You're placing your own bets?" Qin Fengxiao frowned and naturally looked back. Those disciples who were placing their bets immediately retracted their hands and looked around in all seriousness, as if the matter of placing their bets had nothing to do with them. Qin Fengxiao obviously knew what they were thinking. He turned back and smiled, "Little brother, are you itching to place your bets after seeing others place their bets? Or did you see something wrong with our grass division disciples?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "The pill division disciples are very enthusiastic, but our disciples are all sneaky. Of course I know they're betting on the pill division." Qin Fengxiao nodded and smiled, "That's right. Our bet is fair. The pill division and grass division are all disciples of the pill expanding hall. It's their freedom to place their bets. You don't have to take it to heart." "Why would I blame them?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "I'm just asking if I can bet on this fight." "This?" Qin Fengxiao thought for a while and said, "In order to maintain fairness and prevent disciples from cheating, the rules of Tianmu Peak prohibit disciples from placing bets. But what?" Zhang Xiaohua saw Qin Fengxiao's hesitation and could not help asking. "However, since little brother wants to participate, I'll place a bet on little brother's behalf. However, little brother, there are many people who bet on you losing this round. Even if you bet on yourself losing, the amount of pills you'll get in the end will be extremely small." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands. "When did I say I'd bet on myself losing? What?" Qin Fengxiao was stunned. "You want to bet on yourself winning?" Then he persuaded, "Little brother, this is not the time to be swayed by emotions. Even if you want to regain your face, you don't have to go against all the disciples of Tianmu Peak. And, oh, I forgot. You've won enough today. Giving some to everyone can be considered a good deed. All right, little brother, I'll place a bet for you. If you lose, it's on me. If you win, it's on you. What do you think?" "Don't. Qin, if that's the case, what kind of bet is this? It's your good deed. Win or lose, it's all on me." All right, I'll listen to you." Qin Fengxiao smiled. "Then how many bottles of pills should I place? Or a few dozen taels of gold?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stretched out one finger. "1 bottle. 10 taels of gold?" Qin Fengxiao guessed. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "Don't. Won't that be too much? The next blood replenishing pill." "Ah?" Qin Fengxiao almost fell over. He couldn't believe it and asked, "Just 1 blood replenishing pill?" "Yes. Anyway, they're all betting on the pill department to win. I'm only using 1 blood replenishing pill. If I win, won't all their bets be mine? And if I lose, this blood replenishing pill will be theirs to divide among themselves. This isn't too good." Qin Fengxiao was speechless. He thought to himself, you've won so much gold. Even if you lose, it's still a huge profit. I thought you wanted to show your grace to the disciples. But I didn't expect you to be so opportunistic. Qin Fengshao only said, one pill can also be placed as a bet. But this doesn't seem to match little brother's status. Just based on the fact that little brother defeated Wu Yigong, you'll be a famous person in Tianmu Peak in the future. So it's like this. Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. She gritted her teeth and said, Then let's place a bet of 2 blood-replenishing pills. Since everyone placed their bets on Qi Yuntian of the pill department and no one placed their bets on me, how will they gain anything? Won't this bet be for nothing? Well, even though they will definitely win this bet, the most important thing is to participate. It's not bad to win once. Furthermore, in our gambling fight rules to encourage betting, we will record the number of wins. If the number of wins increases, there will be a certain amount of preferential treatment. There are many specific details. In the future, Brother Ren will naturally know about it. So that's how it is. No wonder senior brother Qiu didn't bet on me, Zhang Xiaohua muttered thoughtfully. Hearing this, Qiu Weicheng's face immediately turned red. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to feel that what she said was wrong and quickly apologized. Senior Qiu, don't think too much. If you only bet on me who will definitely lose, I would find it strange. Just now I just said it casually. I didn't mean to blame you at all. If Senior Qiu goes up next time, I won't bet on you. Gosh, Qiu Weicheng's face turned even redder. He thought to himself, anyway, I won't have the chance to go up. Aren't your words useless? Furthermore, I haven't even gone up and you're already cursing me to lose. Are you doing this on purpose? However, he said, long live understanding, long live understanding. At this moment, old consecrator Lei shouted from afar, the auspicious time has arrived. New, grass division Ren Xiaoyao, pill division Qi Yunun, please enter. Seeing the two of them walk slowly into the arena, old consecrator Lei then sat down and drank a mouthful of tea. He thought to himself, these days are not as good as when I was young as the master of ceremonies. How I miss the past. Those beautiful times. Leaving aside old consecrator Lei's nostalgia, Zhang Xiaohua and Qi Yuntian walked into the arena together. Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked at Qi Yuntian. Qi Yuntian didn't stop but walked a dozen steps and stopped. Then he lowered his head and looked around. He even bent down to pick up some leaves and trash on the ground and threw them far away. Then he turned around to face Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at this middle-aged man who was as tall and thin as her, Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. She could only follow her right hand and walk a dozen steps. She cupped her hands and said, I am Ren Xiaoyao from the grass division. Greetings to Senior Qiu from the pill division. Qi Yuntian's face was full of vigilance. He cupped his hands and said, Junior brother Ren, you have great skills and a good plan. As your senior brother, I really admire you. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the place where they were just now. There didn't seem to be any scraps of fruit paper. She asked, why didn't senior brother Qi stand there just now? Qi Yuntian looked around and said in a low voice, Junior brother Ren is thinking too much. This is the center of the arena. If I stood there, wouldn't I be disrespecting the battle with junior brother Ren? Zhang Xiaohua understood and was secretly happy. Then Zhang Xiaohua got into a fighting stance and said, if that's the case, then please give me some pointers, senior brother Qi. Then she didn't hold back and raised her fist. Qi Yuntian didn't dare to be negligent and also came forward. So the two of them stood together. But after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. Although Qi Yuntian's martial arts were a bit better than Qing Shi's, but compared to Yi Qing Liao's he was still lacking. She should have no problem defeating him, but this guy was guarding the center of the arena. No matter how much she tried to lure him, no matter how many openings Zhang Xiaohua revealed, he would only chase after her a few steps and then immediately return to his original position. When Zhang Xiaohua attacked, he would only retreat a few steps. Looking far away, he would immediately use his qing gong to dodge around Zhang Xiaohua and return to his original position. He seemed to have decided, I won't leave the center of the arena. Let's see how you will lure me out. A moment ago when Qi Yuntian came up, he had already cleaned up the surrounding trash. It would be difficult to find even a scrap of paper. This eliminated the possibility of Zhang Xiaohua accidentally bumping into him. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. This is going to be a very difficult battle. This difficult wasn't because of the opponent's martial arts, but because of how to defeat him without leaving any traces. AI looking at Qi Yuntian's cautious appearance, it was really difficult. Thus the two of them were in a deadlock for a while. AI, that's because Zhang Xiaohua didn't have a good method, so it could only be a draw. While Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, another incense stick's worth of time passed. Zhang Xiaohua threw a punch at Qi Yuntian, using only 20% of his strength. If it was a moment ago, Qi Yuntian would have used his internal qi to block. But this time, Qi Yuntian dodged to the side and used his Qi Yuntian hand to cut Zhang Xiaohua's pulse. Zhang Xiaohua's left palm hit Qi Yuntian, but Qi Yuntian immediately retracted his attack. His body flashed. He didn't want to meet Zhang Xiaohua's attack head-on. Instead he moved behind Zhang Xiaohua and raised his leg to attack his back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't turn around, but raised her leg to kick Qi Yuntian's leg. When Qi Yuntian saw this, he didn't meet the kick head-on. Instead he flipped his body and changed direction in midair. He reached out to grab the back of Zhang Xiaohua's neck. This wonderful movement technique caused everyone to cheer. Seeing that Qi Yuntian didn't meet her attack, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He had a plan. This Qi Yuntian's martial arts were about the same as Qing Shi's, but his martial arts were ranked 7th. This was inseparable from his outstanding movement technique. Of course, this movement technique wasn't worth mentioning in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. He was avoiding the main force and attacking the weak points. He probably knew that he couldn't defeat Zhang Xiaohua with his own moves, or that it would be very difficult to defeat her. Therefore he chose to use his movement technique to exhaust Zhang Xiaohua's physical strength and internal energy. He wanted to achieve a stable and assured victory over Zhang Xiaohua. To Zhang Xiaohua, who had just fought 2 battles, this was a very appropriate and very wise strategy. Everyone outside the arena, including the 5 consecrators Qin Fengshao and Wu Zhouxiu, all had the same idea. However, the person he met was Zhang Xiaohua and not anyone else. These 2 gambling matches were just a show for this fellow, and he did not use up any of his strength or true qi at all. How could he be afraid of such a battle of attrition? However, it was also because of Qi Yuntian's change in tactics that Zhang Xiaohua found a breakthrough. And didn't you want to fight a battle of attrition? Then let's fight. This brother also has the same plan. Let's see who can outlast the other. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua slowly began to fight with Qi Yuntian. Of course, she couldn't fight with him so leisurely. So Zhang Xiaohua was also panting. Her movements were sluggish and her footsteps were getting heavier. On the other hand, Qi Yuntian seemed to realize that his strategy was correct. His body became lighter and lighter like a butterfly in spring. He surrounded Zhang Xiaohua, the Xiaohua. Fly, 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 fly non-stop. Unfortunately, after flying for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was still panting. Qi Yuntian's body couldn't be as light as before and slowly slowed down. Nonsense, this movement technique also required physical strength and internal energy. Please vote monthly, recommend vote. But what if Qi Yuntian had thrown the match? What if he had let people bet on Zhang Xiaohua's victory? Wouldn't he be able to win against everyone on Tianmu Peak? Then the benefits he would receive would be enough to make up for the 50 taels of gold he had lost against Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, these 50 taels of gold pills were not from his own pocket. He had a secret agreement with Wu Zhouxiu. Thinking of these agreements and looking at the agitated crowd, Wu Zhouxiu's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, old consecrator Lei stood up with a sorrowful expression. He weakly announced, "The 10th battle, Rin Xiaoyao of the Grass Tribe wins." Then looking at the other 4 consecrators beside him, he said, "This Tianmu Peak gambling competition ends now. Based on the current score, the Grass Tribe has won with 8 wins and 2 losses. Furthermore, they have received 60% of the 300 taels of gold from the Pill Tribe. Pill Tribe's Wu Daoang will promptly hand over this wager to head leader Chen of the Grass Tribe. As for the winners and losers of each battle, they must also promptly hand over their 50 taels of gold or pills of equivalent value to the winner. If they do not hand it over within 3 days, the winner will be handed over to us for judgment. If they do not hand over their winnings, they will be given a double punishment." After saying this, he shouted again, "Disciples, please be patient. Our judgment will personally check the record of the last bet with Pill Tribe's Wu Daoang and head leader Chen of the Grass Tribe. If any disciple deliberately lost to the opponent, we will severely punish them. All right, the disciples all cheered. They all sat down and waited quietly. It seemed that they would definitely not leave today without a thorough investigation. Qi Yuntian, who was paralyzed in the arena, had already understood what was going on. He was filled with anger. Do I have to go this far? In order to win the 50 taels of gold, I begged Wu Daong yesterday morning and borrowed quite a bit. If I could win, how could I lose to the opponent? That was 50 taels of gold. I'm not a fool. Furthermore, even if I cheated, how much more could it be than 50 taels of gold? Zhang Xiaohua, who had closed her eyes and pretended to be exhausted, was overjoyed. She would soon know the results of her victory. Thinking back, she was still worried about how to find someone to cash out their winnings, afraid that someone would go back on their word. And this was great. Everything was announced to the public. Let's see who would dare to go back on their word. The speed of sorting out the records was very fast. Of course, with thousands of pairs of eyes watching, who would dare to be slow? But the result? It was really out of everyone's expectations. Out of the thousands of disciples from the Pill tribe and Grass tribe, there was only one person who bet on Zhang Xiaohua's victory. That was of course Bai Huan from the Grass tribe. Bai Huan, the consecrator who had once asked Bai Huan to lead the way to Zhang Xiaohua, had a deep impression of him. He asked, Hetchen, this Bai Huan wouldn't be carrying Qi Yuntian's bet, right? It seemed that the consecrators were well aware of the little tricks of the disciples below. Wu Zhouxiu also looked at Qin Fengxiao with a face full of doubts. Qin Fengxiao shook his head and said, It seems that we have wronged Qi Yuntian. This Bai Huan definitely didn't bet on Qi Yuntian's behalf. Because he bet on Ren Xiaoyao's behalf. Furthermore, I also know that this was a bet for 2 blood-replenishing pills, and it was Qiu Weicheng's pills. Sure enough, when old consecrator Lei looked at the back, there were indeed 2 blood-replenishing pills written at the back. This was something that Qin Fengxiao didn't see. Since he knew about it, it must be true. At the same time, everyone who heard this felt a sense of absurdity. Using 2 blood-replenishing pills to win against thousands of people in the field, even if it was 2 blood-replenishing pills per person, such a small bet was still 2,000 pills. It was much more than 50 taels of gold. Hiss, Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu both sucked in a breath of cold air as if they had a toothache. They were incomparably regretful. If I also bet a little, wouldn't I have a share of these 2,000 pills? If I bet 10 taels of gold, these 2 blood-replenishing pills can be ignored. Wouldn't the 2,000 pills all be mine? But this Ren Xiaoyao was obviously going to lose. How could I have known that in the end he would actually win? Since the result was out, it naturally had to be announced. However, no one believed this result. In the end, they could only let the various people send their own representatives up to witness it with their own eyes. Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu also patted their chests solemnly, assuring that there was no problem with this record. Only then did they manage to suppress the crowd's emotions. That's right, since the beginning of the gambling matches on Tianmu Peak, who knew how many matches there had been? There had also been gambling matches with great disparities in strength, but none of them had been as coincidental as today. Everyone had bet on Qi Yuntian, who was sure to win, and only Zhang Xiaohua had bet on herself. Oh no, only Bai Huan had bet on the Grass Division disciple. Well, after the disciples of the Pill Division and the Grass Division knew the result, those who didn't know Bai Huan secretly tried to find out who was called Bai Huan. Their tone was extremely unfriendly, and those who knew Bai Huan shot murderous glances at Bai Huan. In an instant, Bai Huan's brilliance immediately overshadowed the victorious Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing the strange looks from the crowd, Bai Huan felt uncomfortable. I'm innocent. I bet on the Pill Division myself. This bet was placed on someone else's behalf. But now, even if he was given 10 more guts, would he dare to say that it was Headmaster Chen's instructions? Not to mention that this would immediately make Zhang Xiaohua the target of public criticism. Moreover, what if Headmaster Chen used Zhang Xiaohua's name to win? Bai Huan shuddered. It was as if he could see himself being beaten and killed on a moonless and windy night. At this time, Qi Yuntian had just finished resting and recovered a bit of strength. Seeing that his grievances had been cleared, there was no reason for him to stay on the ground. He got up and walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Junior brother Ren, congratulations on winning the last round. Zhang Xiaohua was lying on the ground, still looking like he was about to die. He stretched out his hands lazily and said, Senior brother Qi, thank you for letting me win. Actually, I didn't expect to win in the end. I just thought that if I let out a breath, the 50 taels of gold would be given to someone else. I didn't dare to vent my anger. I didn't expect senior brother Qi to be the first. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any strength and hearing him mention the 50 taels of gold, Qi Yuntian couldn't help but want to go up and kick him. You're already like this when you came up and you're still like this now. Are you done yet? Qi Yuntian suppressed his anger, cupped his hands and walked away. Seeing that there was no need to pretend, Zhang Xiaohua stood up shakily. At this time Qin Fengxiao came over and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. He smiled and said, "Little brother is really talented. Do you want to know how much you won in the last round?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he asked, "It's all because of Headmaster Chen's guidance. I have to thank Tuodan Hall, Tianmu Peak and the Grass Sect. Well, I also have to thank Chuanxiang School for giving me this opportunity." Chapter 557. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Qin Fengxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Little brother, don't give me this empty speech. It's meaningless. Perhaps only the senior elders of our fragrance cult like this kind of speech. Oh, by the way, you should thank Bai Huan first. Look, now he has successfully transferred the anger of the disciples to him. You, the big winner of the gambling fight, are relaxed." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Of course I know this. Please rest assured, Head Chen, I will give Senior Bai an explanation. I won't let him die without knowing the reason." Qin Fengxiao was stunned. What is this?" Then Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked forward a few steps and said loudly, "Senior brothers of the Pill Expanding Hall, I am Ren Xiaoyao from the Grass Sect. I think everyone already knows me by now." Seeing this, not only Qin Fengxiao was stunned but everyone else was also stunned. They looked at him strangely and secretly said, "Is he going to give a victory speech?" Well, that's right. A victory speech is very important. A speech of entry, a speech of apprenticeship and a speech of victory are also important. Zhang Xiaohua continued, "I've just arrived at Tianmu Peak and have just joined the big family of Pill Tower Hall. I'm very happy and hope that I can get along well with all of you in the future. The victory of the 3 battles in the morning as well as the 3 prizes don't matter to me. Yes, everything is fleeting. I still care about your feelings and hope that you all will treat me as your own junior brother. Also, I asked senior brother Bai Huan to help me bet on those 2 pills. Of course, I bet on myself to win. I'm sure all of you won't suspect me of cheating. Don't you think that I won't cheat?" With a boom, everyone was in an uproar. They were all whispering to each other. What he said was right. It was only reasonable that Zhang Xiaohua bet on himself. After all, he had bet on himself before. It could be regarded as giving himself some energy and motivation. Moreover, 2 elixirs were more reasonable. After all, he didn't have the confidence to win. However, each person using 2 medicinal pills to exchange for 2,000 medicinal pills, that was thought-provoking. Some people's faces gradually became unkind. At this time Zhang Xiaohua said, "But I'm new here so I have to give everyone a greeting gift." Everyone's hearts raced. It couldn't be that they were going to be exempted, right? They really knew how to think. Zhang Xiaohua said, "This is a greeting gift. No matter if it's the 3 senior martial brothers on the stage or the many senior martial brothers off the stage, within these 3 days, bring the same amount of medicinal pills as you and come to my small courtyard to continue the challenge. As long as you can win, I will wipe out the bill of your losses. Oh, that's right, if you don't have enough medicinal pills, then bring some rare medicinal herbs. I won't refuse any of them." Unfair. Suddenly, a person from the Dan department shouted, "You know martial arts. Many of our Dan department's disciples are not good at martial arts. How can we be your opponent just by relying on martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "This senior martial brother is right. You can ask other senior martial brothers who know martial arts to fight. Of course, this senior martial brother who stands out will also have to take out medicinal pills. Or if you feel that your martial arts are not good enough, you can form a group of 5 to 10 people. I will accept all of them." At this moment, Qin Fengxiao could not figure out Zhang Xiaohua's intentions. If Zhang Xiaohua simply wanted to know Zhang Xiaohua's true intentions, there was no need to make such a big move. This seemed to be a 1 versus 10 situation. Even Qin Fengxiao would not dare to declare war on everyone like this. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about this. When he saw the eagerness in the eyes of the disciples, he knew that his words had worked. Then his legs went soft again as if he had no strength. Qin Fengxiao hurried forward to support him and said, "Disciples, since Ren Xiaoyao from the grass department is so generous and wants to return the winnings to you in a unique way, then please come to the small courtyard by the mountain tomorrow to challenge him. Let him have a good rest this afternoon." There were already disciples of the Dan department who had found a loophole in Zhang Xiaohua's words and wanted to go to the small courtyard in the afternoon to challenge him. But when they heard Qin Fengxiao's words, they gave up the idea of taking advantage of the situation. Qin Fengxiao supported Zhang Xiaohua and waved to Bai Huan saying, "Come here and help junior brother Ren back to the small courtyard. Later go to the judges and bring the list of people who have placed their bets. This is junior brother Ren's first time participating, so he probably doesn't know how to deal with the aftermath. You can do it for him." Bai Huan didn't dare to disobey. She quickly ran over and supported Zhang Xiaohua, who was on the verge of collapsing. Then she slowly walked back to the small courtyard. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua left, the biggest bet in the history of Tianmu Peak ended beautifully. In the past, the grass department always won more than they lost. But today they were the biggest winner. Before Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared, Qin Fengxiao couldn't help but smile. Not to mention that other than Zhang Xiaohua's 3 wins, the other 5 bets were all funded by him. How could the wealth of the 6 great arhats be worth 50 taels of gold? Excluding the 2 losses, Qin Fengxiao's grass department had won 3 bets, 150 taels of gold. In addition to the 300 taels of gold that the Dan department had lost to the grass department, it was a total of 450 taels of gold. If it was converted into elixirs, it would be a terrifying figure. Qin Fengxiao was a little worried. Did Wu Daoang have enough wealth to pay for the bet? This worry was actually the reason why Qin Fengxiao wanted Zhang Xiaohua to lose a match at that time. Since he couldn't pay for it, he might as well not win. It could be considered as giving face to Wu Zhoushu. The first thing after the bet was to settle the results. At this time, the 5 guardians were sitting behind the table, quietly waiting for the arrival of Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu. After the radiant Qin Fengxiao and the gloomy Wu Zhoushu walked in front of them, old guardian Lei said with a smile, "Since the 2 leaders are here, let's start settling the results now." Then he pointed to the dozens of huge sheets of paper in front of them and said, "Except for the list of bets for the last bet, the rest are the same as before. We will post them for public display and let the disciples hand over their bets to us. Then we will distribute the elixirs according to the situation of each match." Qin Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu both nodded and said, "This is common practice. Thank you for your hard work." Old guardian Lei said with a smile, "The amount of bets for this bet is very large. We have also benefited greatly. There's no need to be courteous. Oh, as for the list of bets for the last bet, I think according to what Leader Qin said just now, let the grass division take it and let Ren Xiaoyao face it alone. What do you think?" Qin Fengxiao cupped his hands and said, "Ren Xiaoyao doesn't know the rules. He has made a fool of himself in front of all of you. However, it's good that he's doing this. It will reduce the burden on all of you. If all of you don't object, Wu Daoang also has no objections." "I also agree." Wu Zhoushu sneered and said, "It's the disciples' bets left and right. Moreover, it's all against Ren Xiaoyao alone. Then let him have a headache. Why would I have any objections?" "Yes." Old guardian Lei nodded. He picked up the top few sheets and handed them to Qin Fengxiao. The other sheets were handed to the disciple beside him for him to post. Then old guardian Lei took out a piece of white paper from the side and picked up a pen to write on it. After he finished writing, he handed it to Qin Fengxiao and said with a smile, "Leader Qin, this is the final result of the bet between the grass division and the pill division. The pill division needs to pay the grass division a total of 300 taels of gold or elixirs of equivalent value. Look carefully. If you have no objections, please sign and make your mark." Qin Fengxiao took it and looked carefully. Without hesitation, he picked up the pen and signed on it. Beside him, Wu Zhoushu's cheeks twitched when he heard this. When he took the pen, Qin Fengxiao said apologetically, "Deng, you know why I put Ren Xiaoyao's last 2 bets together?" "It's just that." Wu Zhoushu gritted his teeth and said, "Leader Qin, don't say any more. I understand. It's just that, Sai, my life is not good. Forget it, don't worry. I will pay you back even if I have to sell everything." These words were said with integrity but also very bleak. Of course, If Wu Zhoushu had not schemed against the golden leaf in Zhang Xiao's bag, how would he have ended up like this? Not to mention that he had to compensate the grass division for the previous bet, even his own family's property would be emptied. Man proposes, God disposes, and the unintentional can't outsmart the intentional. At this time the most intentional person, with the help of Bai Huan, slowly walked back to the small courtyard by the cliff. When they reached the door, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Bai Huan, "Senior brother Bai, I have troubled you with the betting just now. You can send me here. I will go in myself. Oh right, tell the other senior brothers that I will have a good rest this afternoon. Don't disturb me. Also, I will have to trouble senior brother Bai to organize the records of the challenges and elixirs in the next 3 days. I think senior brother Bai should be familiar with this." Then he took out a bottle of blood-replenishing pills from his bag and handed it to Bai Huan, saying, "The blood-replenishing pills in the bottle are for senior brother Bai. The rest is my thanks." Bai Huan immediately declined. "Junior brother Ren is too polite. The 2 elixirs you bet on are senior brother Qiu's. Moreover, you don't have to give the elixirs first. You have to pay the final amount. The elixirs are still in my arms. Then I will give this bottle of elixirs to senior brother Bai and senior brother Qiu. You can give it to senior brother Qiu. After I am done with these 2 days I will thank senior brother Bai." "Is that so?" Bai Huan was a little overjoyed, saying, "In that case senior brother will not be polite." After he finished speaking he reached out and took the bottle. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother Bai, there is one more thing I need to trouble you with." Bai Huan, who had benefited from it, smiled and said, "Since we are brothers, just tell me what you need." Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Our brothers in the grass division must have been suppressed by the pill division and don't have any elixirs in hand. I have so many elixirs here but they are useless. If the brothers in the grass division want elixirs, then you can use your herbs to exchange for them." "Exchange elixirs with herbs?" Bai Huan was stunned. Please vote monthly recommend. That you're tuning in to the Biao's Wuxiao Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.